Mustangs Trophy returns, where Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia go head-to-head once again. Last year's 48th edition delivered a thrilling contest as the Tomians set the challenge with 220, led by Jaden Amarveera. But Royal responded in style. A magnificent 105 from Hirun Lianarachi powered them to a 4-wicket victory in a chase full of intent and composure. A game of pressure, a game of moments. And now it's time for the next chapter.
A very good morning to all of you. A warm welcome to the 49th Mustangs Trophy Cricket Encounter between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia. We are live from SSC Grounds in Colombo. It's the pinnacle of schools cricket, the March Madness, and Royal College and St. Thomas's College taking on each other in the limited overs format. 50 over cricket. We've had the 3-day encounter 2 weeks ago, and today we have the limited overs encounter, the 49th Mustangs Trophy. We've had 48 encounters in the past. Royal College leading the tally by 24 wins against the 22 of St. Thomas's College. There was one tied encounter and one shared encounter in the past of the Mustangs Trophy, closing towards that 50 mark, the Mustangs Trophy. Next year it will be a very special encounter, the 50th Mustangs Trophy, but this year it will be the 49th Mustangs Trophy, the limited overs encounter, and we at the Papare, as the official broadcasting partner, brings you the live pictures from Sinhalese Sports Club grounds as we build up towards that first ball on a very special Saturday. And it's going to be a very interesting game. Two teams battled out here at the same venue 2 weeks ago for the coveted Right Honourable D.S. Sinaraka Memorial Shield. It was a drawn encounter, but this time around it will be we will have a result and we will have a winner most likely. So to discuss further about the 49th Mustangs Trophy, we have two special gentlemen from Royal College and St. Thomas's College. From Royal College in the far corner we have Harun Mawjood, who have played the Mustangs ago, 2 decades ago I should say, and then we have Shashtika Pussegola, who also played for St. Thomas's College a couple of decades ago. Gentlemen, warm welcome to you, a very good morning to you. I'll come to you first, Shashtika. What does Mustangs Trophy mean to you?
Well, obviously it's accelerated format compared to the big match, and it's probably the aftermath of a lot of mayhem from the spectators, from the players. So sometimes it can be slightly subdued, but this time around, since there's a 2-week break, I'm pretty sure that the players are rejuvenated and ready to go.
Yeah, Harun, I'll throw the same question to you also. It's there was a 2-week break, and now it's just you got a good rest and you're now back at it, but you want to win that. So what does Mustangs Trophy mean to you?
It means quite a lot, to be very honest. I understand the euphoria is not as much as what we get at the 3-day encounter, but here, like you said, there is a winner and a loser here because the match is decided on 50 overs. And there's a lot of preparation that goes in, and it's played very seriously. And whenever there's a Royal Tomian encounter, you just want to give it your best, especially when you're a schoolboy playing against your arch rivals, be it the 3-day or the 1-day. You're just going out there to win it, and it's been a very special game for me. Actually, I had the unique feat of captaining my first Mustangs Trophy encounter, and went on to win the encounter in my last year as I left college. So it's a pretty special moment.
Yeah, special indeed. Last year it was Royal College who won the game. There's plenty of players who have played last year's encounter, and now they're playing this year as well. So if you take a look at what happened last year, it was Hirun Lianarachi who scored a brilliant 100 for Royal College to win that game. Let's take a look at the match summary from last year. Jaden Amarveera made 70 at the top of the order. They made only 220, and Royal, I think, at the back of that, a brilliant 100. chased it down quite comfortably. To say, plenty of players who have played this encounter in the last couple of years are now coming back. They know how to transfer into the from 3-day format to the limited overs format. But last year, how did you get those memories out from the last year?
Well, especially for Royal, I would say the core batting unit is still there. If you look at the 4 under-19 caps, I think the under-19 skipper Dinsara, then previously opener Ramiro and Dinsara, they still are pretty much alive in this game. So that will be a huge boost for Royal. And if you compare the two batting units, Royal clearly favourites in terms of batting, but bowling is pretty much, I would say, pretty even Steven. So whoever has a solid start up front will be key components to win the game.
Harun, now we talk about the modern day limited overs format. In the last 10 years, both these schools have shared the honours in the Mustangs Trophy over the past 10 years. Now that the game has developed into a new modern way of playing cricket, we haven't yet seen the 350s or the 370s in schoolboy cricket 50 overs, but it could happen in the near future.
Absolutely. I think, like you said, the game has evolved tremendously. The scoring rate, we have seen it obviously pick up a notch compared to when we played, and the strokes that are being displayed, the repertoire of the shots that the batsmen have in their armory is now very vast compared to what we had during our time, especially the reverse scoops, the DL scoops, you name it. I think they've got it all. And like Shashika said, the batting is very formidable. I think even St. Thomas's, the likes of Jade and Rashawn Solomons really boast of good run scoring options. Bowling is where I feel there's a lot more areas to develop in terms of how they bowl at the dead, how you come in, bowl in the middle overs, etc. But like we said, those 300s, 350s we've not seen, especially because tactically I think most school teams have not been able to kind of really understand how to go about between that 15th to the 40th over. That's where the game is either made or broken. And that's where they'll have really put
exactly. So let's now go and take a look at what happened in the past 10 years. We've had 48 encounters, but if you take a look at the last 10 years, the results, they've been shared. Now in 2016, Gishant Panditaratne and Sachita Jayatilaka Royal won that 3-day encounter, but St. Thomas's came back to win the limited overs encounter. And then again, when Dasis Manchanayaka won the big match, they won the Mustangs Trophy also. In under Pasindu Surya Bandara and Delon Pires won the big match. That was in Hapu in Nazir. Royal came back to win. So usually, Shashtika, sometimes when you win the big match, sometimes the other team comes back to win the limited overs encounter. It could go either way in the limited overs format.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, sometimes complacency sets in because if you win the big match, that's pretty much done deal for the college. So this time around, since it was a draw at the big match, I'm pretty sure, and also with a couple of weeks off, they'll be pretty keen to go and win this tussle.
And also, Harun, how do you forget about what happened 2 weeks ago, or do you really forget about it, or do you learn from the mistakes and come back to make sure you prove a point today and win the game and finish off the season pretty much?
There is a lot of learnings that does come through, especially when you come and play at the same venue, from conditions per se, from the wicket per se. Nothing much to actually take from the way you play the 3-day game, especially both schools batting at very low run rates, and you can't actually bring that into the table. But just to make sure that you understand the conditions here at SSC, the pitch, etc., that is definitely brought through. And obviously the format moving from red ball to white ball, there's a big difference. And the practices, the preparation at school, everything is kind of pursued towards making sure you're prepared for 50-over cricket here at the SSC.
Yeah, let's now go and take a look at the highlights from the 147th Battle of the Blues encounter, which was held a couple of weeks ago. Shashika, we've spoken enough about these 3 days. Critics, the old boys, the well-wishers, everyone was pretty much against how the two teams went about the business, went about how the intent to win the game. But some of these bowling performance, like the youngsters coming in, playing their first match, they proved the point, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, you hit the nail on the head. Everyone was really disappointed in the overall attitude that both teams had towards the game. I felt that St. Thomas's came into the game to be slightly safe because they had the shield with them. But Royal, we didn't see that hunger to chase the coveted trophy, and therefore it ended in a tame draw on that day. But hopefully, this time around, things will be much different because, as Harun mentioned before, there will be a result for sure.
Arun, do you think they go back and watch these footages? Do they analyze the other opposition on how they played on these surfaces?
Yeah, most surely. I think definitely they will definitely go back and look at the footage, the videos, especially the ones where they've kind of dominated maybe the wickets, the boundaries that they've scored, and also like they know who are the players who will actually come and play the one day as well. So just to understand how they go about their business and kind of come up with strategies to dismiss or to counter them.
St. Thomas's College made 302 runs after being asked to bat first on this Sinhalese Sports Club pitch. Reshon Solomons and Jaden Amaravira made half century in that first innings. Gagan Gamage was the pick of the bowlers for Royal College with 4 for 49, and then Royal in reply they made 261 for the loss of 9 wickets, and then they declared Ramiro Pereira, Rehan Pires were the pick of the batters for Royal College. Gimhan Mendes, I thought, bowled brilliantly, the left arm seamer from St. Thomas's College, and in the second innings for St. Thomas's College, Jaden Amaravira stood out once again with a brilliant century. Shashwika, Jaden Amaravira, I thought was brilliant. Now we've seen over the past 3 innings, let's say last year's limited overs encounter, the 2 innings in the 3-day format, he has found ways of scoring runs, and which is a very good thing for St. Thomas's College.
Yes, special mention about Jaden Amaravira. I've witnessed Royal Tomians for the last 3 decades, even before I played. And I can safely say from whatever I've seen, in terms of composure, in terms of temperament, he leads chart. He's fearless from the outset. You don't see any sort of pressure as an opener. You can see his body language, and therefore he's really capitalized and he understands the game really well. Technically, not the most perfect, but effectivity is absolute top.
Yeah, indeed, and Jaden Amaravira, that special knock. Whenever you're scoring 100 in the big match, it's always a memorable moment. Yes, the game might have been a drawn encounter, but Harun, I'm sure you've been in the receiving end of several hundreds from the Tomian batters. How do you rate that 100? We'll take a look at some of his shots from that special 100. Just take us through your feeling of being a Royalist and watching that 100.
Yeah, it's never easy watching a Tomian get 100, especially when you're on the receiving end. But I thought, like Shashika said, very composed, very cool head, and can be the most unorthodox batsman. But at the point of contact, he's very balanced, and he plays toys with the field. I think that's one of the beauties in his batting. He understands the bowler's strengths, the bowler's weaknesses, and more often than not, especially with his trigger movements, I thought he put the bowlers off quite well and really dominated the innings. So even he took to the likes of Ramiro Pereira, who's a 5th-year seasoned player, who played his 5th Royal Tomian, just took him to the cleaners in this over, if I'm not mistaken. This is when he got to a century. You can see, just a very composed, not much of emotion, and really good to watch. It was very good to watch, even in spite of being on the other side of the fence.
And then also we've seen Jaden's innings. Now let's take a look at how Ramiro Pereira, the Royals last year's captain, he was the only batter who I thought batted positively. Shashtika, what do you reckon?
Yeah, again, under 19 cap, he's got some experience in the first class level as well. He had a slight escape, which I thought initially when he came into bat, but from there onwards, he looked a class apart. He's naturally aggressive, he's a power hitter of sorts, and he really took the bowling apart as far as Royal is concerned.
Arun, over the last 4-5 years, I think whenever Ramiro Pereira has featured in the Royal Tomian, I think he has done his part, he has excelled. His won the big match, he has lost the big match, he has done everything pretty much.
Yeah, we share that same feat of having multiple results in our belt. But I think he's been one of the most prolific all-rounders to play a Royal Tomian, having scored almost 400 runs, 370 plus, and with 21 wickets under his belt across these 5 years, you can safely say that he's had a fantastic series of Royal Tomian encounters, and probably one of the best all-rounders that Royal has ever produced in playing Royal Tomian cricket.
Indeed, and Shashi, you spoke about the trigger movement of Jaden, and as a coach, now you're a coach, how do you coach a player who has a trigger movement like this? What do you advise him?
Well, the whole point of having a trigger movement is initially to have a start before the ball delivers, get some momentum, and then, as Harun was rightly mentioned, to manipulate the field. We've seen Jaden sometimes go across to the offside as a trigger, vice versa as well. So the whole point of doing that is to put the bowler away, and you need some exposure for or being used to that at training or games before to do that. But see, it's very rare that you see schoolboys doing such a thing. Even at club cricket, it's a rare feat. The player has to be on the top of his game. More than his game, his mindset has to be perfect. So that's why I feel Jaden Amaraveera's temperament is really good for schoolboy cricket.
And also, Harun, Shashika spoke about the mindset. What would be the mindset from Royals' point of view coming into this game, especially the likes of Ramiro Pereira, Vimat Dinsara could be playing their last Royal Tomian?
I think if you look at the names that you mentioned along with Rehan and Hirun, in terms of white ball cricket, there's a plethora of experience under their belt. And you know, I'm told that they got a bit of flack after the Royal Tomian 3-day encounter for the approach and the way mannerism that they went into the game. So I'm sure they'll come with a lot more aggression, coming to attack, and really try to kind of really make inroads and have kind of a dominant win. That's what Royal would want to come in and kind of prove and show that they are, although they seem to be a formidable side on paper, they didn't reflect that at the 3-day game. So they'll want to come and prove themselves here.
Yeah, a lot to play for Royal College, a lot to play for St. Thomas's College. It's the 49th Mustangs Trophy Cricket Encounter. We've seen plenty of exciting and interesting Mustangs Trophy Cricket Encounters over the past few years, and at ThePapare we try and bring you all these live pictures from this prestigious cricket encounter. So you can always watch this 49th Mustangs Trophy on Dialog Television channel 126, the Papare 1 HD, the HD channel. If you all are at home, you all can tune in to the HD channel and watch it on high definition. And if you're going around with your families on a Saturday, you can always watch it on the phone, on the go, on the Dialog Play App, and also on the papare.com website. So there's plenty of more time left until we start off proceedings of this 49th Mustangs Trophy. So before we go into the other details, as we discuss the pitch and we build up to the toss, let's take a small commercial break, and we will be back with more on the build up towards the 49th Mustangs Trophy Cricket Encounter.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 278ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැන DTV හිස්තැන ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැන 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 49th Mustangs Trophy, the annual cricket encounter, the limited overs encounter played between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia, played here at Sinhalese Sports Club grounds in Colombo. We at the Papare bringing you these live pictures from SSC Grounds as we build up towards the March Madness. We still have plenty of time left before the first ball being bowled here at SSC Grounds, but last year on the 48th Mustangs Trophy, the hero for Royal College was Hirun Matisha Lienarachi. I have Harun Maujud and Shashrika Pusegola with me. Harun, if you could recall your memory and talk about that special 100 from Hirun Lienarachi. He didn't make much of a difference. He was, I think, 0 in the 3-day format. What do you reckon about this youngster, the left-hander, the opening batter?
Fantastic. I thought he batted right through and took the team right in the end. He held fort and played some excellent shots. He's actually a very good batsman, very consistent and very successful batsman even in the tournament formats. Unfortunate to miss out both last year and in this year's Royal Tomians, so 2 ducks. So hopefully he'll go on to make something big at this year's Mustangs Trophy. As you can see, he's very good off the front foot, plays the drive very well, and has shots all over the wicket. And I think a lot will depend on how Hirun goes about his business. He's also a member of the national under-17 setup. But the looks of it, he resembles a bit of Jihan Mubarak. You can see a tall, lanky left-handed batsman, good reach, and when the ball is in his arc, he'll go for his shots. So, all in all, I think he's like a complete package when it comes to an opening batsman. This was one of the pick of the shots. I still remember this stroke. He was giving commentary on air at the time. And the fact that he was there right through enabled Royal to kind of comfortably go past the target, because had his wicket was lost, it would have been a bit of a half and a puff for Royal to cross over that total which St. Thomas has put.
And also, Shashika, now we speak about the 3-day encounter and the limited overs. Whenever a player performs in the limited overs format, do you think it goes little not so great along the lines of the 3-day encounter? Whenever now we remember Devin Jayasingh's 99 couple of years, not couple, 10, 12 years ago. Those are still in your memory, but still some of these knocks played in the Mustangs Trophy, you don't really recall it along the history of the Royal Tour?
Well, technically speaking, you should remember the data in Mustangs Trophy purely because it's much shorter, and if you look at the centuries being scored in a Mustangs encounter, I would say it's only a handful. So therefore, ideally, people should remember this, but you're right, the big match is the big scale. It has a tradition of 140 odd years, and so there's a lot of history and heritage behind those performances compared to the Mustangs Trophy, but I don't think any credit should be taken from any of these players who do well in the Mustangs Trophy encounter.
Exactly. So the 49th Mustangs Trophy was, we still have plenty of time left. So before we build up towards the toss time, let's take a look at how the pitch will behave today. We've seen plenty of runs being scored here at SSC Grounds. We have Arjuna Vaidsekara and Farviz Maharoof down at the centre analysing the Sinhalese Sports Club pitch, which will be used for this 49th Mustangs Trophy.
49th Mustang Trophy just few minutes away. It's going to be hot, it's going to be humid, it's going to be a tester for all the players. Out here for the pitch report on the same pitch with the 3-day game happened. Almost 750 runs were scored in the 3 days. To talk about the pitch, usual suspect Arjuna joins me. For the pitch report, Arjuna, how do you see this playing?
Good morning, Farid. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Oh my God, yes.
I'm sure you'll fancy to bowl with this new Kookaburra. It's a different game, coloured clothing, white ball. Let's see what this white ball is going to be played on today. Farid, as you said, it's a 3-day wicket, same wicket that we played on. What they've done is they've watered it, put some cut grass on the bare patches just to hold the topsoil together. And when you had a look at the wicket last evening, it still had a little bit of moisture. And even in the morning today, if I do this, you will see a little bit of moisture in the grass which is coming out, but this hot humid sun would make sure that there's not a single drop of water here will be left by the start of play. I reckon, Farid, that it's a bit of a funny wicket. I reckon that the ball may just hang up a touch bit in the morning session. Towards the afternoon, with the water evaporating, the wicket drying up, it's going to be a batting paradise, and I'm sure it's going to take a slight bit of turn with the cracks opening up towards the afternoon session.
Yeah, you heard from the man. As a captain, if I win the toss, I'll be in a dilemma. Number one, it's so hot and humid, I want to bat first. But underneath, there's a bit of moisture, so I want to exploit the conditions up top. So it's going to be interesting toss to see. And all together, conditions are out here pretty hot and humid.
Yeah, very interesting analysis from Arjuna and Farwez. It will be interesting what the captains would do at the toss. So we have Haritha Pereira in the middle with the two captains and the match referee to do the honours of deciding who will bat first and who will bowl first.
Hello and welcome. It's a perfect day and we are here for the toss in this one-day big match. Our match referee is Wendell Lebroy. Our fourth umpire is Shanta Fonseca. The coin will be handed over to Rehan Piris, the Royal skipper. Avinash Fernando, the Tomian captain, will make the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's heads.
It's a heads call. Avinash, you have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
Oh, that's very good. Nice. Good track.
Yes.
How do you prepare for important game?
We have one change from the big match, and Mino will be coming in and Aaron Kodithaka will be going out. As usual, we're hoping to get a good game.
So you have had a good game in the big match. You have had a decent run-up in the one-day matches that you have played. How do you look at the track and how many runs you think you should make?
I mean,
he's a belter, come on.
Obviously, SSC is a batting track. So we're hoping to keep probably 250 plus runs on the board and get them all out before.
The good thing about this, Avinash, is that you are not only opening, not only captaining, you have been very positive with it. I hope you will have the same positivity right through the game.
Yes, of course.
And all the best to you.
Thanks so much.
Rehan, lost the toss. If you won it,
yeah, I think
you would have batted.
Yeah.
Okay, but you've lost the toss. Any changes to the side that played in the 3-day?
There is 3 changes.
3 changes?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sead was injured.
Okay.
Indore in and Yasidu and Yasidu.
Okay, one more change. Okay.
Yes.
Looking back at it, like the Tomian skipper, you're also opening, is a builder of a track. You don't want to give too many runs to your opponents.
Yes.
What would be a good total for you to chase?
200 and 250 plus, I think.
Okay,
yes.
That's good.
We have a good bat.
Yeah,
we have a good balance.
You've had a good game. You are leading a very strong batting lineup, very experienced. How do you see preparing for this game and this game getting involved? Because there's a huge interest in the big match.
Yeah, we have an extra batsman and we have also we have a good bowling side.
Okay, and let's hope that we'll have a good game right through.
Thank you.
That was Rehan Piris, the Royal skipper. The Tomian captain called correct, and we were able to make sure that the Tomians will have a bat first.
All right, St. Thomas's College have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Here's the Tomian team card. There's one change. Minon Varnasurya coming in, the fast bowler coming in place of Aaron Kodithaka. Shastika, same just one change from the 3-day encounter. How do you see about this lineup for St. Thomas's College?
Yeah, they've got the additional quick, which is useful at SSC. We thought, especially at the big match, that St. Thomas's were lacking one more fast bowler. But that being said, playing the extra bowler, why St. Thomas's opted to bat first is quite contradicting to what we heard during the pitch report, because the pitch report clearly suggested that there were glimpses of signs that the ball would hang up initially. It will be harder for the batters. But anyway, that's the call that St. Thomas have taken. They should back it now.
Royal College have made 3 changes to their lineup from the 3-day encounter. They've brought in Sasindu Mapa, they've brought in Arachike Indura as well as Vevelvela. Yasindu Disanayaka, he's been left out. Mahir Kodithaka is left out, and Sehandu Surya Arachi, the right arm quick, he's injured. Harun, your thoughts on this lineup?
I think it's a much better balanced lineup, especially considering that this is the white ball format. Marp has a lot of experience under his belt, although he's not played a Royal Tomian 3-day encounter. Vevelvela is also a player with a lot of experience, and we saw him bat last year as well. He was not out when Royal won that encounter. And Indura, a young, interesting prospect that I too am yet to witness. Apparently is bowling very quick, 120 plus, and I'm sure the fact that now Royal will take first piece or will be bowling first, he will actually come in handy, especially with that pace, if he can actually land that ball at the right place.
Your thoughts on the Tomian decision now? Shashika was not in favour of St. Thomas's batting first, but as a Royalist, do you reckon Royal bowling first would be a good choice?
Actually, I don't mind, because if you look at how the bowlers bowled at the Royal Tomian, I thought their spinners were far better than how the Royal spinners bowled. If you take Abid Parnavidana, Shanil Pereira, those two I think will come in handy, especially as the wicket wears and tears as the day progresses. So if St. Thomas's can put anything more than 240, it's going to be really challenging in spite of Royal having this set of batsmen who are well experienced playing white ball cricket. I think they'll really ask a lot of questions if Abid and Shanil and also Rafael Hettige, mind you. I thought he bowled very well at the Royal Tomian. All those three bowlers will come in handy, and Gimhan Mendes with the new ball at the start will ask a lot of questions. So it will all depend on how much St. Thomas's can muster in that first innings. And if they do put down anything more than 240, 250, it's going to be a tough ask for Royal.
Exactly. So the news from the centre is St. Thomas's College have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. And as we build up towards the start of the 49th Mustangs Trophy, well before the start of the game, before toss also happened, the opening ceremony was held. Traditionally how big matches are started off with the two heads of schools and along with the special invitees were there to open the encounter, the 49th Mustangs Trophy. There's a lot of tradition involved, there's a lot of camaraderie between the two schools, there's a lot of history involved, so it's very important that you start off with that traditional opening ceremony. Shashika, it's always a great thing to be there, sing your college anthem and start off proceedings. Here are those pictures from the opening ceremony.
Yeah, that's a very important time, especially for the distinguished guests, the players. Some of them for the last time, they gather on their college flags, they sing the college anthems. They are welcomed by the chief guest for the game. So it indeed is a great time for the players just before they wind up and get ready to play the game. And all thoughts now would be processing within them as they approach the game and the toss, the coveted shield. Good times for the players.
Yeah, indeed. You take that group picture and that will be with you always as to the rest of your lives whenever you have that picture. Now with the new digital age coming in, Harun, I'm sure you would have had all those paper scraps from 2 decades ago, but if you had all these live coverages, all these pictures from Papare, you would have wished Papare was there 2 decades ago.
Yes,
no?
mind you, now most of those paper articles are like kind of wearing away, and it's so difficult to preserve some of those articles. And yeah, I think the boys playing today are so blessed, so privileged to be having a platform, infrastructure like Papare to hold their memories, to see their pictures, the videos. You talk about it, even 10 years from today, 20 years, they can always rewind and watch, which we didn't have the privilege to. I think Papare just launched when I played my final year, and that was just a basic camera, just they had a couple of interviews, and that was it. And I think that was the start of something big which has actually come into fruition now.
Yeah, indeed. In 2009, what Harun said started off the Papare, and now after 17 years, we are here bringing you all these live pictures with the use of over 20 cameras, showing all this coverage. And we talk about the playing conditions here. Now it's a 10 o'clock start, Shashika. Usually 50 overs games are started off at 9:45. Do you think that even that 15-minute will help the batters just to settle down the pitch? Here are the playing conditions of the 49th Mustangs Trophy.
Yeah, the only advantage that I see for the Tomians is, I would say it's an advantage, even though it's like a major disadvantage for every player, is a scorching weather. The temperatures have exceeded or surpassed 35 degrees. So I'm assuming there won't be any moisture around when the game starts. So that being said, as Harun also rightly mentioned, the Tomians have some good spinners with them. It's surely bound to slow down as the game progresses. But I saw an even covering of grass in the wickets, so I don't think it will slow down a lot. I still feel it will be better for batting as the day progresses, but let's hope from a Tomian's perspective that the spinners could really come in handy. come the second part of the game.
And also, Harun, now in these hot and humid conditions, Royal will be fielding first. It won't be easy if they stay on the ground for 50 overs and then come back to bat for another 50 overs. Especially for if you are a wicket keeper, it's very important that you stay hydrated.
Absolutely, I think it's a shortened lunch break as well. So like you said, more time you spend on the field, it's going to be very energy sapping. You lose a lot of water from your body. So batsmen will have to be very careful because they come in immediately, or basically in half an hour they are back in the middle. So I'm sure they've trained, they've conditioned themselves to play in this hot and humid weather. But you know, injuries can come up, players can kind of start cramping up. All of that will definitely come into the equation. But then again, these guys have been playing for the last 6-7 months. I'm sure the conditioning is such that they'll be able to last the 50 overs and still come back and play their part.
But if you get a chance to go and play right now, it will be very hard for you and for Shastika also. No?
It's a big no-no for me. Just walking from that end to this end alone, drained me quite significantly.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for these youngsters to play in these hot and humid conditions, but still we are expecting a cracker of a game in this 49th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Now, Shastika, I'll come back to you once again. St. Thomas's are batting first. What sort of a score do you think would be ideal for them to defend on this pitch?
Well, the captain himself mentioned it, 250 plus for sure. But with this dynamic Royal lineup, we saw the likes of Tevindu Wevalwala adding up to the batting lineup. He's a great batter. I coached him a few months ago as well at the club. So he himself will try to do his best. Decent batter. So that shows the depth that Royal has with the batting. So anything less than 250, I feel it will be a walk in the park for Royal. So 250 plus for sure.
Harun, what do you reckon?
I think from a Royalist point of view, if they can keep Tomians under 200, that's like a big win for them. To score anything under 4 runs per over in a 50 over encounter on a wicket like at the SSC, I think that's what the Royal contingent can ask for. Then again, even if St. Thomas's do get past 240, having the batsmen that we just mentioned of who have a wealth of experience playing white ball cricket, I personally feel that Royal should be able to pull it through. But the Royal Tomian is always a different encounter, and we saw that at the 3-day big match as well, where you may have the names, but it's the team that performs on the day that really calls the shots.
Yes, indeed, and we still have 15 minutes or so left before the first ball. So before we wrap up here, let's take a short commercial break, and we will be back before and discuss how this game will be played further. So stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare, bringing you this live coverage from the 49th Mustangs Trophy Encounter played between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia. So you can watch the match live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel 126, as well as on the Dialog Play App, as well as on thepapare.com. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with more as we build up towards the 49th Mustangs Trophy.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 278ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් DTV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 49th Mustangs Trophy Cricket Encounter between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia. We are bringing you these live pictures from Sinhalese Sports Club grounds in Colombo. We at the Papare, the official broadcasting partner, bringing you these live pictures on Dialog Television channel 126 on the Papare 1 HD, as well as on Dialog Play App and the papare.com website. Wherever you are, you can have your ways. If you have a TV, you all can watch it on Dialog Television. If you have a phone, you can watch it on the Dialog Play App. If you have a laptop or a PC, you can still watch it on the papare.com website. St. Thomas's College won the toss and they've elected to bat first. We start off the match at 10 o'clock local time, and I still have two of my guests, Shashrika Pusagola from St. Thomas's College and Harun Maujud from Royal College. Now we've had the 3-day encounter done. All now expectations are on this Mustangs Trophy. I think Harun, we were to play a day and night encounter, but because of the current crisis situation, the joint match organizing committee decided to have it as a day game. Your thoughts on firstly, playing here would have been very nice, but still you have social responsibility as well.
Yeah, I think from the part of the joint match organizing committee, I can understand the decision that was made, and probably the right decision at the time when the news was announced and what actually broke through over the last couple of weeks. But then again, it's disappointing as a spectator. I think it would have been really good to have watched a day and night game, a Royal Tomian encounter being played for the first time. Actually, even the family members were very anticipating to come and watch the day and night affair here. But nevertheless, I think, like you said, social responsibility matters most, and especially when things are not looking great and when we are trying to kind of conserve the fuel and the energy in the country. I thought the joint match organizing committee made the right decision, in spite, we being disappointed as fans.
Shashika, you've now had the chance to see games here at Sinhalese Sports Club. I think as players, as coaches, players, whoever it is, would have been very nice to have this day-night fixture, especially the underlights, that facility here at SSC Grounds, especially considering that next year it will be the 50th Mustangs Trophy.
Everyone was looking forward to this encounter, but somehow or the other, Royal Tomian, if you can recall the pandemic, the second day when the pandemic actually hit, things were sedate from there onwards. And this time around, second day, during the big match, we got to know about this crisis situation. And then I think from there onwards, as you rightly mentioned, there is a social responsibility to everyone in the committee as well. So they've made the right call. However, let's hope next time around, when the 50th encounter does come through, this will be a reality and a possibility.
Yes, indeed. And Harun, I think on paper, Royal still will come to this encounter. They've come in as favourites. They're bowling first. As a former Royal captain, what should St. Thomas's, how should they be proactively bat and make sure that they win the encounter this year?
I think they That's what they should focus on. And from Royal's point of view, just bowl on one side of the wicket. They've been very consistent in doing that, playing the tournament format, especially 80 over cricket. They just keep bowling on one side, which is not ideal for 3-day, mind you. But then when it comes to limited overs, I think they have kind of trained themselves to bowl tight in spite of or rather than going to take wickets.
Shashika, being a former Tomian vice captain, what should Royal do to make sure that they are the favourites and win the Mustangs Trophy for the second consecutive year?
Well, pretty simple. Keep the tally to less than 250. They've got a very high possibility of winning from there onwards. I think the tactics that they used at the big match probably could work this time around, even though it did not work during the big match. So, from a Tomian's point of view, on the other hand, once again, the opening pair, the skipper and Jaden Amaravira, they will surely hold the key, because it's only Rashawn Solomons who has some sort of experience after those two. So those three batters, they'll definitely hold the key for the Tomians, and if they are to make any sort of significant score, these three will have to come to play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure having you all here. So now let's head into the 49th Mustangs Trophy. The start, we have opening commentators all ready to start off the game, and we are all set to bring all these live pictures on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. So thank you very much, Harun. Thank you very much, Shashika. So let's now head into the game as the opening commentators are all ready.
Thank you, Damit. And there you go. We are all ready and set to go here at the SSC. The Mustangs Trophy, the 49th Mustangs Trophy is about to begin. Royal College, St. Thomas's College, the two lineups. Rehan Piris, captain in Royal, Hirun Lianarachi, Udanta Gangewat, the wicketkeeper, Vimata Dinsara, Ramiru Pereira, lots of experience. Tevindu Wevelwala, Sasindu Mahapa has come into this game, and that's the Royal lineup. We'll go through that later as well, as the players are ready to come out. St. Thomas's have won the toss, elected to bat first, and I think that was the way to go. Both teams were looking forward to bat first if they won the toss. Runs on the board, I think, is always going to be good. There will be a pressure chase in whatever score you put on. There's always a pressure chasing in these important big games. A young Tomian batting lineup, they'll be looking to put the runs on the board, show what they're capable of. And I think the Centurion, Amarera, he's going to be the key player for St. Thomas's at the top of the order. With the skipper, Royal will be looking to get those early breakthroughs. They know the two openers are vital, along with Solomons, who is in the lineup in the middle order. That's the Royal lineup taking the field. The two umpires for today on field, we have Chamara Soiza and Ravindra Vimalasili, two very experienced officials. Chandrika Amrasingh will be the TV umpire. Shanta Fonseca is our fourth umpire for today, and Wendell Labroy is the match referee for today's game. As we say, a very good morning to Danushka Colombo game.
Very good morning, and good morning to everyone watching on the Papare. 49th Mustangs Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas's, and I believe it's a good toss to win for the Tomians, especially considering both teams have a relatively stronger batting lineup compared to the bowling. However, Royal has come up with 3 changes, and I'm waiting to see the new fast bowler who has come in. As we see Jaden Amaruera in top form, Centurion had the big match, and he followed that up with another century on the following match in the season as well. Brought up 1,000 runs and high score of 109. So he will be key for the Tomians to get them off to a good start. Joining him is Methuka Gunaratna. In the 3-day game, Avinash Fernando, the captain, opened. However, slight change in the batting lineup, and Methuka is partnering up with Jaden Amaravira.
Yeah, Methuka batted at number 3 in the 3-day game. Didn't get many runs. Promoted up the order to open the batting. Tomians probably thinking they need a bit more experience, pushing Avinash Fernando down as well. There'll be a testing, do some testing in this game, no doubt about it. Trying to gain that small advantages. And young players as well. As we mentioned, the Royal, they have made a few changes, 3 changes in fact in the Royal lineup. They have brought in 3 young players. That's Methuka Gunaratna, who is at the non-striker's end. So Royal today, we have Sasindu Mahapa, Induvara, who is coming to the lineup, and Himaru De Silva. And Sehandu Surya, Rachi, Yasindu Disanayaka, and Mayuru Kodituaku are the 3 players missing out for Royal. St. Thomas's 1 change in this lineup for today. Minon Varnasurya is coming in to play this game instead of Aaron Kodituaku, who's been left out. So Gagan Gamage, he was the best bowler in the 3-day encounter. A good left arm seamer, young left arm seamer, good trier, a good thinker. For me, what I really was impressed was his thinking and his understanding and reacting quickly to the situations, Danushka.
Exactly, showed good aggression. Being on, I think he's only 14 years old and long way to go. And he runs in for the first delivery. Well left alone by Amaravira. What I saw is he had very good control and was able to move the ball both ways, and that was what got him the wickets in the 3-day game. Got 4 wickets, and I think he won the best bowler as well. And he starts from the commentary box and bowling to Jaden Amaravira. So both teams have made some changes to strengthen their bowling lineup. And this delivery coming back into Jaden, wrapped on the pads, still no runs. So both teams have worked on few changes to make their bowling strong. I think that's what was missing in the 3-day game. Both teams have a relatively strong batting lineup, but when it comes to bowling, I think they were not up to the mark, except for Gagan Gamage for the Royalists, and also for the Tomians. It was Gimhan Mendes, another left arm, who performed really well with the ball.
It's 2 slips in position to the left armour. Oh, that's very well bowled. And also what we noticed even in the 3-day encounter, he doesn't need really time to out straight away. He's on the mark. There are no looseners, no freebies. He's at the batter always. And bowls well to both the left-handers and the right-handers. Changes his angles really well. Has a good bouncer, good yorker, good young thinking cricketer. And it will be interesting to see how he goes with the white ball. You know, it's a lot of containment as well in limited over cricket. So that's where this will really test his skills.
This next delivery comes back into right hand, and he has the ability to move the ball both ways, I think, and he's doing that with very good control. And after the delivery to Jaden Amaravira, we see a field change as well. The second slip moving slightly towards Gali for the ball, which moves away. And as we speak, another change in the field. Another slips comes out and goes to mid-wicket. I wonder why that is, because he had quite an attacking field, got a thick outside edge as well a couple of balls ago.
I think he's opted to bowl more on that midland leg stump line, looking for an LBW. Probably to strengthen that onside field, and I think he's getting that ball to move into the right hand instead of going away. So they're probably thinking maybe we'll clip one in the air on the onside. There's another young fast bowler that has been brought into the Royal lineup. Looking forward to see him. I've been told he bowls with a good pace of 135 at a very young age. Something I'm looking forward to. That's outside the off stump. Just a 1 run, so good first over from Gamage. St. Thomas has won without loss on the first over.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Hiron Lianarachi to open the bowling from the tennis court end. I thought it would be the new fast bowler Induvara. However, all have gone with Hiron Lianarachi. As we see, his stats 6 matches, only 3 wickets, and but the economy rate is quite good, 17 years, and I think centurion from last year, Ricky.
Yes, he did a brilliant job last year with the bat, Lianarachi. He's been given the ball. They're going for the experience, so they have kept the other young pace bowler probably to be used during the middle period. one forced change as well for Royal. I've been told that Seandu Surya is not playing today. He's out because of injury. Interesting there. Amaravira walking across his. He likes to do that generally. That's his initial trigger movement to go towards the offside. And in return, Dinsara bowled it wide outside the off stump, dragged his length back as well. I think they really know Amaravira's wicket is the key here for.
In a one-day game, it's really important that they get off to a good start. Otherwise, in the middle part would be a bit hard. This delivery wide outside your stump.
Yes, most certainly. Royal are trying to frustrate the Tomians. They know it's an inexperienced lineup. So if they don't consider too many in the power play, then the Tomians will feel a lot under pressure. As you mentioned, Amaravira got a century versus Lumpini a few days ago, across the 1,000-run mark. Great achievement, and results are showing for his commitment, and for the form is shown right throughout the season. Missed out on that one, should have been punished. Now this is where I feel that Methuka Gunaratna could improve. Even in the 3-day format, they have opportunities for run scoring. He didn't pick up those opportunities. There are times you get good balls, a few good overs, tight overs, then the runs don't come. But in between, when you get that loose ball, you have to make sure you make it count and collect those runs. Short deliveries, full tosses will come your way. That's a pressure release shot. Has he got enough of it? He just has. Now that was the pressure from that previous delivery, isn't it, Danushka? Missed out on a full toss, and then he knew I have to break the shuttles, and trying to be do something different.
That's exactly, Rick. He went across the line. It was a good delivery, but he took a chance to clear the field. I believe he was lucky that time. Almost the mid-on fielder almost got to the ball, and Liana Rachi is not giving too much space for the batsman to work with. So next delivery, very well bowled, moving away from Amaravira, chasing it, and that's the end of the second over. St. Thomas's 4 runs for no wickets.
Wow, cheese max rase, cheese onion tempo happy. Melbourne tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Kothulu numeris cheese and onion rosetta. Melbourne tempo happy, kata gassena rase.
Another good delivery come again to start off the third over. He's been on the money, not giving the batters any room at all outside the off stump to free their arms. So this has put that added pressure on Gunaratna. It's good to see the kids. They're out there early in their numbers. The parents as well. This is more of a family affair, the Mustangs Trophy generally, than the 3-day encounter. A lot of people were looking forward for the day-night encounter. A lot of tickets have been purchased thinking it was a day-night game, but due to the fuel crisis, rightly so, the joint committee have taken the decision to convert it or to play it as a day game. Slightly uppish, didn't time it as well. It's very hot, it's very humid out there, but still it's going to be an enjoyable day, no doubt about it, once the Papare bands and the music starts playing. So come in early, book your seats. and it will no doubt be a good day for cricket.
Yes, exactly. I think a bit disappointing that we couldn't get the day-night game at SSC this year, but however, believe it, as you said, correct decision taken by the committee to make it a day game. And the next delivery played towards covers, a very risky single. I believe he was gone for all the money if he had hit the stumps. Let's see the replay. Went straight to the fielder. I don't think there was a single there. Yes, but the throw was very wayward, not close.
Yeah, if he had a direct hit, probably would have been gone, touch and go. Difficult one it would have been for the third umpire. This time gets it around the corner. He's bowling to his field, Gamage. He's bowling stump to stump. He has good protection on the onside. It's a good thinking by skipper Rehan Pires there, giving the right field to his young left arm seamer.
I think with Amaravir moving across the stumps, Ricky Gagan has a good chance of getting him on the pads as well. So I believe that's the thinking behind this field which is set. Next delivery played uppishly, falling just in front of the mid-on fielder. So both batsmen living on the edge, Ricky.
Yeah, he's indicating that the ball isn't coming on to the bat. But you can see not much of footwork there. I think he's struggling a bit against the left arm seamer. In fact, that angle, because he's bringing it back, you could see that Gunaratne has a bit of doubt in planting his front foot forward, rightly so. See him, he's playing many of his shots just from the crease. Most of it's his hands that are going towards the ball. His left foot isn't moving. 3 overs done, 6 without loss.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Hot and spicy fun heat. Take it on the episode. Prima kotumi. Fun tamai.
So Liana Rachi will continue. Foolish delivery once again on the money. He has a well spread out field. Just one slip catching. Third man is moving a bit squarer. Sweeper cover as well. 3 in the 30-yard circle. Point extra cover mid-off. There is that trigger movement from Amaravira moving towards the off stump. He plays it well. Yes, like you mentioned in the last over, he's an LBW candidate when you do that. But he's managed to somehow work out his game and always get bat on ball. He's not fallen LBW. That's his something he's grown up with since his young age, and he's been successful, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I think he has very good hand-eye coordination, and even in the 3-day game, I rarely. Next delivery, short pull, but didn't get hold of it. They cross over for a single. Even the 3-day game, I didn't see him wrapped on his pads much. So that shows that he, even though he has that trigger movement, he always gets his bat in front and gets it on the bat. Reminds me of Steve Smith from Australia, and when he's in form, you cannot. It's very hard to stop him. Same way, if you're not in form, there's a chance of getting him LBW as well.
Soft hands, good batting, drop and run. On the other end, Gunaratne looks totally out of form to me. He hasn't timed anything so far. His 3 runs have all been mistimed shots. It's been lucky. There have been a few that have gone in the air, fallen short of fielders. He's certainly struggling. Probably 1 or 2 shots off the centre of the bat, and it will make him a total different player. That's what he needs, young Abethuka Kudaratna. You go again, very tentative. A nothing shot there, just a poke outside the off stump. He didn't get many runs in the big match, the 3-day encounter. Came in with a lot of promise. I think that's working on his mind as well. The pressure is telling. He just needs a couple of good shots, and I'm sure he'll come into his own.
So I think he's trying to hit the ball too hard as well. Ball is not really coming on. That's a wide delivery way outside the off stump. Medhuka chasing it, lucky not to get an edge. So I think he's trying to hit it too hard, Ricky, and he still has not got the pace off the wicket. And like you said, once he gets a few deliveries off the middle of the bat, that might change his outlook. But for now, he seems out of sorts and compared to Amaravira. But it's important that he looks for those quick singles like Amaravira did in the last over.
Excellent last 3 deliveries from Lianarachi. They were outside the off stump, but it's got a bit of a sideways movement as well. Beaten the bat thrice. 4 overs done, 10 without loss.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural.
Gagan Gamage to continue, and this time down the leg side, another wide delivery. So a few extras helping the Tomians. 4 overs, 11 going at almost just 3 runs per over. Ricky, what do you think would be a good total on this track?
Interesting question. It looks a track that to me there is at least 250 runs on offer. The ball is coming onto the bat well. Good surface. This is the same surface in fact that was used for the 3-day game, but then it's been watered, it's been rolled, and it's good to see colleagues we know out there enjoying themselves in the stand there at the barn, waving the flags. They're out there early in their numbers. Yes, I think it's a 250 track, and if St. Thomas's get to that score, then there'll be a lot of pressure on Royal. Royal has a strong batting lineup, experienced batting lineup in Ramiru Pereira, Rehan Pires, we have Dinsara, Hirun Lianarachi, who's had 100 at this game last year as well. So they have some good firepower, and St. Thomas's need that side of total to try and defend. Anything below 200, I think then Royal will certainly have a very good chance. But if they get close to the 250 mark, there will be a fight on.
Yes, I think 250 would be a good score, especially like you said, considering the Royal batting lineup. And I think the Royal's target would be to keep the Tomians maybe under 200, which would make the chase quite easy for the Royalists, because their top order is a very impressive batting lineup on the books. A lot of aggressive batsmen who can really go after the bowling, and the Tomians don't have a very strong bowling lineup as well.
Yes, and Vimat Dinsara didn't make runs in the 3-day game, but he's a very experienced white ball player. Sri Lanka under-19 captain, captain of the Sri Lankan side in the World Cup. So he's played a lot of white ball cricket, and he knows the tempo of the game, how to build the innings, how to control innings, control a run chase. He's been there at the biggest stage. So that is what Royal will be looking forward to in their run chase, along with Ramiro Pereira, who has played at that level as well. So they will certainly feel whatever score St. Thomas's get, we can chase it down. I think Royal are in that mindset for sure.
Yes, exactly. And speaking about Vimat Dinsara, he's yet to make a big score at the Royal Tomians, so we'll be looking forward to seeing him bat. And
Royal will be hoping today is the day. St. Thomas's will be hoping it's not his day. Probably next year. Or whatever. Can he play another year? I don't think so. So, yes, Tomians will be hoping that he will fail yet another year as well. Well, certainly some entertainment in our ears as well from our backroom staff. Outside edge, lucky. Amaravira would have had his heart in his mouth. Beautifully bowled by Gamage, the wicket keeper. He went for it, just could not get his glove. Lucky boundary for the Tomians to end the 5th over, 17 without loss.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Prima Kotumi, Fantamai.
Yo, Chunky tamai wachane. Chunky and then manga herenne. Chunky wandiaka mama yanne. Chunky lindeng at the ginanala. Chunky.
Rilachi continuing to his 3rd over. That's a good shot. Gunaratna, he pounced on something short and that was smashed in front of square. Welcome boundary. Very first delivery in the 6th over. St. Thomas's, they are motoring along. 21 for no loss, and I'll be joined by the pitch doctor. Arjuna, morning to you.
Morning, Fabrice. Top shot there by Methuka. St. Thomas's just pegged down a tad bit. Probably the conditions at the SSC allowing Royal bowlers just to get on top.
There enough movement, Arjuna. Whenever Arachi or Gamage had hit the right length, even the last, take a look at the shape there. It's just that the consistency has been lacking with the Royalist seam bowlers.
Certainly, Faris. Consistency lacking in the seam department, but also inconsistency on the wicket itself. You see certain deliveries just going through to the keeper and certain deliveries just hanging back a bit. And certainly if you bowl that 5th, 6th stump line which Royal is currently occupying, the ball seems to be doing something when he hits those grassy patches.
Yeah, beautiful delivery again. Just the right length, right line with a slip in place, inviting the batter in the front foot. Leonardo, whenever he has got the length right, he has found movement. Gunaratna, 7 of 20 deliveries. Jade Namarira, 10 of 12 deliveries. A seeded start, got to be said. You were spot on at the pitch report. You did mention probably 2-pace pitch in the morning, since we did feel a little bit of moisture, but that I think, Arjun, in the next half an hour or so, you expect that to vanish as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, changes can do occur, and St. Thomas is certainly making a change right on the top of the batting order. His keeper Avinash Fernando dropping himself down to number 3. Methuka, who came in number 3 at the big one, opening the innings this time. Amarira has a hike at it. Gets a good part of his willow, but unable to pierce that mid-off fielder. You can see a little bit of power hitting coming into play. They're trying to force that ball through, not trying to time it. Struggling with the timing, isn't it?
Yeah, even before the ball was delivered, he has already made his mind that he had to go big. But unfortunately, not the case. Short aside with no fielders patrolling the boundary. That's a freebie, as Amaravira smashes it over square leg for another boundary.
That was a hit me ball. It said hit me all over, and Amaravira just did that. What sort of score do you reckon Faris? Going at 5.5 over? Close to 300, 290? Anything over 280?
I think anything over 275 will be a winning score. Looking at how the pitch is behaving, it's been used a couple of weeks ago in a 3-day game. It's on the slower side. I think 250, 260 will be par, but anything more is certainly the Tomians will be happy. Change the field, the slip disappears to deep square leg. 5 fielders in the offside, 4 in the leg side. The 2 fielders patrolling the boundaries at deep square leg, and third man. Fuller and smashes over extra cover. Jaden Amarveera carrying on his good form from the 3-day game. End of the 6th over. 31 for no loss.
Yo, Chunky tamai wachane. Chunky and then manga herenne. Chunky wandiya ka mama yanne. Chunky lindeng edagena nala. Chunky club ekේ වැඩ දාලා. Chunky nange mage ආදරේ.
Chunky kiyanne matad oya. Chunky shot එකක් කනවා මෙයා. මේ Chunky part මොකටද අයියෝ? Chunky Chalk stay dena දෙයියෝ. So hunky so crunchy your trunks. Chunky Chalks love Chunky live Chunky Chunky Chalks.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV 20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අදම ගෙදරගෙන.
Gamage will continue. Yeah, he's been very impressive, young Gagan Gamage. I thought for a 15-year-old, he's showing a lot of maturity with the new ball. Very impressive in the 3-day game. And even today, into his 4th over, have been superb, Arjuna.
Definitely, the lad seems to be running in quite hard. He wants to make an effort, he wants to make an impact. It'll be good to see the contest between him and the back of Jaden Amarveera.
Oh, beats him outside edge. Gunaratna is living a dangerous life just outside the yaw stump.
Faris, if you watch this boy's action, Gamage, you know, he's got this nice rhythmic run up, and also his action, his bowling action, allows him to bowl the off cutter, the standard off cutter from a left armer, and also he's able to bring that ball in and send it out as well. So it's going to be very important that Amarveera and Methuka Gunaratna watches this boy's hand from the point of delivery.
Down mid wicket should be a boundary. That's a poor delivery. Asking to be put away, and it's raining boundaries at the SSC.
It's a top shot. Methuka scores his second boundary. St. Thomas is getting some life going into this innings, getting some momentum, and that's the right thing to do.
A brilliant shot. 6.3 overs in Thomas's College now, motoring along with 35 for no loss. Down the leg side, square leg in place, and he misjudges it. And I think the fielder at square leg palmed it over for a 6. Is that so? Pretty sure the on-field umpires will consult the third umpire. That should have been taken, in my opinion. It completely. Middle of the bat, one-hand effort, and gets a good palm at it, and goes all the way. That should be a 6.
Top shot. He made some good connection over that. I'm sure the fielder could have done a bit more, come around it, perhaps, you know, anticipated that a bit more earlier than what he did.
Rolling forward, rolling forward. Just rock and roll it there, please. Rock and roll it there, please. Rolling forward, rolling forward. Yeah, boundary 6, confirm boundary 6. Please focus the on-field umpire.
Wow, having a look at that replay, Faris, that was about another good 5 to 10 yards for the ball to travel. And he did a kind of a David Dyer.
Yeah, misjudged it. Unfortunately, the field had squarely that should have been taken at this level. Rubbing salt into the wound, not only a drop catch, it goes for a 6 as Ravinder Vimnasiri gets the confirmation from the third umpire. 41 for no loss after the sedate start in the first few overs, St. Thomas College. They'll be hoping that the man in form, Amaravira, will continue. And the young boys have to move from the side screen area. That's a day no-go zone when the bowler is bowling from the particular end. Umpires are not happy.
Faris, I'm not sure whether to say this on air, but we were just praising this young left-arm fast bowler, and he's been taken for a boundary and half a dozen in the very next 2 balls.
It has happened to me before as well. Commentators curse. But being said that, I just love the way the young boy came back in the Battle of the Blues. The first spell he was on the shorter side, nerves would have taken the better of him. But come the second day, even the first day evening, he was superb, even in the second innings.
True fast bowlers union backing up.
That's a good comeback and good understanding between Amaravira and Gunratna.
St. Thomas is certainly showing some urgency. They're putting some intent, and amidst having boundaries to their names, they're still focused on getting that quick single as well.
If anyone joining the coverage now, St. Thomas College won the toss and elected to bat first on a hot and a muggy and a humid day. Shot aside, a dot delivery to end the 7th over is 42 for no loss.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Six runs per over being maintained by St. Thomas College, bringing the first change in the bowling for Royal College. It's going to be some spin, left arm spin. Himaru De Silva is going to operate from the tennis court's end with a slip in place. I think that's a right move, maybe just anticipating some turn.
I thought he bowled exceptionally well in the 3-day game, Faris. He plugged one end down, he bowled a good nagging line. He didn't allow the Tomian batsman to get free runs.
Long off and mid-wicket are the 2 fielders patrolling the boundary. That's a good start, right on the money. I love this field mainly because there's only 3 fielders in the leg side. Giving that invitation, skipper of Royal College, to St. Thomas Barrett, if you want to go against the turn, good luck to you. Coming down the track, straight to mid-on. Arjuna, you've been wandering around the SSC with some hangers and cups in your hands. Would you like to let us know what's this all about?
Well, certainly, Faris. We spoke about the cups. These are the specially designed cups for the Royal Tomian. These are designed, which is 100% recyclable, made out of wheat grain. And out of the 3 days, we have collected almost approximately 22,000 cups. And the first batch of recycled cups has been turned into hangers. It's called the Yanger, and there's a small story about this. It is all to do with the Royal Tomian. It's not about cricket itself, but it's also about beyond the boundary, what we call the community social responsibility program by the Royal Tomian. So these are the hangers for everyone's view. The hangers made out of these recyclable cups that have been used during the 3 days of the Royal Tomian. It takes 5 cups to make 1 hanger, and there's a story to this. Producing 1 million recycled yangers, or hangers rather, need approximately 2.6 billion kilojoules of less energy. It uses 2.6 billion kilojoules less. and also it emits around 96 metric tons less of carbon dioxide to the environment. So, and all proceeds from the sales of these hangers goes back into the Yagirala rainforest restoration. So the Royal Tournament is not only about the cricket, the value sets, the traditions, but it's also about responsibility for it. And the project is called Beyond the Boundary.
You heard it from the man itself, beyond the boundary. What a wonderful gesture to give it back. End of the 8th over, 43 for no loss.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Move Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
වාජ්‍ය සේවක ඔබට විශේෂී දීමනාවක් ඕනෑම ස්මාර්ට්ෆෝන් එකක් මාස 12න් ටික ගෙවන්න ගන්න. අවම මූලික ගෙවීම රුපියල් 6550 සිට ඔබ ළඟම බවුන්ස් එකට යන්න.
As we come back, Royal making their second change. Uduwala, the right arm off spinner, operating from the com box end.
Dushen Udawala. Right arm off spinner coming round the wicket straight away to the right-handed batter. Average of 34.3. Lot to work on, but certainly looks like a bowler. Likes to contain. Just to finish up on the story that you shared, Arjuna. You said beyond the boundaries. Would you like to elaborate more about what you just mentioned?
Yeah, Beyond the Boundary also stands in terms of the 147 years of traditions and values. And the key word is responsibility as well. So the Royal Tournament is known for its values, traditions and responsibility. As an initiative of Beyond the Boundary, the Royal Tournament Joint Match Organizing Committee started this community responsible project. We'll come back to that. That's a boundary by Amaravira. Started this community responsibility project with the Joint Match Organizing Committee funds generated from the Royal Tournament, giving to for the last 3 years we have been donating it to the Lady Ridgeway Children's Hospital. Why Children's Hospital? Because it's a game played by students and children. And last year, under my stewardship, we decided to change and go to the Children's Hospital at Maragama, the cancer hospital, where we donated drug infusion machines. So Beyond the Boundary is not only about having a tamasha, but also doing community responsibility projects.
In short, being responsible. And talking about responsible, that has been Amaravira's story in the last couple of weeks or so. Runs in the Battle of the Blues, and he continues his good form with back-to-back boundaries. The first one, middle of the bat, and second, depth touch towards third man.
St. Thomas is maintaining a very good run rate. I was expecting around 40-45 in the first 10, but they're already at 52. And we're in the 9th over. Amaravira on 22, Gunaratna on 21. It's interesting to see whether there's a little bit of turn on this track. Once again, Amaravira cuts hard. That's another boundary.
Make it 3 out of 3. The pace that Udawala is bowling is just a matter of batters finding the right placement. The rest will take care of itself because Udawala is just firing the ball in. These kind of a surface, you got to sign that braveness to slow it down. That's where in the last over, Himaru Silva was very impressive. Valiant attempt by the sweeper cover. Not just good enough.
Faris, you being in the bowlers union, would you love to bowl on a track like this?
Talking about cricket, yes, I would love to, but thinking of the heat, I don't think so. Mid-off in place, and Ramiro Pereira safe as houses. Going for the 4th boundary in the over. Jaden Amaravira found the middle of the bat, but unfortunately finds Ramiro Pereira at mid-off.
He found the middle of the bat, but he also found the middle of the massive hands of Ramiro Pereira. Just couldn't pierce that gap. He got a good leather on that. He just went traveling very fast. Ramiro did not have to move an inch. Came straight to his palms, and he gobbled that up with quite an ease. This is interesting. He's checking for a no ball. Oh, Maruf, is there something behind that white line?
Just take it back. Can you zoom up this replay, please? Can you zoom up this? Director, can you zoom up this replay? Yeah, rolling forward, rolling forward. Yeah, I can see there is nothing behind the crease. It's a no ball. It's a no ball.
I tell you what, this is a close call. This is going to be a very, very important occasion in the game because it is Jade Namarui, the man in form, and we've just been confirmed. Third umpire thinks there's nothing behind the line. Hence, it's a no ball, rubbing salt into the wound. Off spinner bowling, a free hit delivery to a right-hander, Jade Namarui.
Oh, this is the bowlers union standing next to me. Faris Maruf is flabbergasted and he still thinks there was something behind the line. And this is the typical bowlers union backing themselves up. Faris, to tell you the rule, there has to be something behind the white line. The line belongs to the umpire.
Everyone will have their own opinions, but I thought it's a 50-50 call. Sometimes it goes to the batter, it goes to the bowlers. But benefit of the doubt, as it's in the most occasions, it goes to the batter, and Jade Namarui.
Spoken like a true bowler. Spoken like a true bowler, Faris.
Right, free hit. Just to remind our viewers, the field cannot change since the batter did not change for a single. So the two fielders saving the boundary is at sweeper cover and long on. In the slot, long on in place. He'll be a mere spectator as the ball lands in the stands as the 9th over ends 63 for no loss.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Spicy fun hit, take a gun, they upset Prima Kotumi, fun tamai.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
As you come back, St. Thomas is maintaining a run rate of 7. The 63 for the loss of no wickets in the 9th. 10th over just started. Faris, if he had a replay on that last shot, the free hit of Jaden Namarui, that had a crew of 2 and a meal on it. Landed almost at Vidyamawata.
Wonder which island you're talking about. The last 5 overs has gone 53 runs. The first 4 overs, just 10 runs. Shows the dominance by the Tomians, doing the hard work in the first 4 overs, just getting used to the pace out there, and all of a sudden, it's raining 4s and 6s.
I feel De Silva, the left-arm orthodox, is the key to this Royal bowling lineup. He seems to strangle the Tomian batting in the 3-day. He's shown signs of doing it even now, today in the 1-day. He's actually bowling a very good line, a good length. He's slowing it, he's tossing it up in the air. And as I said it, commentators curse as Gunaratna hits him past the bowler, past mid-on for a boundary.
Gunaratna in the last over had the best seat in the house at the non-strikers end when Amarveer was smashing 4s and 6s against the off-spinner. And he wants to join the party as well. That was right in the slot, mid-on in the circle, going against the turn. But the ball was full, asking to be put away, middle of the bat, and off it goes.
It's really good batting. It's not hitting, it's good batting.
Good comeback, very good comeback. De Silva showing a lot of maturity here. Any other bowler would have loved to fire it in, but not De Silva, slowing it down.
Although he conceded a boundary, he's still given away only 6 runs and he's just into his last ball of his second over. St. Thomas is maintaining almost 7 runs per over. Not doing much, but batting intelligently and batting really well. End of the 10th, St. Thomas has 68 for no loss.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
Yeah, Tomians going on a run spree here at the SSC. The last 5 overs have yielded them over 50 runs, and thanks to some excellent batting between Amaravira and Gunaratna. They started off very sedate. The first one, missing a bowling change from the Vidya Mountains. Ramiro Pereira, the experienced seasoned campaigner, things understood, and he's gone up to his captain and asked for the ball. That's Pereira's one-day stats. Just 5 wickets, 33 overs, decent economy rate. A locked will bank on Ramiro Pereira, the highest wicket taker in the 3-day or in the 2-day tournament as well. As I'm joined with Haritha, I think it's a great start that Tomians have had. They couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, thank you and good morning everybody. Yes, Harun, it's a belter of a track, no questions about that. Both teams mentioned 250. I think 275 should be a pass score. Amaravira, how lucky he can be.
As lucky as he can get, as that ball was a ripper from Pereira. A little bit of turn. We saw in the pitch report that Vaidesekara mentioned it's a funny track. There's a bit of moisture. The ball is holding up a bit. And turn on the first hour of play is something that you don't see very usually at SSC. But nonetheless, I think both have batted very calmly. They saw that difficult period, the first 5 overs, just going for about 15 to 20 runs. And from that point on, I think it's been raining boundaries for the Tomians, partly due to some good batting and also due to some very lackadaisical bowling from the Royalists. It's a close one that was pitched in line but went on with the arm.
50th player Ramiro Pereira, a lot of experience, great success. This is a superb delivery. Yeah, good decision. He has played club cricket, he has a lot of experience.
The Royalists will count on his experience. That's 11 gone. St. Thomas is in a formidable position, 70 for no loss. Highlights from the power play. We saw that close near miss for Royal of Amaravira. I think twice lucky. Some good shots off the pads, both with Gunaratna. I think this too was a misjudged attempt, which yielded Tomians 6 runs. But I thought Amaravira really took Dushen Udavela to the cleaners. This was the unfortunate instance where he had marginally stepped on the line. But from that point on, we saw some big blows and boundaries rain for the Tomians.
There's a message from the Joint Match Organizing Committee to the schoolboys. This is a schoolboy game. Enough to eat and drink for the schoolboys in the boys' tent. So come over, watch the cricket. You're not too late. There's a lot of hydration work that the organizers have arranged for. And food too.
Yeah, definitely the party atmosphere does continue at the Mustangs event. Maybe not at the scale or the euphoria that you would experience at a 3-day, but
that will be there in the barn.
We have the paddock, we have the Mavericks, I think some...
And the OTSC.
Absolutely.
70 years for OTSC. NL Pereira, there I told your message.
Sensible batting here by the Tomians. They've understood the situation. The two batters out in the middle. They have laid that platform. And I think one of these two can bat right through. I think St. Thomas's will be in the driver's seat. Royal will have a lot to do to get themselves back into this match. Most certainly 2 wickets, 3 wickets will have to kind of come their way if they are to kind of make inroads and, pick the scoring rate of St. Thomas's.
Himar Disilla just losing his line a little bit. Yeah, the change they made to bring in or rather promote Metuka Gunaratne in place of the skipper Avinash Fernando, it's paid off for the moment, but I think there's a lot more to be done.
I think it was the right move as well, Haritha, considering that Avinash relatively is a slow starter, and the fact that you want to maximize on the power play. Gunaratne is someone who takes the attack to the bowlers, and as we can see on screen, he's got 29 or 43, so he's played at a decent pace. That's the end of over number 12, 74 for no loss St. Thomas's.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Back to win the Rasakhana blast.
Hoina item, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare.
Rasa patu ena make it Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
We are live from the SSC Grounds here in Maitland Place. You're with the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The 49th Battle of the Blues in Colombo, one-day encounter for the Mustangs Trophy being played. The 49th one-day encounter between these two schools. Pereira teasing the batter.
He'll play a crucial role if Royal are to strike. I think his experience in playing white ball cricket, his leg spin will definitely come in handy. He's caught his length earlier. That's a very good thing for Ramiro.
Yeah, I can understand. He's your style. And this is his last match for Royal in the big match series. They'll watch him. They'll watch him very carefully. St. Thomas is celebrating 175 years this year. Monumental task. They made the 175th anniversary Lifetime Achievement Awards for 2026. Coaching staff, the backup staff for School by the Sea in Mount Lavinia. 7 of them received those Lifetime Achievement Awards. One was Deshamanya Vidya Jyoti, architect Cecil Ashley DeVos. The other one was Deshbandhu Anura Punchi Banda Tennakon. Then there was Rajkumar Ranganathan, Major General retired Lohan Clement Rodrigo Gunawardana, RSP, VSV, USP.
Decent over by Ramiro. 13 gone, 77 for no loss in Thomas's.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Presence, confidence, strength,
freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and well, everything in between.
Yeah, Harun, I'll just go through with that list. 4 of them I mentioned. Then there's Kumar Borlas, Dr. Sarath Dialvis Senaviratna, and Daniel Edrisinghe. 3 of them have been involved with Tomian cricket. Anura Tenakon, Kumar Borlas, and Sarath Senaviratna, Dr. Sarath Senaviratna. One of them with hockey, Sir Daniel Edrisinghe. I said sir because he was the one who was in charge of basically hockey at St. Thomas's for ever since I remember, from my days. Kumar Borlas has been more than just a cricketer. Rajkumar Ranganathan was involved with rugby, he still is. Ramiru.
Very prominent names that you mentioned, Harita. I think the rich history and legacy of St. Thomas's, all those names that you've mentioned have gone on to do a lot, not only for their schools but for the society as well at large. And wishing the Tomians all the very best and a big congratulations on their 175th celebration.
Thank you, Arun. Very nice of you. And there was another very important award, Special Service Award on behalf of St. Thomas's College. That was engineer Muthukuda Nail Vijayasuriya. He had made cash donations to Trinity, Bishops and St. Thomas's. That's a massive, monumental amount, each one of them. So thank you very much, Nail Vijayasuriya. He is known not only in the engineering sphere but also in the corporate field, entrepreneur and everything else that goes with it.
That's the beauty of these two schools. I believe the products that actually come out from these two institutions, they go on to society, they go on to corporate, they start their own thing. Some wonderful pictures here at the Sri Lanka Cricket.
This is a new aspect, I'll tell you that much.
That's a massive crew, mind you. For a Papare band, I'm sure that must
not
be pretty
only Papare
noisy.
band, they were all over Maitland Place when I was coming here.
Good to see. 14 gone, 80 no loss in Thomas's.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Coming back to these pictures, the band is in full swing here at the SSC, at the Sri Lanka Cricket stands. It's a massive contingent, Harita. I'm sure it's surpassing 100 members in that.
100? You are joking.
Must be quite more, I suppose. Just look at that, playing in unison and in sync. Wonderful pictures here brought to you by the Papare.
Dasa group one time was at the top of the corporate field in this country.
Ramiru to continue. I think the two bowlers bowling in tandem have done a reasonable job over the last 3 overs to kind of tie things down. The boundaries have dried up somewhat, but nonetheless I think the Tomians have...
Now that's the full picture.
Ah, there you go. My God, yeah, it's easily more than 100 members in that band.
They're still coming in, I'll tell you that much.
I wonder how the dugouts are.
Dugouts will be full. I've been told the barn is absolutely full. The OTS is sold out. And just to remind you again, there's enough for the school boys at the boys' tent, the respective boys' tents, to eat and drink. And the security is also provided. So come and watch the cricket. A good game is building up.
Indeed, with the start that the Tomians have, they have laid that foundation to go big, to make a big total here. and Royal too possess the batsmen that they need to bat along to chase this total. 4 experienced batters who have played a lot of white ball cricket at both school and junior levels, as well as district, provincial, you name it. Pereira, Dinsara, Dinsara and Piris. They'll have a lot to do in the second half.
He is really working on the patience of Jaden Amaravira, Ramiro Pereira. This is a superb spell he started with. He's only into his 3rd over. He's been very economical. Just 6 runs. Well bowled again. Testing the batter's patience. Good cricket. This is the sort of absorbing cricket you want to see. Just after St. Thomas has got into a rollicking period of scoring runs, he's got the breaks.
So there is protection for that late cut, which Jaden Amaravira has had a lot of success. Keen tussle between bat and ball, mind you. 15 gone, 81 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න. හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
So 81 without loss. Fantastic start by the Tomians, winning the toss, important toss, and they decided to bat first. They've had their fair share of luck, but were certainly capitalized on that luck, and has been the start they were looking forward to. Amaravira was expected, as always, to score runs, 41 over 42. Gunaratna has come good, 34 over 49. Struggled in the first initial part of this innings, didn't time the ball, looked to be out of sorts. Then, as we mentioned, a couple of good shots, and it has got him going. That's that the Papare band there in the stands. That's beautifully played. Once again steered into the gap on the offside. Induvara has been introduced into the attack. Young man, spoken about highly, lot of talent. I was told that bowls around 135 at this stage as a youngster. Still finding his feet in this level of cricket. Arachige Induvara. And has a lot of promise. Royal will be hoping that he's the one that could get the breakthrough. It's a foolish delivery, steered away through the offside. They'll come back for 2. Faris, it's always nice to see a youngster, isn't it, running in hard, fresher, given the opportunity here at the big stage. I was speaking to Coach Gamini Pereira before the game, and he says this boy bowls at 135 Ks at practice and at the practice matches they've had, and they've given him this opportunity to see how good he will be at this level, and they are hoping that he will come good. That's the crowd. They're enjoying the game already. They are out there in their numbers. The tents are filling up. There you go, a bit of pace, missed time, looking to play through the offside. Scramble through for a single. Overthrows. Luck is going St. Thomas's way. The wicketkeeper opted to go at the non-strikers, and there was no protection, nobody there at that mid-on region to come across and cut that one off. And 5 runs to the batter. We'll take a look at it once again. Was that needed? Yeah, he was all in his crease, but no one to stop that one. So 5 more to the Tomian total.
Yeah, all going Tomian's way. I thought the wicket keeper, big question, could he have backed out? I probably think so. And even the backing up fielder at mid-on was not ready for it. A beautiful delivery. Hint a moment away. bit of aggression in Dinsara. Just on the young man, as far as I'm concerned, it's not about bowling 130s or 135s. It's all about your body language, your aggression being shown. And certainly young Dinsara has what it takes. Chamara D'Souza, on-field umpire, standing from the tennis coach and partnered by Ravinda Vimalasiri, who's at square leg. Very, very experienced.
Wide outside the off stump. Called a wide. Umpire Chamara D'Souza. So he's still nervous out there. You could see, as we mentioned, running in hard. Got a bit of movement, late movement. Goalkeeper did well. But it's good to see the seniors around him.
This is the encouraging part of being a fast bowler, playing at the SSC. Even with a slightly older ball, the ball is still seeming a little bit for the young man. The two seam bowlers up front did find some movement. That occasion, it was a cross-seamer by Dinsara, not too comfortable bowling seam up. I think when the ball is doing a little bit, you got to go seam up. But this shows the inexperience of Dinsara, straight away opting to go cross seam.
Yeah, thinking quickly. You have to think on your feet in this format, the white ball format, where there's 50 overs T20 cricket. The game moves really fast. You have to do what works for you at that moment. Once again, Amaravira steers it through that offside. Good hands there. Moves up to 49, 16 done and 92 without loss.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයි සේවරි හරියෝනේ.
Spicy chattakata, spicy savory rasa, munchy savory nuts.
So the flags are flying high here. The boys out there, the school boys, the prefects with their flags around the boundary line. They are loving it to be in casual attire, colored clothing, unlike in the 3-day game. Ramiro Pereira, the experience. He's bowled 3 overs for 6 runs already.
Just on the kit, Ricky, I think big thumbs up should go to the kit designers for both the sides kits. Looking very nice, very sharp. Color contrast brilliant. Certainly a big thumbs up to the designer.
Yeah, they're looking very good indeed, certainly. And that's another fantastic half century. Jed Amaravira once again has shown that the form is permanent. 50 of just 46 deliveries, 6 fours, 1 6, striking at 108. 50 in the first innings of the Royal Tomians, 100 not out in the second innings. And now another half century here in the Battle of the Blues in the Mustangs Trophy. Not forgetting, he got 100 a few days ago. Was as a Lumbini as well, crossing that 1,000-run mark. So what excellent form he has been in the last 2 weeks.
A direct hit in the last delivery would have had Gunratna in trouble. Hesitation in the middle, but unfortunately the cow point field misses the stumps.
This is his second Mustangs Trophy half century as well for Jade Amaravira, following it up from last year. So he's been a consistent performer in the Battle of the Blues. He started off well. He had a bit of luck, but then that's how he plays. Fearless cricket, not afraid to hit the ball. If it's there in the slot, he will go for it. Unorthodox at times, but very effectful. And that was a ripper. Ramiro Pereira has come to the party. He's bowled a fantastic delivery. Gunaratna didn't know much about that one. He's played the hard hand, 37 of 53 deliveries. He's played well. He's hung in there, not given his wicket away. But that one was just too good for him.
A dream delivery for any leg spinner. That was drift to the midland leg. Turn, hits the top of the yaw stump. That was a ripper indeed. To dismiss a player like Gunaratna, you needed something special, and Ramiro Pereira provides it as Methuka Gunaratna walks back scoring 37 of 54 as St. Thomas 95 for 1 and it's time for drinks.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
දෙනේක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දිනේක චැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරි වලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
Hi! Hana, අද මොනවද ස්පෙෂල්? අද මන් දෙන්නම් ඔයාලට ස්පෙෂල් සේවරි මික්ස් එකක්.
Munchy savory mix.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Saratona enjoy කරන්න party එකට go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
So 95 for 1. Wicket coming there. And the drinks interval was taken as skipper Avinash Fernando walks out into the centre at number 3. 5 matches, 5 innings, 138 runs. 65 is the best score this season in the one days. He'll be looking to consolidate on this innings now. The platform is there. All he has to do is hang in there, give support to his partner Jade Amaravira, and just continue the good work that Methuka Gunaratna and Amaravira have provided. That was a peach of a delivery, Ramiro Pereira. What a beauty. That would have got most or any better in any type of cricket. It's almost unplayable. So now we have the left hand to counter the leg spinner. He opened in the 3-day encounter, but switched places with Methuka Gunaratna for this game. It has worked, the plan has worked for St. Thomas's, no doubt about it. But they cannot afford to lose another quick wicket, a couple of quick wickets, and then Royal will be back in the game. They should just try and keep up that momentum. Beautiful pictures coming to you from our team of the Papare. Our photographers, videographers doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes to bring you these amazing pictures here at the SSC and other venues as well across the island where matches are played. It's hot, it's humid out there, it's a tiresome effort, and they're doing a wonderful job, no doubt about it. 17 overs, 95 for 1. So Indura will continue his first over win for 11. Would have had a chat in that drink break to the coaches as well, the bowling coach. It's a good delivery, beats the bat outside the off stump. So Amaravira now has to be careful because he's lost a Gunaratna. He has to make sure that he doesn't lose concentration because they need him to play the long innings. Being there, they don't want what the Tomians don't need is 2 new players at the crease at this stage.
Amaravira only knows one way, that's to attack. I think if it's in the arc, it's in the length, he's going for it. And I feel once Amaravira gets going, he has to just keep continuing his good form because 95 for 1 after 17, you just need one player to play the national game. That's movement. That is a brilliant delivery by Indura. Late movement. And even Amaravira, who has batted for so long, was beaten comprehensively. Take a look at this. Late movement and good space and bounce and a good carry through to the wicket keeper.
Yes, he's bowling a good foolish length as well, Indura. I haven't seen anything short at all. He's bowling a foolish length and he's getting that ball to move around. Again, Amaravira going after it. Again, a bit of a late movement. Has beaten the bat several times. He's showing that in the last over as well.
Rayan Pires, you need to get a slip in place. There's enough movement. And in the air as well as off the seam, there's enough movement. And the fast bowler is crying for a slip in place. I think we are getting our wish with a slip in place with mid-wicket moved across. This is a good move because best way to keep Amaravira quiet is get him out. So since Indura is bowling well, he's finding movement and bounce, why not go on the attack?
Third man is on the boundary. There's a deep backward point as well because he's bowling that outside off stump line. Amaravira gets a full toss. He beats the first fielder there, that shortish extra cover region. Should have stopped it. Gives him a single. He's disappointed that he missed out on that full toss. No doubt about it. Just the 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle in this power play. 2 overs, 11 to 40.
I'm going to enjoy this battle between Indura and Avinash Fernando, the left-hander, with the ball swinging away from the right-hander, which is going to be into the left-hander. Avinash Fernando got to be very, very watchful of not getting wrapped on these pads or rattled to the stumps. Short battle lift and trying to play straight as possible in the first couple of deliveries should be the game plan for the young man.
Yes, certainly he has to continue with that length as well. The slip is there. There's a backward point. Third man, very wide. Pulls it slightly short to the left-hander. He was bowling very full to the right-hander. But this particular delivery was on leg stump, but short in length as well.
Yeah, showing inexperience here, young man. Good crowd building up. Certainly a carnival atmosphere. It's not the most, the best weather, but certainly the party will kick on.
Yeah, the crowd still settling in. It will fill out for sure as the day progresses. Again going for the drive, again very close to the bat now. Amaravira, that's how he plays, we know. But he has to be a bit careful because Indura, no doubt, is getting a bit of movement. 18 overs done, 97 for 1.
enjoy කරන්න party එකට go
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Rasa patu ena Maggi Papare Blast
from Nestle.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අදම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
There Solomon's Matharage Peer is heading to come. So they have a bit of batting, a young batting lineup, but there is certainly a lot of potential out there.
Yeah, Tomians are in a driving seat. They should dominate the proceedings from here on. I think in the last over, Amaravira was quite lucky to remain at the crease with so many deliveries going past the outside edge of Idura. And I feel Amaravira should play his natural game. Those are kind of players should not be thinking too much, or should not be allowed to think too much. Go out there, express yourself. You're in good form. 50 and 100 in the 3-day, then 100 against Lumini College, I was told. Now he started again. It's simple as playing your natural game and be attacking. That's better.
He needs to just keep rotating the strike, 3-4 runs and over. They've got a fantastic start. We were talking earlier that St. Thomas's need to get to that 250 run mark because Royal have a strong batting lineup and they have an experienced lineup at this level, at this format. Under 19 players who have played at the highest level at 50 over cricket in Vimat Dinsara, Ramiru Pereira. So they know what it takes to chase down a target. So St. Thomas's needs that cushion of some extra runs. 250, 250 plus is needed if they're going to try and put Royal under pressure. And scoreboard pressure will always come in, no doubt about it. Every day is a new day. And they've set the platform to do so. So that's the 100 runs on the board. Avinash Fernando gets a single. So 100 in the end, 19th over.
Bringing up the 100 for St. Thomas College with a classical boundary. Little too full by Ramiru Pereira. And the skipper of St. Thomas College, Avinash Fernando, is a classy player, especially through the offside. Nice stride out almost to the middle of the bat. A valiant attempt at short extra cover, but just not good enough, and Ramiru Pereira will be disappointed. The last delivery. That's another good shot. Carbon copy, same results. Copy and paste by Fernando.
Yeah, beautifully played. Picking his spot early. That's the width outside the off stump. Letting him free his arms easily. Ramiru Pereira, now with all his experience, he's just let go that pressure. To the right hander, he was bowling stump to stump. To the left hander, he's decided to go wide outside the off stump, and he's so far not been successful. Now going round the wicket, changing his angle. That was a quickish delivery. But Avinash Fernando is off to a good start. He's already on 10, 19 and 107 for 1.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by...
Swash again outside the off stump. This is what we have seen in the last 3 overs. 2 overs and now in this over from Indru against Amaravira. He's getting a bit of movement outside the off stump. Amaravira keeps going after it and keeps missing.
Living a charmed life out there, Amaravira. The last couple of overs or so, being very, very lucky. Many deliveries passing the outside edge, not having the outside edge to the wicket keeper or the slips. But one thing that Amaravira can do is to play a bit early rather than playing it too late against Induvara, who's cranking up some good pace. That's occasion that was a slower delivery, beautifully bowled. Something that Jaden can do is just to change the technique a little bit, just to counter the pace of Induvara.
It's good to see him get off strike, give it to Fernando. He hasn't been successful against Induvara so far. Amaravira hasn't been able to find the boundary. But this is a good start for Avinash Fernando as well. He's got into his groove straight away with those 2 boundaries against Ramiru Pereira. The field is changing around. Third man, sweeper, and on the offside, the 2 on the boundary. There's a fine leg and a square leg on the onside.
Yeah, these 2 players complement each other very well, isn't it? Avinash Fernando, technically correct, likes to play the long innings, leaves in singles. On the other hand, you have Jaden Amaravira, who likes to smash the ball all over the park. Good understanding between the wickets as well. So this is a partnership I'm sure the Royal College side will be wanting to separate as soon as possible. With the way that Induvara is bowling, it's just the matter of keeping up the same momentum and same pressure. And I feel the slip in play is Ricky. In this over, fasten your seatbelt, either a 4 or a wicket, something's going to happen.
Yeah, and if it finds that outside edge, it's going to come very quickly to that slip field, I'll tell you. Because this boy is bowling with a bit of pace as well. This time drags his length back. Amaravira does well. Soft hands. This is good batting. Very good batting by Jaden Amaravira. Good thinking. Just a jab and run.
Yeah, when the going gets tough, get a single, go to the non-strikers and wait till Induvara finishes his spell. Amaravira has been struggling against Induvara, so this is not a bad call. Sensible. Just milk those singles and wait for the opportunity from the other bowlers.
So they have got 3 runs off the first 4 deliveries. That's what the Tomians need during this passage of play. 3-4 runs per over, or maybe the next 10 overs or so. The skipper rotating the strike. Not lose wickets, skipper wickets in hand for the back end. Oh, good delivery. That was a splendid Yorker. Fernando did well to get his bat down in time, but very good bowling by Induvara.
Right on the money. Fernando did well by having a short bat lift. That's why I could get the bat down in time. That delivery deserves something better, but Avinash Fernando going really well when it comes to technical abilities. None for 17 in 2.5 overs. The figures may not show you the real picture, but I think he has bowled much better than what the figure shows in this spell by Induvara. Last ball of the 3rd over. Finishes with a good one. Solid forward defense, gets a single to Induvara. It's 112 for 1.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
So what a start for St. Thomas's. 20 overs completed, 112 for 1. And we've got a bowling change. Mapa being brought into the attack. Bowls a bit of leg spin. I thought Ramiru started well. Unfortunately, gave away some runs in the final over he bowled. But at the moment, St. Thomas's in the driving seat, and Amaravira continuing from where he stopped at the third three-day encounter on 56 of 57 deliveries. So welcome to the SSC and welcome to the Combox, Shashrika.
Good day, Feroz. Yes, definite start from, a very good start actually from St. Thomas's. Much was expected from Jaden Amaravira to continue his scoring proverbs after the big match. He was a bit fortunate, but one can say that fortune favors the brave Feroz.
Absolutely. I think Rawl missed the trick by bowling a part-time. I felt they should have started off with Dinsara. Gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. And Mapa has started off well. I think he's bowling at a good pace and bowling straight. I think the trick when you bowl at Amaravira is not to give him space. Keep at him, bowl at him, and let him generate the pace. And so far, Mapa has started off well. And as we speak, a full toss smacked past the bowler. A couple of bouncers, a boundary.
Yeah, that's a full banger. Maximized by Jaden Amaravira. He's not going to get let go of that. He's on 60 of 61. You see the replay. Nice, juicy full toss. Well dealt with Jaden. So Jaden, who's been the prolific performer for St. Thomas's, will look to... Oh my gosh. I just cannot describe that delivery, Feroz. It's over to you.
Goodness me, what a delivery that was. Very difficult for us to explain from here. I think he may have tried the flipper and got it all wrong.
I could recall such a delivery in my good old days, playing days. We had a bowler called Jehan Tahir. So we used to call him pitch map because his first delivery was not in the pitch map. So it was something similar. That's the closest resemblance that I can have.
Well, it's become a tradition to remind that's another juicy full toss. A freebie hit over extra cover. This is a very, very poor over by Mapa. Started off well. The first three deliveries were spot on, but the follow-up, the next three deliveries have been quite ordinary. Juicy full toss. A hit-me delivery written all over that.
Christmas has come early for Jaden Amaravira.
Maybe we should say Aurudu has come early.
Aurudu has come early. That's very true, Feroz. Aurudu has come early for the Tomian team. And that's another extra delivery, a wide call by the umpire, Vimala Siri. So his youngster is really struggling. Someone should go up to him and just, have a couple of words, take some time off.
That's a better delivery. I think left alone by Amaravira. St. Thomas's 21 completed, 128 for 1.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න.
So 22nd over in progress. Dinsara bowling from the tennis court end. Fernando the skip on strike. Another decent partnership. First wicket fell at 95. These two have put on 33 runs. Nicely driven. Good protection. Hirun out at mid-off. Runs across. So these two have started off well. 34 runs in 27 deliveries. Comfortably placed. Plenty of overs left, and I think St. Thomas's need to be eyeing that 275 run mark, Shashrika.
Yeah, the Tomians should look to capitalize in this phase, purely because if you look at the two bowlers operating right now, both are relatively inexperienced, especially for these big occasions. And the two batters for the Tomians, on the other hand, the captain and vice captain. So they should be able to dominate proceedings.
Good delivery by Dinsara, getting that away swing. Plenty of chatter out there by the bowler. Has a few things to tell the batsman. Batsman fishing outside off stump.
Are you good at lip reading, Feroz? What is he saying?
Some niceties, I think back in the day, we used to tell each other as well.
The only difference would have been the language, probably would have been different to what he's using right now.
But the meaning is the same, Shashrika.
Meaning probably would have been the same. By the way, Feroz, what is something ideal in these scorching temperatures? Would you have a cool beverage now or something to eat?
Well, I love to have both. But what we see out there, the spicy pasta with the sauce,
I'm just going to eat.
Is a perfect combination. And the greedy pig next to me is indulging in the spicy pasta.
Why don't you try some?
Well, I'll wait till my stint is over and then I'm going to finish off that cup.
It's a definite delight for all these fans who are here. It'll go handy with some of the beverages that they consume. So there we go. Spicy pasta.
Oh, good delivery and loud appeal. That had a bit of movement. Wonderful delivery. I think Dinsara has impressed so far in his brief spell. There we see. Oh, lovely delivery. We saw that right hander being beaten from the away swing to the left hander. He gets the ball to move away, the in-swinger as we call it.
We were talking about the spicy pasta, bit of spicy bowling from Dinsara. Swang it in the deck, getting some lateral movement away from the left hander this time.
This is where I felt Royal missed a trick. I think their bowling, they picked Dinsara for his bowling, and you don't start off with a part-time bowler. I think Hirun Matisha is their fourth seamer. When it came to the third day encounter, they should have started. You have to make a statement as early as possible. You don't allow the batsman to settle down, and I felt that particular passage of play, they missed a trick.
And also, to make matters even worse, he was not brought in at first change either. So you understand sometimes if the wicket is slightly tacky, you'll bring in a slower bowler, but then he should have been brought in straight away first change. But that didn't happen too for Royal.
Some questionable tactics. I think we saw that in the three-day encounter as well. They started off with two young fast bowlers when they had the leading wicket taker Sendu Suryaarachi. Oh, sharp bouncer. Very good bowling by Dinsara. Some aggression. End of 22. St. Thomas's 130 for 1.
That was summer refresh when the train gotta go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. You take it go ekak.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
A change in proceedings for Royal. An obvious change, I would say. The leg spinner Mapa struggled that previous over, and it rightfully so. They brought in the off spinner back.
So solitary over for Mapa, gave away 16 runs, replaced by Udavela, who gave away 20 runs. The right arm off spinner. Bowling is second, coming round the wicket.
He would generally look to fire that ball in to the left-hander and away from the right-hander. He struggled because he bowled in the power play against Jaden and he slanted it across. That's his strength. Going on the offside is his strength, and that worked well for Jaden against Udavela in the power play. But this time around, the field will be much spread. It will be slightly easier for Udavela to, get through his overs at a better economy.
The left hand on strike. Plenty of space out there on the pads, and delightfully played by Fernando. He started off well. St. Thomas's wonderfully placed. At the end of the 23rd over in progress, 132 for 1.
They would look to get to about 170, 175 at the end of 30 overs. Hopefully for the Tomians. This pair would still be there at the time. And usually they say when the platform is set at 30 overs, you double it up. You took 170 into 2 is 340. St. Thomas's, mind you, will be very, very happy as we see another brilliant attempt by Jaden. They crossed through for a couple. He's been very innovative right throughout in his stroke play. His initial movements really putting the bowlers away.
Wonderful batting. I think this is confidence as well. He scored runs at the 3-day encounter, the man of the match and the best batsman as well. And here today at the 49th Mustangs Trophy, he's started off well, adventurous when it matters. I think the last delivery he played a reverse sweep. He knows that the bowler is going to slant it across. So there is risk-free cricket being played. Again, gliding it towards short third, end of 23, 134 for 1.
Speed, dominance, power, limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Yola Motors. Call 07661993999.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද? ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට ස්පයිසි සේවරි රස මංචි සේවරි nuts.
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි සන්තමයි.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Flavor blast, make it Papare blast.
Blast, make it Papare blast.
Rasa pattu ena Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
With the experience of Ramiru Pereira. He's coming in at a very vital stage in this game. He's already bowled 5 overs for 19 runs, so he's done his fair bit. He's got the only wicket as well.
Starts off well, nicely bowled. From Rawls' perspective, they need to string in a few tight overs. Get that run rate down right at the moment. St. Thomas's maintaining that healthy run rate just above 5.5. So there is plenty of time left, and from a Rawls perspective, the danger is that their threatening bowlers have been Gagan, Induvara, and to an extent Ramiro as well. So they've got 30 overs to find the balance. The remaining 20 overs is going to be costly, and from St. Thomas's perspective, they need to just tick the singles, wait for the support staff to come in, and then capitalize and attack against those bowlers who are going to bowl that remaining 20 overs.
It'll be very interesting to see where Royal go to after this, because Ramiro has bowled to his 6th over. As you rightly said, a couple of bowlers who's been pretty decent, but if you look at it as a whole, they've really struggled in this encounter.
All what St. Thomas's need to do is just work the singles, 30 overs, get into that 175 run mark, and if they have 9 wickets left by then, you're looking at a score in excess of 300 runs.
That's ideally how it should be. However, we all know that Tomians, they don't really have depth in their batting, or the experience, I would say, rather than depth. So it's very vital that Jaden continues as much as he could.
I am down the track, played it towards the sweeper, end of 24, 136 for 1.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. ටකට ටකට පැකට් එකේ කොත්තු රහට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. සාසුස් දයි අදිවේ ලුණු මිරිසට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. Cheese max rase, cheese onion tempo happy. Melbourne tempo happy. Kata gassena rase. Kothullu numiris cheese and onion rosetta. Melbourne tempo happy. Kata gassena rase.
Well, Shashrika, if you were out there, I think from a batsman's perspective, they've done the hard work, they've been aggressive, they've attacked, and at the moment, with the field well spread, if you were out there, what would be your approach? Would you look for the singles, or would you still take that occasional chance and be aggressive?
It depends, Feroz. I would try my chances against a slightly inexperienced bowler like Udovela as opposed to Ramiro, because Ramiro, as we all know, is experienced. He's done his bit today as well. He's been in good rhythm. So you might as well target from the other end, and that's exactly what Jaden Amaravira has done. So you could see that even before the ball is delivered, even though it's a dead ball, he's making his intentions pretty clear. He's shuffling around a bit with the crease as well.
Quick single, some hesitation at the start, but that was played deftly, soft hands towards that vacant offside region on the back foot. Amaravira calls his non-strike partner, the skipper, and takes a quick single. I think this is good batting. Amaravira loves to play on the back foot. The one that is tossed up, not afraid to play it on the front foot, but predominantly he loves to play on the back foot, and this time short, faster, and giving the batsman ample time to rock back and play towards that sweeper region. Started off this over well. The Tomians, 2 singles off the first 2 deliveries. Will Amaravira take a chance, or will he be comfortable playing the way he is? Oh, beautifully played. Using the pace, guiding it towards third man. Fortunately, they have that taller Hirun Matisha fielding in that region.
Well, one area he's really not looked at, if you look at the wagon wheel, is the square leg region. He's not really scored much against spin in that area, so that's probably why we've never seen a deep square leg when Jaden has been on strike.
Well, a difficult shot if you're the off spinner slanting across. Amaravira loves to shuffle. Maybe he needs to shuffle a bit more and then use the angle and play it towards deep square leg. But it's fraught with risk. He's comfortable. He's strong on the offside, so he's more comfortable playing it to his strength.
Even against Ramiru, when Ramiru was operating, they didn't operate with a deep square leg. So clearly, that's not his strength. And as of now, rightly, as you mentioned, he's playing to his strength. It's 25 done, 140 for one STC.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Dam doom ding belanam stick penna ya mea pel belanam stick penna ya devi late belanam stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick penna
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing munchie sticks. Stick wenna.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
$25 overs completed in the Tomian innings. Another 25 overs left. St. Thomas's are well placed for a very good score on this 49th Mustangs Trophy. St. Thomas's have clearly won this. Let's say the first half of their innings, Danushka. Second half, what should be their game plan?
Yes, I think the Tomians started off a bit slow, and after the fifth over they really took off, and I think only Ramiro Pereira bowled well for the Royalists. There were a lot of loose balls, a lot of extras, and saying that the Tomians had the luck on their side as well. We saw Jaden Amaravira getting out and for a no ball, and he has made maximum use of those chances, and he's on 73 not out, heading towards another century. A real big match play, and way forward for the Tomians. I think they should target to go at 4 to 5 runs per over. They don't need to take many chances at the moment. There's still 25 overs to go, so maybe these two should continue maybe up to maybe the 40th over, and then I think 300 is definitely on the cards for the Tomians.
This is very good bowling from Pereira. Just given away only a single, and he has kept it tight. He has realized the strengths of Jaden Amaravira. Jaden, who likes to free his arms, is not giving any room. There you go, keeping it tight and simple on that fourth stump region. 4 dot deliveries now, which is very good. And straight away Avinash comes and says, mate, it's okay. Even if it's just 1 run in this over, that's fine. You need to bat till the end. And this is where these youngsters must learn. He bowled good 5 deliveries, and the last ball he gave away a boundary. 145 for 1 St. Thomas's.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Pattu wenna rasa kanna blast. Hoina item, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Rasa pattu wenna Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Hey, I'm a hella ball on the classic, got to go.
Black Night Go, pocket perfume. You think it.
Dushan Udawala, after a very expensive first over, he's trying to recover his bowling spell, try and bowl some dot deliveries. St. Thomas's, there you go, that last delivery, Danushka. They need to learn to close out the over.
Exactly, up till the 5th delivery there were no runs off you, and the last ball was a short delivery outside your stump, and that's what Amaravira has been doing very well in his innings. He has waited for that loose ball and played all the other good balls on given credit, and that's the difference I see compared to the other batsmen. He has made use of that loose ball, and that's why we see him playing when he's batting. There's no pressure on him.
Slight hesitation between the two batters, and nearly could have been a dismissal. There you go, Avinash. Yes, no. Amaravira finally sending his captain back. Dived to save. It was a maiden from Udawala, a rare maiden over. 145 for 1.
Prima Kotumi, fun tamai.
Kitchen එක ආවාස් කරන්නේ දැන් wife උත් happy එකේ ඉන්නේ wife happy කරන්න kitchen එක ආවාස් කරන්න
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නෙ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න healthy gut එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත Anchor New Deal flavored milk gut එක ready කරන්න.
Mini conference in the middle with the senior players of Royal College combining together and seeing what the bowling options are. There you go, lovely pictures of Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. It's a beautiful Saturday. Crowds are slowly coming in to witness the 49th Mustangs Trophy. This live broadcast brought to you by ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the official broadcast partner. Here's Gagan Gamage, the left arm seamer. He'll be bowling from the tennis court end.
Yes, beautiful Saturday and a very hot Saturday, and these two are going quite well for the Tomians. Fernando on 18, Amaravira on 77.
Elevate your grooming routine with an exquisite range of pocket perfumes brought to you by Black Knight perfumes and body sprays. Make your mark with Black Knight. Himaru went for the stumps, deflected off the flashing stumps. The umpires will now consult the TV umpire as the Daza Papare bands providing entertainment. Let's
rolling forward. Just take it back. Rolling forward. Rolling forward. Director, please freeze the replay when the bells light up. Rolling forward. Just take it back. 1 frame back. One frame back. Okay, 1 frame forward. Okay, go ahead. Okay, I'm satisfied. Batsman just outside the crease when the wicket is broken. Please focus the light.
Boy, oh boy, out of nowhere, Himaru Deshan gets the wicket of Avinash Fernando, the captain. He's been dismissed, run out. The Singh stumps doing the trick for Royal College this time. He wasn't giving that full effort to complete the run, Danushka, and that has brought his downfall.
I think lazy bit of running by the Tomian captain, and he was not running on a straight line as well. Amit, he was running across the pitch, and I think a real bad mistake, a lazy one, and the Tomians lose their second wicket for 145.
The dismissal of Avinash Fernando has brought in the young, exciting Reshaun Solomon to the middle. This is a very testing phase now, Danushka. Reshaun Solomon hasn't played much limited overs games this season.
Yes, I think for the Tomians, the perfect batsman to have at this point of time in the innings. So he's played only 5 games, highest of 31 one day, only 5 one-day games this season, so nothing much to speak of here. But we have seen him batting at the 3-day game last year. This year he's very good at rotating the strike and keeps the scoreboard ticking. So the perfect batsman to have out there for the Tomians to support Amaravira.
Yeah, this is that dismissal. Himaru. Yeah, there you go. Poor piece of running from Avinash. You can't blame anyone else rather than himself for that dismissal.
Yes, I think there was an easy single there. He thought the ball was going to hit him, and he was moving away from the ball, and that cost him his wicket. The next delivery played safely down to third man. Amaravira batting with a lot of ease out there, inching towards that century.
Plenty of cricket being played around Colombo. See the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds also next to Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. There we have the big match between CIAs and Vichali, which is also being live shown on the Papare. Reshaun Solomon's carefully getting his eye in. 147 for 2, St. Thomas's.
The future Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Udevela, after giving away 20 runs in his first over, he has come back strongly. 3 overs, 8 runs, including a maiden in his second spell. The prize wicket is Jaden Amaravira now for Royal. now whoever comes in, Danushka, for the second phase of the innings, Jaden is clearly, obviously, in these hot and humid conditions, he'll feel tired. He'll just knock on for singles, get the odd boundary out. That's what he's going to continue to do. Whereas the newer batters, they must push for the same phase of play and then just continue to bat. Get some partnerships on. They got 95 in the opening stand, 50 in the second wicket.
Yes, I think the Tomians have done well to keep the partnerships going, and 2 partnerships over 50 for the last 2 wickets. And I think, like you said, Amaravira, how he's going about is he's not taking any risk. He's hitting the ball to the boundary fielders and almost walking across for the singles, preserving the energy. And we all know that he can hit the big shot. It's important that he stays right up to the end for the Tomians. Like I said, Solomons is the perfect man to have out there, because once he sets in, we know that he's also very good in rotating the strikes, putting the ball in the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking. So that will take the pressure off Amaravira.
.29 overs completed. St. Thomas's 151 for 2.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අතම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
So Amaravira 80, 20 runs away from a century, and Gamage to continue pick up the bowlers in the 3-day game for Royal Lanny. As we speak, gets another wicket. Chopped on back to the stumps by Solomons, trying to run it down to third man. And 3 wickets down for the Tomians. Very well bowled, Damit.
Yeah, Royal College are now clearly coming back into this game. Tries to run it down. Inside edge, chopped on. Solomons will be very upset. There you go, very nice to see the sink stumps being lit up. Solomons departs for 3. St. Thomas's are now 3 down, 151.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
At the end of 10 overs, Danushka, they were 68 for none. They had a scoring rate of over 6 runs per over. Then it was 5.5. Now it's slowly coming down towards that 5 runs per over. And if Royal can manage to take it down further, Ludisha Matharage, young batter right-hander, has scored just 87 runs in that limited overs tournament, which was played couple of months ago. From there on, they've clearly developed themselves, and now Amaravira is desperate to have a partner providing that ample support. But clearly the last few overs, Danushka, Royal have done all things right.
So I think credit for the Royal is they've managed to keep the run rate down, and that has led to a couple of wickets with the run out, and the dismissal of the last delivery of Solomon's. It was a good line which we bowled, and the ball slightly came in, and Solomon's trying to run it down to third man, got the inside edge. So very important wicket at a crucial stage in the innings, and the Royal will do really well if they keep the Tomians down to below 250 with their batting lineup. I think they will have an advantage.
Matarage didn't get much bet onto it. Danushka, you've lived 13 years of your life at this hallowed institution. Now your son also attends school. Beautiful pictures, isn't it?
Exactly, brings back a lot of memories as we see the library building, the quadrangle, the college bell, the basketball courts, the new dressing rooms, the cricket dressing rooms, the scoreboard. So brings back a lot of memories for all the Tomians who are watching, and it's always a pleasure to go back there. And I consider myself lucky because I have the chance to go back there, because the small one is there as well now.
Because of the last two dismissals, Danushka Amaravira now has to bat the next 20 overs as well. He has to make sure that they get to a very decent score. They are still, yes, they are still in the front seat, but these next 20 overs could well define how much Royal will chase.
So Amaravira continuing to be calm and collective and rotating the strike. He's of 81. He's 81 of just 87 balls, and the important fact is he's not taken a lot of risk to get that 81. So he's eyeing to bat the entire innings, and that's what the Tomian camp needs from him as well. It's important that Matarage supports him from the other end, and that's the end of the 30th over. St. Thomas's 153 for 3.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
St. Thomas's well set on 153 for 3 after winning the toss and batting. So I think their decision to bat first, having won the toss, is justified. Very well run. It's a steal actually. Ludisha Matarage, Nimaru De Silva. Reasonable control for the Sri Lanka Youth International. Yeah, how many runs to come through now? 275, 280. The usual story is the score at 30 overs should be doubled in a 50-over game.
St. Thomas has chipped to get a 270, 285. I think Jaden Amaravira will hold the key. If he can continue at least for the next 10 overs, I think 275 is still gettable. But if Royal can sneak in and dismiss Amaravira in the next 5 overs or so, I just have this feeling, Haritha, with the bowling lineup of Royal College, it covers all bases. even a 250 is something that Royal Coach will be hoping that they could restrict the Tomian side.
Yeah, the crowd slowly settling in to the various enclosures. I could see right in front of me the barn getting quite full at the moment.
I do have an invitation to barn. Partha, you think I should be?
Why not? That's one happening enclosure, as we say. Hiran Dimel is in charge there.
As long as I can concentrate on the cricket, I don't mind.
Come on, Maha. You're not going to say all that. I know you're going to take the second session off. You're setting it up.
It's all about being in the spirit, Haritha.
Yeah, I know. Enjoy. All blue. Take a look at the Old Tomians Swimming Club. 70 years. A lot of happening there too. Good run once again. Rudisha Matarage. He can bat. He should make a telling contribution with the bat.
If I'm the coach of St. Thomas College, I'll just send you a message saying that in the next 9 overs, just concentrate on getting 5 singles in over. A boundary comes, that's a bonus. That will get St. Thomas's at the 40th over to 200 mark. And then the last 10 overs, batters in, you could really hurt the fielding side. End of the 31st, it's 157 for 3.
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න
That's the Tomian scorecard. Good opening partnership with Gunaratna, then skipper Fernando should have made it ground, I thought. Made for 18, and Reshon Solomons dismissed for 3. That's a good tussle between Solomons and Gagan Gamage.
Have been really impressive, Gagan Gamage for me, Hartha. Into his 7th over show, has shown a lot of maturity for a young boy running in. Hot and a humid day, having good control, and he's come up against a red hot inform Jaden Amaravira, and I think he has kept things quiet for a certain extent. The young man.
Yeah, I should say very young man.
I think the boy will be better. Directed would have been close. The Cow Point fielder threw it on one go. Saw a run out in the previous occasion, not this occasion. Communication error, picks it up, good release. Yeah, definitely would have been curtains.
Yeah, it went into his strong arm side. Lucky, Ludisha Matrage, lucky.
A bowling card for the boys from Reed Avenue. 3 seamers have been quite impressive. Gagan Duvara was good. Hirun as well up top was expensive, but certainly bowled some good deliveries. And then the spinners, Ramiro Perra for me was really good. Bowled a dream delivery to dismiss the opening batter. 7 bowlers used so far.
They heard you, they are picking the singles every over. Good thinking. First 10 overs, St. Thomas has made 68 without loss. That's going at almost 7 and over. They were 112 for 1 after 20. 44 runs coming off the next 10 overs. Lost 1 wicket. And 153 for 3 after 30 overs. 41 runs and 2 wickets in the third 10 over period for the Tomians. So you can see that the Royal bowling has been reasonable in the last 2 10-over spells. This man Gagan Gamage has been a major factor in that. Yeah, Ramiru Pereira, Imaru De Silva, all combining well to do the containment. Such a good wicket. Must give credit to the ground staff. We'll come to that in a moment. End of 32. St. Thomas's elected to bat 161 for 3.
Abans fridge kiyanne Abans fridge kiyanne Paulata harima fridge එකක් Abans family එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ fridge එක
දවසම fresh වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Honor X9D. All-angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
ටකට පැකට් එකේ කොත්තු රහට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. සාසුස් දයි අදිවේ ලුණු මිරිසට ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. මැලිබන් ටෙම්පෝ හැපේ. කට ගැස්සෙන රසේ. Cheese max rase cheese onion tempo happy Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase kothullu numiris cheese and onion rosetta Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase
As the Tomian batting card, 14 extras should have been just curtailed a little bit. This is the highest that Jaden Amaravira has scored in a one-day game. His previous best was 58 against Gurukula. Even that has got it. 7 bowlers, 2 of them successful. Gagan Gamage 1 for 27 off 7 and Ramiru Pereira 1 for 26 off 7. The standout bowlers and the wicket takers give a little bit more effort. Most expensive was Herun Liganarachi. His 3 overs going for 21 runs. That's the first wicket. Clean bowled him. Gunaratna didn't know much about it. This run out of Avinash. Could have thought that he would have made a better effort to get to the crease. Tomian skipper went for 18. And then a brilliant delivery. Reshaun Solomons didn't know much about that one from Gagan Gamage. Peach of a delivery. Continuing with the good work, good line and length.
A ball to a 6-3 field there, Himaru. In inviting Jade Namaravira if he wants to use the long handle towards mid-wicket with his one of his favorite shots, the slog sweep. But Amaravira understands that he has to bat at least in the next 10 overs or so. This is a good battle. Himaru against Amaravira.
Went right through him. Match commissioner is Saman Hettiarachi. Match referee Wendell Labroy, Ravindra Vimalsiri and Chamaradi Soiza, the on-field umpires. Chandrik Amarsinga, the television umpire. The fourth umpire is Shanta Fonseca. Tushar Kure and Hemant Arya Vikrama, St. Thomas's and Royal are the scorers in the scoreboard. For the media, there's Sanjay Jayasinghe here with us. And Asela Sandaruan will prepare the over by over run the runs to be made in case of stoppage. End of the over. 162 for 3. Quiet over there from Himaru. It's been a tremendous effort as far as the Papare is concerned. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. This is what they do with all the hard work done, great planning, great commitment, professional approach, the equipment, some of the best. They've got all aspects covered, the transport, then there's also the big story about not only the transport, the welfare, the aspect that comes with it. Great team effort. They've planned well, they've executed well, they've give out the best of the best in all aspects.
Well said, Haritha. All bases covered. As always, when it comes to the picture in the screen, the viewers do see the match, but behind the scenes there's so many professionals putting their heart and soul into a job.
This crew is the biggest. It is. Everybody is there. They've earmarked their places, going through the full big match season. That's your favorite. She is one of a kind.
Definitely. As they say, team sport is all about making sure everyone gels in. Similarly, in a production.
Oh, he hit the nail on that one. Gave room outside off stump. It's not easy to hit it right into the gap. That's what he's done.
Yeah, poor delivery, asking to be put away. That was nicely played by the batter. On top of his toes, using the depth of the crease, using the pace to good advantage, and made sure that the car point fielder was nowhere near.
Good to see. The boundaries will come. Look for the singles. Plenty of singles here. Give credit to the ground staff. Mahinda Halangoda is overall in charge. He is the ground secretary, ground manager, and the chief curator is Tusila Karunaratna. He's played a lot of cricket, school cricket, club cricket, and the very experienced ground staff. Some of them over 30 years here at Maitland Place. They do a wonderful job. You know, when I come here, I always remember the late Michael de Souza. Yeah, he was an institution by himself.
Character, wasn't he? He's definitely missed. Live wire, not only to the SSC, but Most of the national cricketers do have a very good rapport with him, myself included, and one of those gentlemen where he just oozes and demands respect. On the other hand, is what a wonderful character to have.
Yeah, he was a commentator, apart from being an administrator, curator, administrator in various aspects related to cricket. Played his cricket with passion during his playing days.
And not to forget my neighbour as well.
Okay, just lost his momentum there, but well fielded. Saved a certain boundary. Yeah, St. Thomas's under Nilanka Piris would want to make a statement. Went for pace, lost a little bit of the control, lost line. Only a single, brilliant fielding. You need a good fielding unit to back up your bowling strength on a wicket like this. It's becoming very predictable. End of 34, 170 for 3.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Hot and spicy fun hit के करने अब सभी मैं भारत खतरा अतुल देनवा पिलटे प्रीमा को तुम्ही फंतमाई
Oi, alla kapilapten of the second zone.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Ellie Melly නැති පාටි නාඩියට නැදවෙන පැත්තෙන් නියම වයිබ් එක සෙට් වෙන්න අවාන්ස් ඔඩියෝ එක සෙට් වෙන්න
Himaru Deshan continuing to bowl. He's been economical. 6 overs, 3 and over. Yeah, the schoolboy 10s reasonably occupied. Certainly the Royal 10, the organizers have made sure that the boys are well looked after, the security wise, enough to keep them rehydrated, well fed.
Yeah, first delivery of this over, the LBW shot was a close one. I thought only doubt what Ravindra Vimlasiri had in his mind would have been the batter moving across the outside the off stump. That was Mathur again. But on Himaru De Silva is showing a lot of good control. And certainly varies the pace, just subtle variations, just enough to keep the batter guessing for a long time.
See, the rate of scoring has dropped under 5 at the moment. So that's a marginal comeback as far as Royal is concerned. Only centurion for St. Thomas's in the big match. Devin Jasing on debut 14 years ago.
Was there any player in the past, Haritha, that had scored 100 in the 3-day game as well as in the 1-day game?
Yeah. Some of the stats are not forthcoming. If you're just talking about the 1-day game, there have been 4 Royalists who have done so, as I understand. We are getting a lot more information that is important. Amaravira can become a trailblazer.
Certainly he deserves it. Oh, directed. I'm pretty sure Ravindra Vimlasiri will be going upstairs. Looking at the body language of the Royalists, they think and they are confident
We have
that this is out.
For
We go upstairs to the third umpire.
Can I have a side on replay, please? Okay, I am satisfied. Batsman just well outside the crease when the wicket is broken. Please focus the light.
That was an easy decision for Ludisha Matrage run out for 11. The second batter dismissed in that fashion for the Tomians. Made 11. 172 for 4. St. Thomas's now.
Kitchen ka abans karanne dal wife happy ke
wife happy karanne kitchen ka abans karanne.
So there we go. Another run out. As far as the Tomians are concerned, the new batter for St. Thomas's, Rafael Hettige. Not a lot to speak about in this format. However, the team demands a partnership. 16 overs to go, 16.1 to be precise. And especially the fact that Jaden Amaravira is still there. St. Thomas's would need the support from the other batters till the 50th as I welcome Haru Maujud.
Yeah, I think the breaks have been put on slightly by the Royal bowlers, especially the spinners have done a reasonably good job to keep things relatively tight. I'm referring to Himaru and Ramiru. And from other end, I've been very impressed with Induvara, who's bowled pretty quick. He's moved the ball occasionally and has been bowling on the stumps, getting the batsman to play. As we see the last wicket, which was a run out, once again fantastic bit of fielding by Vimat Dinsara. Direct hit, always closer than you think. To the naked eye, it seems as if the batsman comfortably got in, but the replay showed otherwise. A crucial wicket for Royal, and like Shashika said, a lot would rely on Jaden Amaravira as he inches towards very important century.
So there we go. End of 35, 172 for 4.
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet to a T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare Blast
from Nestle.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Hettige to face Induvara. Induvara showed promise. He's bowled 5 overs, got some decent wheels behind him. And St. Thomas's now with 15 overs to go. They should target at least 100 runs, which should give them a very respectable score of 275, or at least somewhere near that.
Good start there by Hettige, confidently punched off his back foot. Yeah, rightly said Shashika. We mentioned at the pre-match show as well that anything more than 250, 260 is a formidable score, especially at schoolboy cricket under 19 level. But then again, having seen how this wicket has played, it looks to be a belter of a batting track. And I'm sure St. Thomas's, to be relatively comfortable, would like to cross that 300 run mark. They have definitely set the platform for that, and as long as Amaravira is in the middle, it seems a very possible chance for them to get past 300 runs.
Now the easy single for Amaravira takes him on to 90. It shows how momentum changes very rapidly in cricket. In my previous stint, we were speculating that St. Thomas's would get to 170 in 30 overs, but how things have changed. It's 35, now they are 174. So a lot could change either way. It all depends on how Jaden Amravira now takes it to the next step, the next gear, and how well the others support him.
Correct. I think just to say that the Royal bowlers too have done reasonably well in the last 10 overs or so to pull things back. At one point, the Tomians were going at 6 to 7 runs per over. Oh, what a ball! What a ball by Induvara. Really testing Hettige there, new to the crease.
If that didn't wake Hettige up, I don't know what will. Surely that was one heck of a delivery, Harun, and for sure that would really pump up Induvara as well. And if Hettige was jittery or nervous, that would have really got him going.
Absolutely, I think, like you rightly said, that would have definitely woken him up. Would keep him in his toes. Let's see whether he goes for the double bluff or not a great follow-up delivery by Induvara. But that's what has happened. Like the wickets have always continued to kind of peg the scoring rate, while Amravira has gone by his merry ways. So let's look at some pictures of what the crowd has been up to at these 49th Mustangs, Shashika.
Yeah, the usual story at a Royal Tomian. Lots of hype, lots of glamour. Fans right over supporting the two schools. Plenty of fans gathered already, and I'm sure it's going to be a party atmosphere when the evening time comes at the SSC.
There is protection at the deep. I think the Royalists would take this. They've right the boundaries. Another wicket or two will definitely do a world of good for their confidence to make better inroads into the Tomians, and if they can actually restrict St. Thomas's under 250, I'm sure the momentum, you can say that the momentum would have swung towards Royals' favour. But a lot to do in that process.
Absolutely, Harun. I mean, Tomians with the platform that they had, it'll be a shame if they don't get to 275.
Oh, cut him in half. This is excellent bowling by Induvara. He's been at Jaden's face quite a few times. Can see words being exchanged as well as over number 36 is completed. 175 for 4 St. Thomas's.
Refresh when the train got to go. Saratama enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black night go.
Black night go. Pocket perfume. You take it go ekak.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න. හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
So De Silva to continue is being very economical, 7 overs 20 runs. Him along with Ramiru Pereira has been the two main bowlers for Royal. Put the lid on.
This is what pressure does. This is what wickets do for a bowling team. Hettige is new, fresh at the crease. Not seen much of Himaru. Royal wouldn't mind this, like I mentioned. Focus would be to see how they can get the wicket of Jaden Amravira. He started to tire a bit. I think the body language tells you a bit more.
It would be humanly impossible, Harun, in these conditions to go on like for long periods of time. It's batted for 36 overs. We know it's about 34-35 degrees. It's been really hot the last couple of weeks, so it would be pretty normal for him to tire out, even as a youngster. But however, if he's keeping his hydrations up, if he's taking the right intake, even right now, that will really help him and the Tomians. But a lot would rest on his shoulders.
Very interesting field set for Jaden Amarveera. There's a short extra cover and an extra cover patrolling that region. They're getting him to drive with the sweeper cover and long off, looking after that boundary region. This time Apesh bowling to a plan. Himaru, like I said, is done exceptionally well bowling from the Vidya Mountain to keep things tight. The 275, 280 mark looking rather difficult for St. Thomas's. The boundaries have dried up.
Another good over. 37 done, 176 for 4.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Indura to continue to the 38th. Last 3 overs of the second power play. Don't really think that St. Thomas's would look to be overly aggressive during this period of time. However, that's another very fiery delivery. It's interesting to see where he got hit.
Good stuff by Indura. Very aggressive, penetrative stuff. It was too late for the shot. Interesting tussle between bat and ball. Induru on top, he has his tails up. Rising ball to the chin there. Managed to get the top of the bat on time. Rafael Hettige. Be important for him not to get bogged down.
It's interesting to see him bat outside the crease. See that he's generating some speed.
This is Apesh and he's got put that down. That was a sitter. Mapa didn't have to move an inch. He's having a game to forget thus far, Numapa.
Negative energy is following him. Had a horrendous time with the ball. And now, the lack of confidence really reflecting. That's rightly said, Harun, a sitter. This bloke, Indura, really deserved a wicket. He's bowled his heart out. Very unlucky. But sometimes that's just how the game goes.
You really have to feel for this. This time short and pull. There's ample gap there between deep square leg and mid on for 4. Fantastic shot. Just 6 short of an elusive 3-figure mark. You have to feel for Indura. Had that wicket, had that catch been held, it would have been a wicket with the, but that's not to be. What a freaky shot that was.
What do you call that shot, Harun? It wasn't a pull, it wasn't a hook.
A swat?
Honestly speaking, lost for words. Don't know how to describe it. But it was something like a pull, but very effective.
It's swatting mosquitoes if you ask me. Look at that. Lovely pictures here brought to you by Papare, mind you. Good stuff.
Jaden on 94, slowly but surely. I wonder if that has ever happened. A player getting 100 in the big match, followed up by 100 in the Mustangs.
Very interesting, Shash. Nothing comes onto my mind. We'll have to dig the stats or the record books. Probably heading towards a unique record, and Jade Namarveera has taken a liking to the Royal bowlers since last year.
Really don't want to jinx it, but let's really hope that Jaden goes into the unknown, very rare territory. I think could be the first time.
Yeah, I think so too. If my memory serves me right, I don't think in the 50 over we've seen a centurion that has got a big match 100, because there's only a handful of centurions at one day. Hashen Ramanayaka, Chalaka Bogada, Ramit Ramukwala. I think Ramit Ramukwala has got hundreds in both encounters, but in two different encounters, but not in the same year. So yeah, it's a unique feat that Amarveer is approaching, but nonetheless, whether he gets it or not, he's just having a liking to the Royal bowlers since last year's big match second innings. Then the one day he got a 70, then a half century in the first innings, following it up with the 100 at the big match, and here he is 95. So yeah, Royals is his favourite side, you can say. Cut. There is protection in the third man region. 38 overs gone. 183 for 4 St. Thomas's.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
එයාව හැල්ල බලන්න ක්ලාස් එකට go.
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
D'Souza continue his 9th over. Pintige pushes it down towards long on. They cross through for a easy single. Jaden Namarveera was a 95. We're having some discussions behind the scene over here. Namarveera potentially
they've spotted themselves on the screen with peace signs.
Yeah, the glamour continues. It is the Royal Tomian, and we see 70% capacity here. Getting back to Namarveera, he could potentially be the second centurion in a Mustangs encounter, and could be the first ever, I would say, from both schools to make hundreds in the big match and the one day in the same year.
Good batting by Hettige. He's not bogged himself down on one end. He's rotating the strike rightfully, giving Jade Namarveera most of it. Was just 4 short of 3 figures. I'm sure once he gets there, and if he gets there, he'll let loose Shashika.
Absolutely. 12 overs to go. Boundary away. Has he done it? Has
Beautiful.
He done it?
That's 4. And that's 100 for Jade Namarveera, following from the second innings at the Royal Tomian big match. He's come here to prove his worth.
Well, Namarveera, he goes into the GOAT territory, I would say, for a schoolboy cricketer at the Royal Tomian. First ever batsman to get 100 in the big match and the Mustangs Trophy in the same year. A second Tomian to get a century in the Mustangs. So Jaden Namarveera, hats off to him.
Excellent stuff, young man. I'm sure the school, parents, supporters, both young and old, will be very happy and proud. And like you mentioned, has to be the first cricketer ever to score hundreds in both encounters in the same year. Fantastic batting. Obviously, survived a scare when he was caught at mid-off of a no ball, which was bowled by Dushen Udavela. But since then, it's been pretty easy going for Jaden. Excellent knock. More than 250 runs in this Royal Tomian series for him, Shashika.
Amazing stuff by Jaden as we come to the end of the third ninth. 190 for 4.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called Happiness Cards.
Some fantastic pictures brought to you by ThePapare.com, powered by Dialog. Drone shots from right above. A clear, sunny day here at SSC. Clear blue skies, mind you, not a cloud to be seen. It's really hot and more importantly very humid. Energy sapping conditions here in Colombo 7. There's a bowling change from the tennis court end. They're bringing in Dushen Udavela, the Royal captain. Right arm off spin. Who's showed no signs whatsoever to turn that ball. He's been darting it in right from the Royal Tomian 3-day encounter to this. It's not conventional off-spin bowling. Easy pickings for the batsman. It's going to be interesting to see what Jaden Amiri does from this point on, Shashika. There's another 10 overs to go. That's 60 deliveries. I'm sure they'd want to get at least 90 in that last 10 so that they can finish off on a high with probably a cherry on top with 300 runs on the scoreboard.
Yes, tall ask to get 90 of 10 as far as I'm concerned, Harun. But let's hope from the Tomians' point of view that Jaden bats till the end. I think that's the key. If he bats till the end, what you're saying is very possible. If not, the Tomians will have to plan it out in a way that they get to 250, 260 and have a decent score.
Beautifully cut. There is protection in the deep. Decent partnership here. Oh no! This is acceptable stuff by Udavela. Another no ball. This is considered a gift. A big one in that.
No excuses there for Udavela. It's his second no ball. The first free hit that he gave away went for a 6. Let's see what Jaden's got to offer now. You talk about luck favoring a batter. This is the inning that you could show as an example where Jaden really has had everything in a canter, and talk about it. This free hit goes for another 6. So Jaden now capitalizing for the Tomians.
2 occasions, 2 free hits, 2 sixes. What a shot by Jaden Amarveera. And it's so much more easier when you bowl at that pace, isn't it, Shashrika?
He's darting it to the slot. Jaden waiting for it, covering his stumps and hoiking it right over long on. So this is absolutely vital for the Tomians, adding some impetus in this over. The score moving on to 200, which means this target of 280, 290 becomes ever so more realistic, with Jaden batting ever so confidently now.
With that 6, the Tomians go past 200 runs, and I think the foundation is definitely being laid for them to go big. It's quite unbelievable to understand the mindset and thinking as well behind Udavela. Yes.
We can have a look now. Some of the fortuitous times that Jaden had while batting. This is the one where he was dismissed, only to find out that it was a no ball. And what followed up was a free hit that went for 6. 40 overs done. 2-0-2 for 4.
Let's take a look at that incident again. See Udavela, this was that no ball. Straight to the hands of Ramiro Pereira, who safely grabbed at that. And that was definitely the lucky escape Jade Namarveera needed. And the following ball, mind you, was tonked over long off for 6. And it's been that type of a day for Udavela, who's had a spell to forget. It's 202 for 4. We'll have a change in commentary.
So the last power play being signaled, that will indicate the 41st over to the 50th in progress. We can afford to have 5-4 fielders out in the deep, and it will be the left arm spinner Himaru who will continue from the Vidyama at the end. Ball 9 overs, given away 29 runs, being the pick of the bowlers. Unfortunately, doesn't have a wicket to showcase for his bowling spell. But you've got to admire the batting of Amaraveera. He's out there in a thorn amongst the Royalists. There you see, straight towards mid-off. But fortunately for him, the bowler overstepped on that occasion. He's out there on 110. Wonderful innings by Amaraveera.
Well fielded. Brilliant recovery. Himaru De Silva. Ryan Pires will have a lot of work to do to make sure that St. Thomas's don't just run away with the last 10 overs. Yeah, if you take the fourth set of 10 overs, St. Thomas's lost 1 wicket but added 48 runs to the total.
Well, that was a very important passage of play. There were unfortunate run-outs in between, and Amaraveera took some time. I think he absorbed the pressure. There was good bowling, especially by Himaru and the right-arm fast bowler Induvara, and he absorbed that pressure, didn't take much of risk, and at the moment looking to bat that 50 over. He knows that St. Thomas's rely on his batting capabilities. The others play around him, and although he scored 100, he's looking to bat that 50 overs. So from a Tomian perspective, this is smart batting.
Yeah, it's not all what you call textbook stroke play like the one he played just now, but he's been so very effective, confident, skillful, and batting to the need of his team. He's on a Nelson, personal Nelson, Rafael Hettige.
No chance of a single. End of 41, 204 for 4.
Maritsbury Bubbles.
Speed, dominance, power, limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
So 9 overs left. Ramiru being brought into the attack. He's got 3 overs, and I presume the Royalists will opt to bowl Ramiru. He's allotted 10 overs. Induvara has 3 more, and Gagan, the pick of the bowlers for Royal, the 3 main bowlers I would say, will probably bowl the remaining 9 overs. Amaravira on strike. Starts off short powerfully. Packs a punch. Amaravira. Lot of bottom hand in his shots. But very effective.
Very effective. And the fact is that he picks the line and the length pretty early. He's been batting there for 40 overs. All right, he can do that. But it's the way he's built up his innings and supported the team cause. St. Thomas's still have a lot of work to do. This total is by no means adequate on this track if Royal bat to their capacity or capability.
Absolutely, I think from a Tomian perspective, they need to eye that 260 run mark. 275 would be perfect for them. A wild swing, fortunately, just fell short of the mid wicket, tossed up outside off stump. Hettige trying to free his arms. Again, a wild hoik, misses it completely. Good to see that the non-strike Amaravira is quick to have a chat with Hettige. He just needs to get a single and get Amaravira on strike. And what you can notice is Amaravira, there's a tendency once you score 100 to let loose and play some unnecessary shots. But Amaravira plays the ball on merit. He waits for that loose delivery and he pounces on anything that is short, anything that is full. He knows his strength, and until such time, he's happy to take the occasional single and rotate the strike.
Yeah, first ball single, next 3 balls dot balls. Ramiro Pereira. Oh, he picked that one very well. That's not an easy shot to play. There was a fielder down there, but he picked his gap very well. Dropped it short, too short, I thought.
And what you can see is he used the crease. Hettige, the first 3 deliveries, he played it on the front foot, tried to play that sweep. This time, shuffled, went back, and allowed the ball to come to him and played a wonderful pull shot into the gap, fetches a boundary. So the 3 dots, he's compensated with that boundary.
He'll retain the strike at the end of 42 overs. St. Thomas is on 210 for 4. Electing to bat.
හඳුන්වාදන කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. ක්‍රන්චි කටගැස්මකට ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් තයි. ස්පයිසි වයිබ් එකට ස්පයිසි ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් ස්ට්‍රීට්. ෂෙයා ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් පොප්කෝර්න්. රස ඩබල් කරන බාර්බිකියු සෝස් සමග කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක.
Layers flavors blasting, blasting. Inside it good bubbling, bubbling. Sweetness lasting, lasting. Ritz Berry Deckers. Everyone is happying, happying. Ritz Berry Deckers. Everything is doubling, doubling.
Introducing Ritz Berry Deckers, Sri Lanka's first ever double layer delight. Everything doubling, doubling.
.42 overs completed, 210 for 4. St. Thomas's going at 5 runs per over. 8 overs left, and with Amaravira out there, they'll be eyeing 70 runs the last 8 overs. That will place them at 280. The highest St. Thomas's have managed the 49 history is 277. They've got a good chance to beat that highest total, and if they get that score, I'm sure it won't be easy when Royal come out to chase. So it'll be Gamage bowling from the tennis court end. 7 overs, 1 wicket for 27. Starts off well.
Amaravira was in partnership with Gunaratna for the first wicket, 95 runs. Then with skipper Avinash Fernando, he put on 50 runs exactly for the second wicket. The next 3 wickets fell rather quickly to be 172 for 4. 27 runs, 3 wickets lost. got it into the gap. He's making a telling contribution.
Was there to be hit, floated outside off stump, but nicely played. Upish, but into the gap. Couple of bouncers. Was full outside off stump. Uses his wrist to loft it over that point region. Well played. Hettige moves to 18.
Yeah, the partnership for the fifth wicket is now 42 at the moment.
This time Gagan compensates, bowls straight. Equally defended well by Hettige. He's moved to 18 of 25 deliveries. This partnership, 43 of 47 deliveries. From a Tomian perspective, I think the plan will be for Hettige to take a chance to attack. Amaravira to bat until the 45th over. This time, beautifully played. Uses his wrist, glides it towards that vacant slip region. I wouldn't call it an edge. It was beautifully played by Hettige, using the pace, soft hands, fetches him another boundary. There you see, wonderfully played.
Yeah, he watched it right onto the bat. He was not afraid to play it away from his body, but he didn't go for that option. He stayed right until the ball reached his bat, then just slightly rolled his wrists over. Just turned his wrists. You picked it up very early, Feroz.
This is smart cricket, I think. They're playing the ball on merit, finding the gaps, and showcasing good batsmanship. The follow-up deliveries work towards mid-wicket. A single to follow up the boundary brings Amaravira on strike. And as I was saying, I think St. Thomas's would love to have Amaravira to bat normal up until the 45th over and then just let loose. The last 5 overs go helter-skelter.
They have Gimhan Mendes, Stevon Pires to just make that little bit extra. To an extent, Chanel Pereira. But yeah, they'll rely on this pair to bat maybe up to 46 overs probably.
What a shot. That's an unbelievable shot. Moves across and swats it over the deep square leg region. Wonderful shot. I'd love to see the replay.
Yeah, we'll come to that. 43 overs completed. 225 for St. Thomas's.
ඇස්සරලා බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතයේ රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate, නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
Up to his 7th over, he had bowled very well, Gagan Gamage. But Jaden Amaravira and Rafael Hettige have messed up his bowling figures big time.
Ramiro will continue. Stuck outside off stump. 15 runs came in that over, and that final delivery. Shuffled across, powerful bottom hand.
He really hurt the bowler.
What a shot that was.
Slapped him.
Wonderful shot.
See, the batsman had moved towards offside and the bowler followed him. If he bowled at the stumps, he would have never played that shot.
Well, the form that Amaravira is in, I'm sure he would have connected any delivery.
See, he had moved so far out.
Well, I wouldn't fault the bowler. I think you have to commend the skills of Amaravira. Wonderful shot.
What I'm trying to say is that repeatedly they have followed Amaravira. as he moved, they had bowled outside the stumps, and then you give the batter the freedom that he won't be out LBW.
Absolutely. I think Amaraveera's strength is, although he shuffles, he's very strong on the offside. The moment it's bowled straight, he gets into an awkward position, and I don't think the Royalists have learnt. He scored more than 250 runs in 2 years with a 3-day encounter, followed up with 100, and so far the Royalists don't have an answer.
The third 50 partnership for the Tomians is now ongoing. What a big contribution for this Tomian opener. He is rewriting the Tomian history books.
Amaraveera on 118. Ramiru started off well this time. Plays on the offside. Single. Ramiru bowling his 9th over, given away just 34 runs.
Yeah, they're paying him with a lot of respect, and he's bowling with all his skill, the experience that he's got, not afraid to flight the ball. That's the good thing about him.
Another single takes the total to 228 for 4. 44 overs done. So Jaden Amaraveera started off with a lucky boundary, no slip place for him, and then that wonderful hands, very strong outside off stump, using the pace of the bowler. He's very strong in that particular region, and some freebies dispatched rightfully. That was his first 6. That was a very interesting shot, a swat. You may call it a swat. And then that was the shot to get to his 100. Wonderful cover drive. Rightfully shows his name. And I'm sure every Tomian, every Royalist will remember this name, Jaden Amaraveera, for many years to come. Century in the 3-day encounter, followed up with a century, an unbeaten century in the Mustangs encounter as well.
4 sixes, 11 fours, strike rate of 95, and how lucky he has been.
He's lucky and he's skillful as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful to watch. We can talk about techniques, but at the end of the day, it's runs that matter. You need a technique to score runs, and this boy has simply showcased what a talent he is with his own unique technique. But at the end of the day, he has ample time and he plays to his strength. A good temperament, and he capitalizes on his strengths, Haritha.
Yeah, he certainly has. And, almost nonchalant approach for a batter who's coming out to face the new ball. Wonderful shots here. Only on the Papare.
So Induvara will bowl just a deep mid wicket, a long on, shuffles across towards point. The bowler getting his field right. I think he's got a deep mid wicket. He's brought in the fine leg up to the circle, a square leg, long on, long off, sweeper. He has protection out in the deep, but he needs to follow up with the right deliveries, and so far he's been on the money.
Yeah, when you talk Debaravava, the first one is Surangal Akmal. Then there's another one, Udit Madhushan, who is playing for Colombo Coals. This is the roll. Oh, he's gone huge again. The 5th big one for the Tomian opener.
Well, on that occasion, he shuffled. Induvara bowled it at the stumps. And again, you see that bottom hand coming into play. Look at that. Shuffles, get into position.
But he was standing. On the previous occasion, he had already gone down because he knew the ball was pitching outside his off stump. But this time, oh, he's masterclass. This Jaden Amaravira. Very seldom you get this sort of batting from a schoolboy. Very seldom.
Oh, beautifully bowled. That was fantastic. Follow up by Induvara. Got hit for a 6, but shows character and follows up with a good delivery. But Amaravira has spent enough time out there. 128 deliveries. Manages it well. Punches it towards long off. Gets a single. 6 sixers. 24s. St. Thomas's have...
I'll tell you one very happy individual watching us and listening to this commentary will be Reverend Mark Billy Moria down under in Australia.
And Hettige on the other hand does the right thing, gets the single, drops his wrist, uses the pace of the bowler.
This is the crew behind this live coverage. A whole set of people, very experienced, very professional, planning and execution at the highest level. The commitment that they have as a team is unique. They know what they are doing. They have planned it to an extension. You can tell so much about it. You have been part of this whole setup for such a long time.
Well, this is another level, Haritha. It's come a long way since we started, and beautifully played again off the pads. Square leg fielder runs across, prevents a boundary again at the stumps, but Amaravira matches it. 238 for 4, end of 45.
Oh, there it is. It's
Come join the people cheer. Are they finally here? A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Roccoa.
Say hola to Richbury Roccoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Roccoa. Go cherry clothes and bar. It's time for Roccoa. Come taste la vida cocoa.
Aerial pictures of the Sinhalese Sports Club here at the 49th Mustangs Trophy. Heading to the final 5 overs. St. Thomas's College 238 for 4 with Amaravira striking close upon to 100.
Run a ball should take St. Thomas's past 268, but I'm sure they'll try to get much more than that. Very interesting field that Ramiro Pereira has placed. He has a sweeper cover and a deep extra cover as well. So I think the last 3 overs has gone merrily in the favor of St. Thomas's. A lot of boundaries, a lot of sixes, mind you. Some big ones in that off the bat of Amaravira, who's now got past 100, who's enjoying batting here at the SSC.
Indeed, Harun is taking plenty of liking to these royalist bowlers. And Amaravira, 128 not out. He lived a charmed life, but he's really batted well. He's taken that opportunity with both hands and really punished this royal outfit.
Oh, that's taken the outside edge, and that's running down to the boundary for 4. Lucky runs, 4 of them to St. Thomas's and to Amaravira. No, it's no problem as long as they come. They'll take it in both hands, mind you.
Indeed. How may it come? Jaden Amaravira just getting runs quite easily, and I think quite commendable for him as well. Arun has batted for over 45 overs.
That's a much better length and pace. I think something that the Royalists or the Royal spinners have kind of missed out over these last 10 overs has been the pace at which the spinners have bowled. They've tried to dart in the ball too fast, and as a result it's made batting that much more easier, especially for someone at the likes of Jaden Amaravira who's striking that ball well. So you want to kind of take the pace off and hope that the wicket kind of would slow down and get that odd ball turn. Now that's a much better delivery there, but unfortunately going under the wicket keeper's legs, through it, and another 4 runs for St. Thomas's. 4 lucky runs, mind you, inching towards 250, just 1 run short. Like I said, although 268 at run a ball is what I mentioned, they'll get something much more than that.
Indeed, the way things are going, St. Thomas's be kicking themselves if they aren't able to get over 280. With Jaden Amarveer and Hettige as well playing a brilliant cameo here. I think once again a tossed up delivery outside off stump for yet another single. Ramiro Pereira's final over, going for some runs. There's a 46 ended here. It's 250 on the board for St. Thomas's College.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Cricket match fun. Prima කොත්තුමි තියනකම්. Prima කොත්තුමි fun තමයි.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
250 for 4, 4 overs to go. 300 is that elusive mark. I'm pretty certain that the Tomian camp would desire to get to, mind you. 133 runs. Jade Namarveera probably has the opportunity to become the first to get past 150 if he bats the remaining 4 overs. That'll be a breeze. Induvara on the other hand would want that wicket. He's bowled very well, mind you. He's beaten the bat many a time, has bowled the Yorkers, has bowled the bouncers, but not fortunate enough to get the wickets.
Indeed, he almost got that wicket off Hettige. He's dropped off the bowling of Induvara. And as Harun mentioned, he's been really bowling well. Did not play that 3-day game that comes into this Mustangs Trophy Encounter. And I think he's been the pick of the bowlers, even though not picking up a wicket, Harun.
Yeah, of the fast bowlers, I thought Gamage and Induvara bowled really well. Gamage went for runs in his final over that he bowled. It's just that the bowlers have found it very difficult to curtail Amarveera. It's good bowling, good stuff, taking the pace off. Seems to have a good head on his shoulders as well, just not coming in and running and bowling fast. He's understanding the game's the current situation, showing a good sense of game awareness. Induvara.
St. Thomas's College highest team score coming back in 2015 where they post on 277. I think they'll be on par to go breach that score from 11 years ago. After a couple of dot balls, Hettige manages to rotate the strike.
Interesting to see the next 3 balls. Jade Namarveera seeing that ball like a football. 133 runs. Mind you, that's a lot of runs under his belt. He's taken a liking to the Royal bowlers since last year. He's continued and scored his 4th consecutive 50-plus score against a Royal bowling attack. And that goes to show that he likes to absorb these situations. He likes the pressure. He likes the tension. And come at the hour, come at the man. Amarveera has put his hand up and done St. Thomas's a huge favour. Extra ball will be have to bowl by Induvara, trying a bit too hard.
always will frustrate any bowler, and especially being a fast bowler, having to come and bowl that extra delivery. Amaravira on 133. Yet another single. This has been a good over from Induvara. With how things have gone in the past few overs, Harun, he's managed to pull things back.
There seems to be a thinking cricketer. He understands his field. He's got two fielders patrolling that offside region, especially at sweeper, cover, deep third man and a deep point. So the plan is to attack and bowl outside the off stump, and that too full outside the off stump, not giving the batsman too much of leverage to go through the shot. This is beautifully stroked. Excellent shot. Couple of bouncers and trickles to the boundary for 4. Hettige to the party.
Brilliant cricket from Hettige. I think that has been one of those eye-catching shots. Though we have seen Amaravira really going at it. Hettige. What a shot. Gets it over the fielders and tickles away to a boundary. That boundary might just spoil this over. Induvara doing so well.
What's been surprising is even someone with the likes of Dinsara, who is the national under-19 youth the skipper. He seems to have kind of found it difficult to understand and place a proper field, and you can see fielders moving from one corner to the other, and just goes to show how the Tomians have kind of rattled the Royal bowling and the field placements as well. Having said that, a good comeback delivery by Induvara and bringing the end of over number 47, 257 for 4 St. Thomas's.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Black
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Black Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Fun. Prima Kotumi Tianakam. Prima Kotumi. Fun tamai.
Gamage will be brought on from the far end.
I think interesting change, and I think the right change made from the tennis court end. Gagan Gamage. Oh, this one swatted up in the air, but that's sailing over mid long off for a huge 6. That's gone straight to the barn.
Indeed, Jade Amaravira has greeted Gagan Gamage with a maximum. And he's in some mood here at the 49th Mustangs Trophy.
Look at that ball travel straight to the barn where the party is actually taking place. We have some of our co-commentators who are yearning to go there. I'm sure they would have had a glimpse of that ball as well. 140, 10 away from another elusive landmark. 150, no Royalist nor Tomian has got to this feat.
6 sixers in this innings, Harun, with 12 boundaries, striking at 104.48. Jade Amaravira has really bashed this Royalist bowling attack.
Poor stuff there by Pires, but no harm done in terms of the runs. Jade Amaravira rightfully staying from this side. He's wanting to take the strike, seeing the ball, like I said earlier, so well, striking it with a lot of confidence and power, especially since he's passed 100 runs. This time, once again, hiked over mid-wicket for another 6. It's raining sixes here at Colombo 7 SSC. Amarveera striking his 7th 6 in this innings and just 4 away now from 150 runs.
This is some batting from Jaden Amarveera. He didn't take that single, then he does this, the very next delivery.
So still no change of line from Gagan coming over the wicket. Oh, that time something very much more freakish. Thought had he just gone straight over the bowler's head, it would have been a better option.
I think he's in that kind of a mood that he'll try everything in the book.
Thrash past the bowler. 4 runs and that's 150 for Jaden Amarveera. What a Royal Tomian series he's having, mind you. 300 plus runs, a 50 in the first innings, 100 in the second, and 150 not out here at the SSC in the 49th Mustangs Trophy. I think there is no bowler that has a clue in dismissing or having an idea of dismissing Jaden Amarveera in the Royal camp.
Indeed, he's picked up from where he left off in that 3-day encounter. And he's come here and he's broken records. And this might go down as the highest individual score in a Mustangs Trophy. And Jaden Amarveera has just taken this Royal College bowling to the cleaners.
Another 4 runs. What a over this for St. Thomas's. 20 runs coming off Gamage's 9th over, causing a lot of damage for the Royalists. 277 for 4 with 2 more overs to go.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ.
Spicy chat එකට spicy savory රස munchy savory nuts.
With that boundary, Harun, they have equalled that highest score in a Mustangs Trophy. The Tomians, previously in 2015, they went on to put 277 on the board. As we take a look at that bashing in that previous over, 20 runs off that over. Amarveera really took on Gamage. And young Gamage was taken to the cleaners by Jaden Amarveera. 20 runs of that 48th over.
Truly amazing batting. So good to watch. No matter whether you're a Royalist or a Tomian, I think we are enjoying some very good cricket. This time full and beautifully punched through that mid-wicket region for 4. Hettige joining the fun. He's 8 away from getting into a very crucial milestone, a half century, which I believe he richly deserves. He indeed survived the scare where he was dropped, an easy catch at deep point, but from there on he's just shone and has been batting with a lot of confidence.
Indeed, Harun is really capitalized and played this partnership out really well. Hettige has supported Amarveera, and not even knowing, he's raced away to 42 and he's striking at 100 runs as well. Highest team total now for St. Thomas College in the Mustangs Trophy. Courtesy a record-breaking inning here from Amarveera.
Oh,
and Hettige, innovation, but just for a single.
Got the direction wrong there. The shot was on with fine leg within the circle. But yeah, this last 6 or 7 overs has been all St. Thomas's. Have taken the attack to the Royal bowling and rightfully played along, milking the singles and getting the occasional boundary until they reached that 43rd, 44th over. And then they have let loose and gone past 280. I'm sure 300 is what they're currently targeting. And mind you, more than 50% of the runs has been just scored by this one man, Jaden Amarveera, which is something very unique and you don't see in the Vira. You feel for the young man. He had the opportunity to dismiss Hettige a few overs ago when he bowled from the Vidyama, from the tennis court end. But unfortunate not to be rewarded with the wicket, but he's bowled with a lot of heart.
Indeed, Arun, I think Royal College can be quite unlucky. They got that wicket of Jaden Amarveera as well, but Udubela had overstepped. And Amarveera has really capitalized on those opportunities. He's swinging at everything.
Yeah, naturally so. He has nothing more, I believe, to achieve. 200 seems to be quite a distance away, with just 8 deliveries left in this innings of St. Thomas's. I mentioned in the pre-match show, if Amarveera or Solomons actually bat through, they will comfortably go past 250, and that has actually happened. And as an opening batsman, we saw last year Hirun Lianar should really bat through and get 100 to take Royal through. And this time we've seen Amarveera do that to set a very good total for the Tomians.
Royal College batting will have their work cut out when they come out to come and chase this Harun. With the likes of plenty of experience in that batting lineup, with the under-19 captain Vimat Dinsara, Rehan Pires, Ramiru Pereira, Hirun Lianarachi with a century in the previous year. We'll really have to bat positive, because this total will get close to 300. The Royalists will have to bat well.
Very interesting, as you saw when he didn't proceed with that. You can see how much of the stumps that Jaden exposes. You can see middle, leg, everything is exposed. But still, you've not seen a single fast bowler trying to kind of aim and attack those stumps. They've continuously and consistently been following the batsman, and as a result, it's given basically feeding Jaden into his strengths. And look at this, mind you, the entire Dasa group band is on the ground waiting for the innings to end. I'm sure they'll do a lap across the ground with that massive 100-piece band of theirs. A good end to the penultimate over, 285 for 4 St. Thomas's.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරි වලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Lianarachi being brought on to bowl up the final over. Not the easiest of overs to bowl, and he's been greeted with a boundary. Amarveera yet again starts off this over with a boundary.
Very interesting. I think Gamage, after going for plenty in that previous over, Lianarachi, who has not bowled for the last, I believe, 40 overs, has been given the ball to bowl the final over, and I don't know, I can't fathom the thinking or the understanding behind it. But nevertheless, it's, I believe, a gift for the Tomian batsman, especially Jaden Amarveera, who will be licking his lips to maximize in this last 5 deliveries.
Lianarachi went forward 21 in his first 3 overs. And a lengthy break, and Amarveera.
Huge hit, massive hit, all the way to the Western Hill Carnival for 6. I think somebody's got to knock some senses into Rehan Peiris, the captain, on bringing Hirun Lianarach, especially when you had Gamagate to bowl 1 over. I understand he went for plenty, but when you have your main bowler with 1 over to go, and you get someone in who has not bowled for the last 38, I believe, or 40 overs, I don't know, not good stuff.
Rehan Peiris will really be tested here. Lianarach, you can't blame that young man. I think with the pace Lianarach possesses, Amravira will love batting against Lianarach in this final over. Already 10 runs of it in this first couple of deliveries.
This is like during center practices when the coach tells last 6 or last 4. I'm sure that's how he's feeling now, and he'll have to end it with 4 sixes, mind you. It's been that kind of a day for Amaravira. That's definitely pitched outside leg stump. There's no way that was going to be given out. It's just 34 runs away, but doesn't have the number of balls, unless otherwise, of course, Lianarach keeps bowling wides and no balls.
Lianarach changing angles. Amaravira says, no problem. He goes yet again, yet another maximum.
And that's 300 runs for St. Thomas's. They do get past that elusive mark of 300, courtesy Jaden Amaravira, who's got 172 of them. More than 60% of the runs scored by one individual. Look at your screens. Look at that pickup. Easy pickings there. Just up and down stuff by Hirun Lianarach, floating it out. And on a wicket like this, there's no way a batsman who's at 150 plus is going to miss out. 300 runs, 300 after a long time. This one, once again, that's another 6. Easy pickings for Jaden Amaravira. This is so good to watch. If you're a cricket fan, this is what you like to watch, especially batsmen tonking the bowlers over the fence.
Jaden Amaravira. Come at the man, as Harun mentioned a couple of moments ago. This boy just keeps on impressing all of us here.
I'm pretty certain he's caught the eye of many junior national selectors who will be watching this game for sure. There'll be a World Cup coming in another couple of years. I don't know whether he will be eligible or not, but definitely a prospect to be brought into the national setup, junior national setup. Has to be given that exposure, looking at how he's playing. This once again, the last ball has been hit for 6. Just a single dot ball. 4 sixes. A boundary. That's 28 runs in that over. What a fantastic end. And indeed, you have to feel for Hirun Lianarach. I don't know whether he was ready to bowl that last over. Somebody had to knock some senses into Rehan Peiris on why he brought him in. With no bowling for Hirun after the 6th over in this inning, he brought him in the final over of the session and got hammered for 28 runs. What a fantastic knock. 184 runs. He just was 16 runs short of getting to a double 100, which should have been another record. So a record after record being broken here at SSC as St. Thomas's end their first innings, or end their innings with 313 runs with the loss of just 4 wickets.
Jaden Amaravira, take a bow, young man. St. Thomas's College have scored 113 runs in that final 10 overs, courtesy some onslaught from Amaravira. Was supported well by Hettige, but the headlines will be Jaden Amaravira. A record-breaking innings here at the 49th Mustangs Trophy. As St. Thomas's College set a steep target of 314 for Royal College. That highlight package coming up will be quite a long one. as Jaden Amarveera has really taken the Royal College bowlers to the cleaners.
It's not going to be a difficult batting card to read for sure. Amarveera, the star of the show, 184 of 148. He was there right through. He batted right through the innings, the entirety of those 50 overs, and made sure St. Thomas's got past 300. Some valuable contributions from Methuka Gunaratna, 37. Some starts from Avinash Fernando and Matarage. Solomons having a very rather an innings to forget. But Hettige, how did he perform? I think he did exceptionally well. Survived a very one of those scares where he was dropped at deep point. But from that point on, it was basically plain sailing for him as well. This partnership was an extremely crucial one. More than 100 runs for sure. 172 was when the last wicket fell. So 140 plus runs was that partnership. Nothing much to boast in terms of bowling performance. Just solitary wickets for Gamage and Ramiro Pereira, who I thought bowled the best out of the lot. Himaru De Silva also bowled very tight lines, but went wicketless. I thought Induvara was also looking menacing, but no one was able to kind of put up their hands and be penetrative enough to dismiss Jaden Amarveera.
It's been a one-man show in that Tomian innings. Jaden Amarveera, that will be a name that will really go down in history.
This is the highlight for you of the Tomian inning. Batted the entire 50 overs, just lost the 4 wickets. This was a close one for Jaden Amarveera. There was no slip. One can only imagine why there was no slip, especially when you're bowling in the first 10 overs. He went about his own merry way, hammering, taking Hirundiyanarachi to the cleaners in those first 3 overs. Hence the reason I was wondering why he was bought in that 50th over. But having said that, let's come to that later. Methuku Gunaratna played some fantastic strokes. The boundaries were scored all around the ground. Some deft touches. Some of those shots, the batsman didn't try to hit the ball too hard. This was the crucial turning point where Jaden was caught off a no ball, and the next ball, free hit, was stomped over long on. And this was probably the ball of the day. Peach of a delivery by Ramiro Pereira. Just amazing stuff. Avinash Fernando, I thought also played some very nice strokes, drove the ball handsomely. This was a gift of an over. 16 off his solitary over. Then things slowed down a bit with wickets falling in quick succession. Avinash Fernando was run out thanks to some good work done by Himaru De Silva. Then Rashawn Solomon subsequently followed. That was when the umpire gave the decision. This was Rashawn Solomon's bowled inside edge of Gamage. Then came Matarage, who had a brief stint before he too was run out courtesy Vimat Dinsara's direct hit. The ground fielding was somewhat relatively okay for Royal today. But it was all to do with batting. This was that catch we mentioned where Mapa spilled it, a sitter that was spilled, which would have seen the dismissal of Hettige, which was not the case. From there onwards, it was a Hettige and Amarveera show here at the SSC. Sixers raining, boundaries flowing, and St. Thomas's getting past 300 runs.
Okay, what a final 10 overs, 113 runs in it. Hettige played a brilliant role together with Amarveera. Amarveera took on the bowling, and did he just make that ball fly around here at the SSC. Hettige as well raced off to 44, striking at 100. Was one hit away from that half century, but just couldn't have enough time as Amaravira really took on the Royal bowlers. This was that over that went off for 20. Namage's final over, the 48th one, where he got off to that 150 run mark as well, Jade Amaravira. And from there on, it was no stopping the Tomian opener, who has etched his name in the record books. Hirun Lianarachi was brought on to bowl that final over. Not always easy to bowl a final over to the man who walked out from the very first ball, and he was striking so well as Amaravira hammered 28 runs in that final over to take the Tomians to 313 here at the 49th Mustangs Trophy, with setting Royal College a massive target of 314 to win this 49th Mustangs Trophy. We have Laxisi De Silva down there over the studio. Over to you.
Welcome back to the studio, everyone. What a knock from Jaden Amaravira, scoring 184 of 149 deliveries. He scored 50 runs in the last 15 deliveries he played. 8 sixes. He scored 11 sixes in total. 8 sixes just in the last 25 deliveries of his knock. Absolute carnage here at the SSC. This is the batting card for St. Thomas's College, scoring 313 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in their 50 overs. 112 runs in the last 10 from St. Thomas's. Jaden Amaravira, 184 of 148 deliveries, carrying his bat, opening the innings, and then staying there right until the end, and getting 28 runs in the last over as well. And Gunaratna scored in 37. It was a very good opening stand between them, Amaravira and Gunaratna, before Amirubera produced that magical delivery to dismiss him. And then Rafael Hettige supported Jade Amaravira with a brilliant run ball 44 knock that really helped their cause in making 313. And when it comes to bowling for Royal College, not a lot to talk about. Amirubera 1 for 47 in his 10. Indura none for 63, had a lot of pace, had some movement as well, but unfortunately just couldn't take those wickets. They just couldn't trouble Jaden Amaravira during his knock. So I do have two gentlemen with me to talk about everything that happened during the first innings. First, I do have Feroz Ahmed, and then I have a very happy Danushka Kolamage. So I'll first come to Feroz. Feroz, what a knock from Jaden Amaravira. I mean, you really don't have to be a royalist or a Tomian to enjoy that knock. If you're a cricket fan, that knock is something that you will definitely remember for a very long time.
Absolutely. I think everyone who watched the game will be privileged to watch this innings. Unbelievable. It was absolute carnage. And if you look at the records, this is one record I don't think anyone will surpass. The only person who can surpass is probably Jaden Amaravira, who has another chance next year. 184 runs. If you look at the 3-day encounter, the highest St. Thomas's, a batsman from St. Thomas's has managed is 184, and that was Dulip Mendis. And this is an unbelievable knock. I think you can take this, watch it on replay, and you can just admire some of the shots that he played. At times, he was playing like, I would say, unbelievable shots. He has his own technique, but what is remarkable, he has good hand-eye coordination. And to whack 11 sixers is unbelievable.
Danushka, as a Tomian, what are your thoughts on that knock? I'm quite sure you're over the moon.
Yes, simply amazing knock by Jaden. Luck was also on his side. So you say fortune favors the brave. And what impressed me the most is the temperament he had. Normal schoolboy cricket, you lose your concentration most of the time during the middle phase of your innings. But when it came to Jaden, he kept the singles, he rotated the strike. He didn't take a chance until the 45th over. And after the 45th over, he really took off. And that's amazing temperament, amazing concentration. So full credit to him.
These are the highlights from Jade Namarveera's knock of 184. As Anushka mentioned, Jade Namarveera, he took his time to settle right at the beginning, and then after he got going, he had that little moment as well where he was actually dismissed, but it was a no ball. We'll talk about that as well. But Jade Namarveera making use of that opportunity that he received. He went on to make 184. Even if you take the list A records into consideration, this is right up there as one of the highest individual knocks in the history of Sri Lanka cricket. That's how special this inning is. I mean, wherever you bowled, Jade Namarveera would simply vacuum to his leg side and he will clear the boundary quite easily. That was the story during the last 5 overs. As I mentioned, he scored 50 in the last 15 deliveries he faced. He was on 134, run a ball 134. He ended up with 184, 149 deliveries. Now Feroz, we talked about the fact that he had a little escape. So making use of those kind of opportunities, I mean, that's very valuable, and this knock is something that a lot of people can actually take some learnings out of.
Absolutely, I think you make your own luck. He got that chance, but ever since that point, I think he was perfect. He was absorbing the pressure, he worked the single, and he batted up until that was the moment where I think he had a lucky escape. But from that point onwards, it was pure batsmanship. I think he worked the singles, he built partnership, and when it mattered, he let loose and he got all the sixes that he wanted. And it's not easy. I mean, you spent time out there. He came as an opener. He was unbeaten. And in this heat, you have to have good level of concentration. And Namarveera showcased that perfectly.
Anushka, I think Feroz mentioned an important fact about the heat. He stayed out there for the whole 50 overs and he still had that fitness to make sure he cleared the boundary quite easily. It was not even that hard for him, even though he batted 50 overs.
Exactly, and if you notice his innings, during the middle phase, he was just hitting it to the boundary fielders and walking the singles. So he was preserving his energy as well, and that shows his mental capacity as well. And he stored his energy towards the end where he really needed it. And what's important, like Feroz said, he built partnerships. And credit goes also to Methuka Gunaratna, who had a good opening partnership, and also Rafael Hettige. At the end, he supported Jaden really well to get to the score.
Although Rafael scored 44, that knock is really worth more than half century, although he missed out on that opportunity. So right now we will take a look at the wickets to fall for St. Thomas's College. Not a lot to celebrate for Royal College today. That first wicket, though, Feroz, that was a page of a delivery.
Wonderful delivery. And if you look at the bowling card, it's the slower bowlers who've actually bowled well. Ramiru bowled 10 overs, gave away 47 runs. And Himaru, the left-arm spinner, bowled 10 overs for 32. So the slower bowlers have done their part. The faster you bowl on this wicket, the easier the batsman kind of dispatches you to the boundary. So I think when it comes to St. Thomas's, they'll probably learn from this and they will use their slow bowlers a lot more effective. And I think Royal, I didn't think they got the pace of the ball right. They went on with the faster bowlers and I think that worked in favour of St. Thomas's. But the slower you bowl, there is something out there for the bowlers. And Ramiru and Himaru both bowled well. Unfortunately, Himaru doesn't have a wicket, but Ramiru had that dream delivery to get the opener Methuka out.
So, Naushka, anything to add? Anything do you think that Royal College could have done differently to maybe just restrict maybe 50 to 60 runs off that total that St. Thomas got?
I think Royal were good in a few patches of the innings where they got about 2 to 3 wickets, but then the fielding was not up to standard. We saw easy catch of Rafael, put down, then there were a few overthrows. So they were always releasing the pressure, and every time a wicket fell, the Tomians always did well to put up a good partnership. So I think that's where they really lost. And like Feroz said, I also believe they used too much of the fast bowlers. They should have gone with more slow bowlings and slow bowlers, and I think that's the way to go on this SSC track.
Because the two conventional spinners, they bowled 20 overs and gave away just 79 runs. So the rest of the 30 overs, St. Thomas College, they have scored 234 runs. That's almost 8 runs per over. So Feroz, 314 to get. What would be your advice to the team?
Well, just spend time, build partnerships, and you also need to remember that Vimat, 4 years back, he chased 340 runs on this ground when he was playing for St. Sebastian's. So he has that experience, he's under 19 cap. And if Ramiru, Vimat bring their experience in, Himaru also had scored 100 last year. And there's plenty of runs. All what you need is not panic, build the partnership, and once you're set, you can look for the bigger innings. And from a Royal perspective, they need a couple of 50s and your key players to come good.
Danushka, chasing 314 is never going to be easy, especially in schoolboy cricket. So what is your advice for Royal College? And I think St. Thomas College is just about sticking to the basics.
I think coming into the game, Royal always had the stronger side, especially in the batting department. They have maybe 4 to 5 very aggressive batsmen in the top order. So if anyone is to get this 314, I believe Royal, the batting lineup can do it. So it's important that they get a good start, get their in, and then build from there. And saying that for the Tomians, they need to keep it simple, keep the runs down, put those dot deliveries in, and build the pressure.
Final question, do you think the surface might change a little bit?
Well, I think it will slow down. There'll be a bit of turn, but I don't think it will be threatening. I think it's still a good batting wicket. So from a Royals perspective, they need to just do the basics, build partnerships, and give it a go.
Danushka, do you think the surface might change a little bit? Or?
I doubt. I think SSC track doesn't change much during, especially on a one-day track. So I think, like we said earlier, Tomians have to keep it simple, keep the runs down. Royal has all to play for.
So that's what we have from that first innings of the 49th Mustangs Trophy Encounter. Thank you so much, Feroz. Thank you so much, Danushka, for joining with us. We do have an interesting chase coming up in the second half. Royal College, they need 314 runs in 50 overs. That's 314 in 300 deliveries. It's possible for Royal College, but the real question is, especially considering the fact that this is schoolboy cricket, will this be something that Royal College can achieve? So it's some really big questions we do have. So let's see what happens in the second half. So stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. We will be back with the chase of Royal College.
That's a brutal innings, no?
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
That was summer refresh when the train they got to go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Saratama enjoy kerana party kena go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
That was summer refresh when the train they got to go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Hey, I'm a hello ball on the classic kena go. Oh, I'm a capital pen office kena go. That was summer refresh when the train they kena go. Enjoy kerana party kena go. Night Go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Hot and spicy fun hit එක ගන්න අපි සැරේ මේ පාරත් හතර අතට දෙනවා අපි වැඩේ ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
එක දෙක කරන්න ටීම් එක සෙට් වෙනවා ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් එක ඩබල් ට්‍රිපල් වෙනවා ක්‍රිකට් මැච් ෆන් ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි තියනකම් ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි
Hey, I'm a hello ball on the classic kena go. Oh, I'm a capital pen office kena go. That was summer refresh when the train they kena go. Saratama enjoy kerana party kena go. Night Go.
Night Go, pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි
දෙන එක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දින එක කැට් එක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටෙස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක.
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
දෙන එක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි
දෙන එක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි
Dam doom ding belanam stick penna ya me apel belanam stick penna ya devi late belanam stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick venna
Strawberry vanilla chocolate racing munchie sticks stick venna
Maggie Papare
Rasa patu ena Maggie Papare blast
From Nestle.
දෙන එක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට ස්පයිසි සේවරි රස මංචි සේවරි නට්ස් Blast, make a flavor blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Pattu enna rasa kanna blast.
Hoina item Maggie Papare blast.
Blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast. Blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Flavor blast, Maggie Papare blast.
Blast, Maggie Papare.
Rasa pattu ena Maggie Papare blast
From Nestle.
ඉතින් එයා හොද්ද ඉතුරු ටික කියන්න ස්පයිසි සේවරි මොන හරි ඕනේ
ස්පයිසි චැට් එකට ස්පයිසි සේවරි රස මංචි සේවරි නට්ස් Dam doom ding belanam stick penna ya me apel belanam stick penna ya devi late belanam stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick venna
Strawberry vanilla chocolate racing munchie sticks stick venna
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගට් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න
යෝ චංකි තමයි වචනේ චංකි ඇඳෙන් මං ඇහැරෙන්නේ චංකි වන්ඩියක මම යන්නේ චංකි ලිඳෙන් ඇදගෙන නාලා චංකි ක්ලබ් එකේ වැඩ දාලා චංකි නංගි මගේ ආදරේ
චංකි කියන්නේ මටද ඔයා චංකි ෂාට් එකක් කනවා මෙයා මේ චංකි පාට් මොකටද අයියෝ චංකි චොක්ස් දෙයි දෙන දෙයි So hunky so crunchy Chunky chocks love chunky live chunky chunky chocks
හඳුන්වා දෙන කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ක්‍රන්චි කටගැස්මකට ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් තයි ස්පයිසි වයිබ් එකට ස්පයිසි ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් ස්ට්‍රීම් ෂෙයා කරන් කන්න ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් පොප්කෝර්න් රස ඩබල් කරන බාර්බිකියු සෝස් සමග කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV20 නැවතත් ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අතම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න
So that you don't stay angry.
so that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards, so you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Sasus daya dive lunu mirisata tempo happy, Maliban tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Wow cheese max rase, cheese onion tempo happy, Maliban tempo happy, kata gassena rase. Kottu lunu miris cheese and onion rasata, Maliban tempo happy, kata gassena rase.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අදම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැමෝම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න. හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රොබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත New Dale Drinking Yogurt. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිව්.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 49th Mustangs Trophy Limited Overs encounter between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. We are bringing you all these live pictures from Sinhalese Sports Club grounds in Colombo. St. Thomas's College have posted a mammoth 313 runs on the scoreboard, and now it's the Royal reply. It's going to be a daunting task for these Royal players if they are to chase these runs score. Inspired by a brilliant historical 184 from Jaden Amaravira, Hirun Matisha, he too is a Mustangs Trophy centurion. Can he repeat what he did last year in order for Royal to give a great start to this run chase? And the Tomians will start off with left arm spin of Abid Parnavidana. As I welcome Ricky Sims. Ricky, what a day it has been for the Royal Tomian cricket history.
Yeah, good afternoon, Damit. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Join us on the Papare on Dialog TV. Wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are watching this game, whether you are Tomian or Royalist, I'm sure you enjoyed that fantastic first innings. As Damit said, record-breaking innings by Jaden Amaravira, highest individual score at the Mustangs Trophy. What an innings it was. Century in the big match, century in the limited over game in the same year for the first time. Brilliant, fantastic performance.
Almost Jaden Amaravira at first slip almost put his left arm out, but nevertheless Royal are underway. Abid Parnavidana just angling across, and you can't blame Jaden also. He was out there for 50 overs batting and scoring heavily, and then again in the second ball he is in the action.
I would have expected that one to come so quickly. Interesting choice, Abid Parnavidana, to open the bowling for the Tomians, but if my memory serves me right, he did that last year as well.
Dinsara have played 6 games, limited overs games this season, but he'll think of that century he scored last year. And from a Royal point of view, Ricky, they'll have to get a good start. And they'll want their captain Rehan Piris to score big. He has a century in the limited overs format this season. Sri Lanka under 17 captain and the current Royal College cricket captain. He is a talented young lad. His bowling attack was torn apart by Jaden Amravira, but they rely heavily on their batting. Abid Parnavidana, from a Tomian point of view, they'll want him to give a good economical spell with his left arm orthodox spin.
He'll be looking to use his height, looking to get that ball to zip through. A bit of bounce with the new ball. I think the main reason he's bowling here is to bowl a few tight overs. You don't want Rehan Piris and Dinsara to get going. The power play is going to be crucial. This first power play with the field restrictions. Hard new ball. Royal will want to take full advantage of it. Try and capitalize, score as much as possible in this power play. So Tomians tactically bring in Parnavidana to get a few good overs in, economical overs, try and restrict as much as possible. First over done, 6 without loss.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
Dam doom ding belana stick penna ya me up hell belana stick penna ya devi late belana stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi munchie sticks racing stick penna
Strawberry vanilla chocolate racing munchie sticks stick wenna.
So Mendes has been given the ball. He was a very good Giman Mendes in the 3-day format with the red new ball. That will be interesting to see how we'll get going here with this white new ball. Different format, different day. But I would say a bit of less pressure here for Mendes. 300 on the board. But they cannot afford to relax, the Tomians, because they have 300 on the board. Royal have a very strong batting lineup. Players who have played at the highest level at under 19 level. World Cup players as well. Sri Lanka under 19 captain, Sri Lanka under 17 captain, former Royal captain. They are all very good players, and they have the experience, the capacity to chase down a big score. So the Tomians can't afford to relax. Early wickets is the order of the day.
Oh, what a wonderful shot from Rehan Piris. Giman Mendes, wow. First ball, and he's Sri Lanka under 17 skipper. Mind you, Ricky, they are teammates representing Sri Lanka, but wow, this is class. This is elegance. This is what cricket is all about.
Beautifully played, picked it up early, and out of here it went. He's looking very determined to chase down this target, very focused. He wants to make an impact around Piris. There you go again, Damit. Consecutive sixers. Greets Mendes in a grand style, Rehan Piris. You pitch it on my pads, out you go, he says.
Some poor bowling and some great batting from Rehan Piris. He's showing the world that whatever is on his pads, he'll put those right on top of the boundary ropes. Wow, this is very good batting. And Royalists are now showing the world that this pitch is very true to its nature, and you can chase down any score whatsoever. This has been a great start from Royal College.
Yeah, indeed, Ryan Peer is on his way. As we mentioned, he will be looking to capitalize in this power play overs with the field restrictions up. He loves to play his shots, loves to get going. Goes full this time. Gets away with it, Mendes.
Giman Mendes, he bowled quite well in that 3-day encounter. Has picked up 13 wickets in 5 matches in the limited overs format this season. If St. Thomas's College are to defend this score, Ricky, Giman Mendes and Abid Parnamitana will have to have very good games.
Yes, most certainly, because their bowling isn't really very strong. Somebody has to step up. Abid Parnamitana, the most experienced. His 10 overs are going to be very, very crucial. Giman Mendes has to keep up his form showed in the 3-day encounter. Too wide outside the off stump, just using the pace of the bowler Dinsara. Sweetly timed, picked his spot perfectly well. Another boundary.
Royal College have got off to a flyer here at Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. They're using the pace, they're using the field restrictions. Rafael Hettige should have stopped that, but it was flying off the bat of Hirun Matisha Lianarachi. Now skipper Avinash Fernando is quickly running out of ideas on the field placements. That's a much better delivery from Mendes. 2 sixes and a 4 in his opening over. It's been a great day here at Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. A lot of crowd have gathered here in support of Royal College and St. Thomas's College. This is the 49th Mustangs Trophy Encounter, the annual limited overs encounter between these two prestigious schools. Hirun Lianarachi, they're going for it, and they have shown that intent early on. 2 overs completed, 24 for none.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Presence, confidence, strength, freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused.
While they're getting the boundaries and the sixes, Ricky, rotation of strike is very important. When you're chasing down 313, you need to make sure that you rotate the strike well, especially when you have a left-hand, right-hand combination. Then you're giving that extra bit of second from the fielding team to set the field. Rehan is middling the ball really well, and it's looking ominous for St. Thomas's.
It's come out there with a purpose. You could see Rehan Beers. He wants to prove a point. He just wants to get on with the game. Looks a bit impatient as well. He knows a big score ahead, a big task ahead. But he has to be careful because he's one of the key players in this run chase as the skipper at the top of the order. And he's a natural stroke maker. Runs will come if he stays there. He should not just throw his wicket away. Comes down the track. There you go. Apish, very lucky. Falls short of that fielder. You could see he loves the pace on the ball. So this is a good tactic by the Tomians to bring in Parnamitana. Not give Ryan Paris that pace to play with like he did against Mendes in the early over. Navidana just slowing it down, but Paris waits on it. Waited for the delivery and punched it through that cover region for 4 more.
We've seen what one right-handed opening batter can do at the top of the order for St. Thomas's, and the other is showing what he is capable of. Rehan Paris. We've seen him over the past few years, Ricky, playing this Royal Tomian Cricket Encounter. We've seen how grown he is from a 14-year-old who has debuted to now captaining the team and batting so well. He's definitely a future prospect. We'll speak more about it. 29 for none, Royal.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Straight away a bowling change from Vidya Mavaten. Minon Varnasurya. He wasn't picked in the 3-day format, but on top of some good performances leading up to this game, he has been picked in the limited overs format. The second genuine seam bowling option for St. Thomas's College.
It's interesting to see how it goes. Gimam Mendes just at 1 over. Parna Surya, he'll be very nervous. It's a big game for him. Big moment. Playing in front of a large crowd with Royal at the moment looking in tremendous form. Starts off with the delivery on the pads and Liana Rachi tickling it down the corner. Fine leg was in the circle, so boundary to start off it, and Varna Surya will be under pressure straight away.
Yeah, it's a great start from these two players, and they've never let go of any of the deliveries which have been bowled to their sides. Both Hirun and Rehan. Ricky, we spoke about Rehan Paris, how he has grown his game, and seems like it's a no ball from Varna Surya. Yeah, seems like it's a free hit. There
Goes
you go.
big. Sorry, Damit.
No impact whatsoever. It was a free hit. I don't think Rehan Paris knew about it. Only Hirun knew about it. A lot of people on the ground didn't realize that it was a no ball, the previous one, and it was a free hit.
It's because it was a late call, I think, coming in from the third umpire. Well, so no damage done. But that's the length he should be concentrating. I have this the first couple of overs, the seam bowlers, I think they have been slightly too full. Varna Surya just in his third delivery, I thought Mendes in that over was too full. Yes, he was too straight onto the pads, but the length as well. It was easy for Rehan Paris to pick him up over square leg mid-wicket region. Varna Surya has to drag his length back Try and push Lena, Rachi and Pires onto the back foot. Tell them to play those horizontal back shots if possible. If not, try and do something better. The barn is really happening out there. It's loud, it's noisy. Good to see some past Tomian captains in full flow with their might. Pereira
it's the
and,
place to be, Ricky. The barn, the place to be. Have to congratulate Hiran Dimel and the team for organizing it. And a wide called. Varna Surya will not be pleased with that call. It was marginal, but nevertheless, umpire reckoned that it was too wide.
Just outside that line, that guideline given to the umpires as well. So fair call, we may say. But I like that length. I think after that first ball 4, he's realized he cannot be too full. Good thinking by Varna Surya straight away. There you go. That's much better length to both these players.
Royal College will want these two players to get them off to a solid start, especially in these first 10 overs, Ricky. The power play, only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So far, Royal have used that pretty well to their advantage. Loud appeal and given. Minon Varnasuriya picks up the prize scalp of the Royal captain, Rehan Pires. There you go, Rehan Pires moving across the stumps, chasing it, and there was a clear edge of Rehan Pires' bat, and the captain departs. Minon Varnasuriya, he's delighted, the young right arm seamer, brought into this game and getting the first wicket. 36 for 1 Royal College.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
It seems like the TV umpire is checking the overstep.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
No doubt about it at all. Rehan Pires is a goner, and the new batter is the Sri Lanka under-19 skipper, Vimat Dinsara. Sri Lanka under-19 skipper walks in after the Sri Lanka under-17 skipper is dismissed. Vimat Dinsara, for my liking, Ricky, is not lit up the Royal Tomians so far in the past couple of years, and this is probably the last opportunity for him to showcase his talents. He's a young, talented right-hand batter, got a good repertoire of strokes, got a half century in this limited overs tournament, but now he's got a massive challenge ahead.
The Tomians will be hoping that it won't be his day. No doubt about it. Starts off fluently though. Beautifully played into the gap. Just a single. And what adds on to his talent and ability is his experience at playing at the under-19 at the highest level in this format. As I said, the captain in Sri Lanka in the under-19 in the World Cup. So that's a lot of experience playing against tough oppositions. And he knows how to calculate these run chasers, how to get about chasing big scores. So his wicket is going to be crucial for the Tomians, because the longer he bats, Royals' hopes will definitely be alive. But if the St. Thomas's bowlers can get him out early, then things will change.
End of a successful over from Varnasurya. Royal 37 for 1.
So that you don't stay angry.
So that you never get late.
H&B Happiness Cards. So you always stay happy.
Enjoy happy offers, happier moments, and the happiest memories. No wonder H&B cards are now called happiness cards.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
So 37 for 1. Royal have got the runs on the board, but they have lost their skipper in the first 4 overs. That will certainly push them back a bit. But knowing Liana, Rachi and Dinsara, they will look to just keep going, keep up with the required run rate. Has Mendes come on from the opposite end, I think there's going to be a change. Parnavidana bowled 2 overs. Yeah, the Tomians changing ends for Mendes with the Puris back in the hut. They will want the Parnavidana to bowl in those middle overs with the fielder set with the outfielders. So these are good tactical changes by Avinash Fernando. I like what he's thinking.
From a Royal point of view, Ricky, they'll want one of these 2 players to go on and score big. If they have to chase this down, either Vimat Dinsara or Hirun Lianarachi will have to score a big century. It's not a 220 score you have to chase. It's not a 240 or 250. It's 313. We spoke at the pre-show with Harun and Shastika that the current modern game has not yet come into the schoolboy level, where you don't see 350s, 320s being scored by both teams. But here we've seen 313 for the very first time by St. Thomas's in the Mustangs Trophy history. Can Royal match that? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, definitely at the start I thought 250, 260 would be a very good score by the Tomians, where they could put Royal under pressure. But now when they've got 313, that looks very, very imposing. Even with the strong batting lineup Royal College has, you have to keep going at 6 plus runs per over continuously for that 50 overs. We had to reach for it, called a wide.
I don't mind Mendes bowling a little too wide, Ricky. He's getting Lianarachi to go after it. There you go. He's going across. He's chasing way wide deliveries. There is a wicket-taking option. And let's see what Mendes does. Now he's going attacking the pads.
He tried to overcompensate because he bowled wide outside the off stump. He thought he had to bowl straight at 2 straight. Going down the leg side. He still hasn't settled down into a good rhythm so far. In these 2 overs he's been bowling. Nerves because he was hit for 2 sixers. The start was not good. But he has the opportunity now to calm down, drag it back. Just bowl a few dot deliveries. Get into that groove. There you go, that's much better length. Just bowl stump to stump, off stump line. Just keep things tight, not try too much. You probably also feel that he's probably trying too much to try and get a wicket.
Chasing 313 runs to win. Captain Rehan Pires. He nicked behind of Minon Varnasurya. Giman Mendy is clearly struggling here.
Yeah, but I just feel also something is going to happen soon here. Damit, the way things are going. Mendes is struggling to get his lines and lengths correct. Lianarachi is playing with his mind. He's looking to come down the track, try and unsettle the young bowler. But he just feels something may happen. Lianarachi has to keep his composure as well. That's much better. Just keep bowling there. Let Lianarachi do the work. That's all Gimman Mendes has to do. Just hit those good lines and lengths. Let the batter do the rest. Wait for that mistake. Because you have runs on the board. All you need is to just keep bowling dot balls and push up that required run rate.
Yeah, it's not a T20 game where you have to go at it all the time, Maruki. If you're smart enough, if you have a calculated run chase, you can get to it. Right now, the current run rate is 9 runs per over, and the required rate is just 6 runs per over. Just need to rotate the strike, build partnerships.
Good comeback here by Mendes. The last 3 deliveries were good. Needs to finish off this over really well here. It's been expensive, 24 already. But he'll have to do a lot of bowling. It doesn't matter how much he concedes. Tomians don't have a lot of options. They rely on him. .43 on the board. They're going at 8 runs per over. What Royal doesn't need is to keep losing wickets. They need to keep wickets intact. When chasing down a big score, change in the field to the right hand. There is no third man. This is interesting. This is very, very interesting. He's going to bowl straight, short, fine leg. Square leg on the boundary. Nobody at third man on the boundary. Short third. Yeah, he does well though. Dot ball to finish off. 5 overs done. 43 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න. හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත නිව් ඩේල් ඩ්‍රින්කින් යෝගර්ට්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Honor X9D. All angle ultra tough. IP69K water resistant. Honor X9D.
Interesting start here. The chase is on. 43 in 5 overs. A very rapid start by the skipper Rehan, unfortunately, was dismissed by Varna Surya. He looks very promising as I welcome Feroz Ahmed to the combox.
Yes, positive start by Royal. They've wiped off that extra 14 runs. They've got 270 more of 270 deliveries. So I think the start was required, and they did get that start courtesy of the skipper, Rehan. Unfortunate to get out. He was looking good. Started off with whacking the first two deliveries off his pads beyond the deep square leg boundary. That set the tone, but right now these two are doing the right thing, getting the singles, working out the bowlers. I think a partnership is needed. I think these two are key for Royal, especially Dinsara. He has loads of experience. He's done it before. He's chased more than 300 at the SSC, and I've seen him bat. So this will be the key wicket for St. Thomas's, and from Royal's perspective, they need these two batsmen to build on a long partnership.
Very true, Feroz. If you draw a comparison with two teams, if you look at St. Thomas's, you knew that Jaden Amaravira was a key wicket. You knew that Avinash was a key wicket, and then you knew that Rashawn Solomons would be another key contributor with the bat. Out of which one guy came up trumps in a big way for St. Thomas's. Likewise for Royal, you had the skipper, Vimat Dinsara, Dinara who made 100 last year, and Ramiru Pereira. So you would want at least two of them to get in excess of 80 or 90 or even 100. So that's when you know for sure that the game is on. As you mentioned, this pair will play a very vital role in achieving this target if they are to.
Minon steams in, good delivery outside off stump. He's hit the right line and length. And what's encouraging to see is St. Thomas's know that he's a key player, and they've brought in that slip field as well. So they're looking to get wickets. In contrast, I thought Royal, they were looking at defending and not looking to get the wickets. And at the end of the day, wickets dent the scoring, and if you don't get the wickets early, you will be hammered the same way Jade Namareva did. They kept the wickets in hand and they let loose in the last 5 overs.
He's hitting that good length. It's a tall, lanky fast bowler trying to generate some speed, getting some obvious bounce because of his height. Vimat Dinsara, as mentioned on many an occasion, under 19 Sri Lanka captain, a player with first-class cricket experience as well. Expectations would be sky high for him. And yeah, Feroz, Royal, we thought they had an attacking option in the fast bowler who clocks about 130, 135. And even he was, as we see the replay, way outside off, even he was brought into bowl after the 15th over. So that's a very questionable tactic, especially when you bowl first at SSC.
Yes, I think we spoke earlier as well. I thought that was a questionable tactic too. But in the end, that's what Royal opted for. Wild chase by Vimat Dinsara. He needs to play within himself. Nothing loose. Royal depend on his batsmanship. Need to bring his experience into play. Tempting him. Nothing shot. Fortunately, missed it completely.
We saw a similar tactic, Feroz, even in the 3-day game where both teams opted to go wide of the crease after a certain point. And we see something similar here as well, where you see the line is way outside the off stump.
End of 6, 46 for 1.
දෙන එක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක.
So bowling change, Rafael Hettige will bowl from the tennis court end. The right arm off spinner being brought into the attack. The ball to Dinsara, the left-handed batsman. Bit of yes and no out there. You've got to be on the toes, especially when you're chasing such a big target. You need to get that quick single, rotate the strike.
So Rafael Hettige will be using with confidence. He had that brilliant partnership with Jaden. He got to 44 as well. He did his bit with the bat. That should really stir him up to do well with the ball. One of his main attributes as a cricketer, his off spin.
Nicely played along the ground by Dinsara. There's a deep mid-wicket in place. Lot straighter, and this time Dinsara rolled his wrists all along the ground. From a bowler's perspective, I think he'd love the batsman playing across. You miss, I hit. So from a bowler's perspective, he should be happy, he should be encouraged, and with the right hander in place, he's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket. The two outfielders, packed offside field. His line of attack will most likely be outside off stump. He's coming round the wicket, so we can expect him to dart across the right hander. But equal to the task, Dinsara, using his experience, walks across, paddles it beautifully. He knew what was telegraphed. Dinsara, that's one of his trademark shots. Beautifully played. There we see Hettige outside off stump, but Dinsara uses the reach, paddles it beautifully, scoops it rather.
That was on the cards. Dinsara, very good square of the wicket, a very good sweeper. So he was expecting that. He moved towards the offside, just paddled it or helped it on its way for an easy boundary. Slight change in the field this time around. The Tomian skipper adding in a short fine leg and giving that easy single at short mid-wicket, which was occupied before.
So that has brought in a change. Short fine leg being dropped back. Plays on the back foot. Conventional field and a conventional shot offered by Dinsara. 7th over in progress. Relatively good start for Royal. This mammoth chase of 314. Scored 51. This time uses his feet. Comes down the track, plays it along the ground. I think St. Thomas's batting revolved around Amaravira. Royal's batting needs Dinsara. End of 7, 52 for 1.
Come join the people cheer. Are they finally here? A whole new era with the joy of rich cocoa. Whole life's a treat again. So good it's almost insane. With a chocolate star by the name of Roccoa.
Say hola to Richberry Roccoa. Chocolates made from premium cocoa. Fillings and flavors for the full fiesta.
Yes, the name is Roccoa. Go cherry clothes and buy. It's time for Roccoa. Come taste la vida cocoa.
Varna Surya will continue. Dinsara on strike, outside off stump, played on the up towards extra cover. Well, you mentioned at the beginning that Jaden Amaravira's temperament stands out. I think even to chase this mammoth target, you need not only the talent, but the temperament to come into the fore. And right now, Dinsara, batting with a lot of responsibility, knows that he has a task in hand.
Absolutely. Feroz, see, talent is one thing, but applying that talent in a very effective manner is what makes an exceptional player. So that's a trait that I personally have seen in Jaden Amravira, and from Royal's point of view, you would want to believe that Vimat Dinsara would show something similar.
Lianarachi scored 100 in the 48th Mustangs Trophy last year. Was unbeaten. Carried his bat. Was instrumental in that chase last year. Started off quite well. He's on 19. A sharp delivery on the shorter side, but nipped back in. Lianarachi wasn't comfortable facing that delivery. ABC was a good delivery. Varna Surya showing signs, good lanky fast bowler. Surprisingly missed out at the Royal Tomian. I thought St. Thomas's opted to go with an extra batsman. Had only one fast bowler the whole of the 3-day encounter. Sena Council prevails. They brought him in. This time on the pads, beautifully flicked towards the vacant deep square leg. Fetches Lianarachi another boundary. So move along to 57 in the 8th over. So far, they've started off well.
So definitely not the line to be in. Got your two deep fielders on the offside, and there's no way that you could drift down leg or towards the pads of the classy act of Lianarachi. Easy pickings for him. And as he's ideally hitting that heavy length, just back of a length versus Lianarachi, but he's got to get his line spot on. Feroz, he's got a short fine leg, a square leg and a mid-on to support his leg side field.
Well, not an easy wicket to bowl if you're a fast bowler, but that last delivery, good cricket overall, hitting that right line and length. Batsman equal to the task, and the extra cover fielder did excellently coming across and cutting off that boundary. So overall, good cricket played. Outside off stump, not collected cleanly. Loves the batsman a single. 8 overs done, 58 for 1.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Enjoy කරන්න party එකට go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Hittige will continue. Outside off stump, beautifully played by Hiron, equally well fielded by Solomons.
It's a brilliant stop there. Solomons missed out with the bat today. Look to make amends in the field. He'll also want his off spin to come in handy today. A player for the future, 16-year-old.
Nicely bowled by Hettige, slows it, gives it some air. That was quite evident. The two spinners for Royal bowled 20 overs between them and gave away only 79 runs. St. Thomas's have made that adjustment, have brought in that spinner, but on this occasion, very well played by Dinsara. Hettige tosses it, beautifully played along the ground towards mid-wicket. Into the gap, fetches Dinsara a boundary. Not allowing the bowlers to settle down, taking that occasional risk, but to good effect. When you're chasing, you can't allow the bowlers to settle down into a good rhythm. And very good cricket, follows it up with a single towards long off. So the run rate in check, the required run rate is just above 6, but the current run rate is above 7. So Royal keeping that run rate in check and ensuring that they capitalize on the power play.
Yes, can't complain about the start as far as Royal is concerned. The only negative is that they've lost their key batter, the skipper in Rehan Pires, but saying that they've also got able batters who could replicate what he could have potentially done.
Nicely played again. Dinsara using his feet, plays it towards long on, gets a single, 9 overs done, 64 for 1.
That was summer refresh when the train they gonna go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
ගෙවන් යන්න ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න. ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න. ලොකු පොඩි හැම ෆෝන්ස් ගන්න. ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න. හොඳම ෆෝන් එකක් ගන්න. ළඟම ආබාන්ස් එකට යන්න.
Hey, I'm a hello ball on the class එකට go.
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
Just one more over left for the first power play, and it will be Varna Surya, the wicket taker. Minon Varna Surya bowling from the Vidyama at the end, bowling his fourth. Dinsara on strike. Way outside off stump. Rightly called a wide.
Interesting tactics here. The instructions clearly is to bowl outside off stump. There's no fieldsman who's sweeping on the leg side. You see a deep third man and a deep point as the deep fielder, so you would expect for sure that the line is going to be way outside off stump, and by doing that the margins of bowling a wide becomes quite high as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how Varna Surya keeps his control and bowls at a good line and length outside off stump.
Yes, a 7-2 field, just a mid-on and a short fine leg out in the leg side. So the line of attack will not be straight. It will be outside off stump, and with such a tactic in use, I think Dinsara can afford to take maybe an off stump guard, and it's telegraphed, it will be outside off stump. He needs to rotate from a bowler's perspective. It's about frustrating the batsman, and this time lot straighter, played towards mid-wicket. Will fetch him a couple of runs. Well run by Dinsara. Varna Surya making that cardinal mistake of going a lot straighter with this field setup. Dinsara equal to the task, plays it towards mid-wicket, and that brings about a change in the field. The slip being taken out from his position and being brought into a mid-wicket. You see the captain moving from the slip towards mid-on, and we've got a 6-3 field. Maybe the bowler will opt to bowl a lot straighter now with this sort of a field in place. A juicy full toss straight towards mid-on. Lucky that he didn't find the gap straight to the fielder, but gets a single. Batsman disappointed of missing out on that occasion.
Required rate at 6.07. We're bound to see the run rates dropping after the 10th over unless the batsmen do take an initiative to keep pushing. But you would expect that it will drop down a bit after the 10th over once the field spreads out and once the spinners come into play. Spin bowling been quite effective so far in this game. You would expect Abid Paramidana's 10 overs to be very vital for the overall result. Just short there. Hirun Leonarachi trying to control that shot. Bit of extra bounce. Did reasonably well.
Tapesh, nevertheless, I think from Royal's perspective, if they would have planned for the chase, they would have taken 70 runs in the first 10 overs. The next 15 overs will be crucial. They need to look at a 75 runs minimum during this period, and especially if these two out there, I'm sure they can get beyond 75. So that will give them somewhere close to 150 in 25 overs, and if they have wickets in hand, the last 25, I'm sure they can chase the 160 runs quite easily. But what is key is to work the singles, get that 4-5 runs and over with minimum risk in the next phase, and have wickets in hand for the last 20 to 25 overs.
Spot on. Feroz wickets will be key for Royal to chase this mammoth score. It will be a record-breaking chase. Saw so many records broken today. Will it be another is a big question mark. Tomians would hope that it's not the case. They would want the ring fieldsman to really barge in close and stop those singles. Be ever so active in that circle. So you come to the end of the 10th over, 71 for 1.
Wife happy karan. Kitchen neka abans karan.
$71 for 1. Royal College, decent start by the Royalists after having a rather forgettable session on the field, especially that last 5 overs. Went for plenty, I think more than 80 runs. First power play coming to an end. Royal scoring 71 runs, scoring at a rate of just over 7, which is decent and which is on par with what the Tomians too went about in their first power play. The only difference is Royal have lost 1 wicket. Their captain was sent after he showed a lot of promise as he started his innings. 2 back-to-back sixers of Gimhan Mendes, but then Minon Waranasurya was the first to get the Piris out. These were the back-to-back sixers that oversaw 16 runs coming through. There was a lot of boundaries scored in that first spell, and that is the wicket. But Minon Waranasurya just bowled a very consistent line and length, just kept that ball outside the off stump. But since then, I think Leonarachi has looked promising, continuing from where he left off last year. He still is to be dismissed in a Mustangs encounter. He was 100 not a that delivery, I think. Trying to play the field, Vimat Dinsara as Hettige continues from the tennis court end, and I'm joined with Ricky Sims. Ricky, I think you think this match might go down to the wire?
Well, it's interesting. Royal certainly in the chase, no doubt about it. They have the batting, they have the experience, the talent to get these runs. Like I mentioned earlier on to Damit as well in the first stint, St. Thomas's cannot afford to relax because they've got 313 on the board, because bowling is not their best strength. A lot of youngsters in the lineup, and in contrast Royal have some powerful hitters. well experienced players in this format in particular, who have played at the highest level at the under 19 level, so they know how to chase down these runs and get about their work, so they have to be at it, Tomians.
Beautiful shot, excellently played there by Dinsara. A full toss taken on the full. A yawning gap between deep mid wicket and long on. Beautifully pierced for 4. This is very important for the Royalists. They'll have to make sure they capitalize on every loose delivery possible. This time trying a bit too much, Hettige. I think Dinsara is tall enough to use those long levers and get it on the full. Better comeback delivery. This partnership has steadily progressed to 41 runs. They've gone about their business on par at a runner ball. Dinsara, like we mentioned a lot, hangs on his shoulders. That brings the end of over number 1177 for 1 Royal.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගර් TV 20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගර් TV එකක් අදම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
හඳුන්වාදන කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක. ක්‍රන්චි කටගැස්මකට ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් තයි, ස්පයිසි වයිබ් එකට ස්පයිසි ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් ස්ට්‍රිප්, ෂෙයා කරන් කන්න ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් පොප්කෝර්න්, රස ඩබල් කරන බාර්බිකියු සෝස් සමග කීස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් අල්ටිමේට් ක්‍රිස්පි චිකන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක.
It has been a good run chase so far by Royal. If they have wickets intact, then most certainly it's possible. They will need Dinsara to bat the same way he has done, same way he did last year as well with that century. Just keep continuing going. They need somebody to play the big innings to get that 3-figure mark, while the others play around. In this partnership is really crucial. Thomas will want to kind of get a breakthrough. One Surya has been the wicket taker. Well spread out field now, orthodox field.
Good shot, played with the shot and they cross over. Dinsara has looked pretty good. Has had a very average Royal Tomian series so far. He got a 30 last year at the Mustangs. Not had the best of big matches. I believe an innings or basically a session to forget in terms of the fielding. Ricky, if we saw this year's Royal Tomian. Like I said, as the under-19 national captain, there'll be a lot of pressure on his shoulders to really prove a point to everybody watching that, you know, he's worth this thing. As the next one, shot and beautifully pulled away. Didn't have to do much. He has the height. That set up nicely for Dinsara, and he swatted that for 4. Look at the replay here. Stood up tall, just rolled the wrist over that ball and held the pose for the photographers to take a few clicks before that ball raced to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he just trust the bounce and picked up the length early. Here at the SSC wicket you could do that, and as soon as you split that in a 30-yard circle, it's 4 runs all the way.
This time beautifully driven. There is protection. This good confident batting by Dinsara. He's raced to 41, scoring faster than a runner ball. Dinsara on the other hand, on the other side, has been giving able support to Dinsara. He's rotated the strike well. He's played the field pretty smartly too. 82 runs Royal. Varna Surya bowling his 5th over on the trot, probably tiring a bit as well, Ricky.
It's most certainly, it's very hot and humid. Harun, I've walked across that ground a couple of times to the opposite side, and it really takes a toll on you just for that walk itself. So no doubt I think he should get a break after this over. The good thing about this run chase is Royal has kept up with that required run rate. 7.03 the current run rate. So they have never let the required run rate go up. That's where the Tomians need to pull it back. They need to try and get in a few good overs, some dot deliveries, try and just create that pressure on Royal. So then they will try to do something which is not needed and make a mistake.
Good shots, but the desired outcome not to be the case for Lavinia Ch. There is protection. That offside, mid-off, extra cover. There is a sweeper cover patrolling that boundary region on the offside. He's pushed his length a lot more fuller after that boundary. Rightly so, because he's got the field set up in the offside.
Yeah, he's looked to bowl at a fuller length right throughout from ball number 1. There were a couple of deliveries that he dragged short. Now,
once again, beautifully clipped away. That's running down to the boundary. Mind you, what a shot. Didn't think that was going to the boundary.
What I was going to say was there was nothing wrong with that delivery. I thought that length was much better. Maybe just a touch too straight. But what batting that time by Lavinia Ch. Beautiful hands. Rolls of his wrist and picks up another boundary. 12 done, 86 for 1.
Hey, I'll handle ball on the classic at the go. Black night go. Kapila pen of the second ago. Black night go. That was some refreshment. The train they got to go. Black night go. Sarah enjoy get on the body got to go. Black night go.
Black night go. Pocket perfume. You take it to go ekak.
86 for 1 Royal. 12 overs gone. There's another 38. The time is 3:30, Ricky. And I'm feeling if this game goes down to the wire, I doubt that whether we'll get a complete set of 50 overs. Duckworth Lewis will definitely come into the equation at some point if light fades away faster than expected. We've seen bright sunshine over the last a couple of weeks or so. Occasionally we have the cloud. We've had the cloud cover. We saw a bit of it during the 3-day encounter, where at around 5:15. Oh, that almost took the leg stump. Trying to do something very streaky there, Vimat Dinsara, looking for the reverse sweep.
He's tried that twice now in the last couple of overs and it has not been successful. Probably a bit premeditated.
What I can't understand is why not the conventional sweep, especially if the bowler is bowling round the wicket. He's pitching it on leg stump. There's no chance of an LBW coming into the equation. Have a deep square leg and a short fine. There's nothing stopping you from bisecting the two fielders as well.
And especially the line he's bowling, because he's looking to bowl head to get outside that off stump, so he has to take it from outside the off stump to get it in that direction, or outside the leg stump in fact. So there's a lot to do. That's why I thought it was a bit of premeditated shot. He had already committed himself into it. The current run rate 7.96. This is very good going.
Beautifully swept. What a wonderful shot by Lavinia Ch. He's looking $1 million today. He had an over to forget, mind you, bowling that 50th over. Went for 28 runs, but he's come all guns blazing in this batting essay of Royal College. He's raced to 49. And mind you, like I said, continuing from where he left off last year. Look at this. Taken from outside the off stump. Like a huge gap between square leg and deep mid wicket. Comfortable for.
Yeah, St. Thomas's have to get him out and get him out fast. This has been a fantastic innings, fantastic half century, like you mentioned. Harun has risen to the occasion. Lavinia Ch once again, a tough run chase. He's come out there under pressure And he's delivered at better than a runner ball, 50 over 42. Well played.
Absolutely. A knock to be cherished by all the supporters, but it is not over. A long way to go for Royal, a mountain to climb, if I may say the least. Like you rightly said, they're scoring at a very good run rate, just over 7 runs. The required rate is about 6. And especially when you play in a venue such as SSC, where the gaps are huge, you know, plenty of runs on the board, singles on offer, it becomes that much more easier to score runs. 13 gone, 93 for 1.
දෙනේක සෙට් වුණාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතරේ ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටෙස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් වුණා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතරේ ටෙස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටෙස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක.
So Mendes back in to the attack. Now this is interesting, Harun. They have decided to go spin at one end, pace at one end. That happened earlier as well, where they switched ends for Mendes. So that has been a consistent. Now soon as they've taken the Minon Vanasuri out of the attack, Mendes is back.
I think it's a good move. He got the prize wicket off Dinsara at the 3-day encounter, and obviously those memories will be lingering in his mind, Dinsara. And just to be fair, just look at the 50 package of Hirun Lianarachi. Shots all over the ground, sweeps, flicks, drives, you name it, he had it all. Just the beginning for him. He has to start from scratch as Royal face an uphill task in chasing the Tomian total of 313.
Yeah, he's the key. You just feel he's got into this innings. He needs to play a similar innings to what Jade Namaravira did. The Tomians have to really try and get rid of him quickly. If not, this run chase is going to be really close.
What a shot. Excellent half stop there at the mid-off. I think that's the captain Avinash Fernando at that past team that was racing to the boundary. Using his feet to the prime fast ball of St. Thomas's. Almost got a hand to it. Not easy, mind you, in the follow-through. But a good half stop there by Avinash Fernando. Certainly saved 3 runs for St. Thomas's.
Yeah, he was looking, I think, to go much more straighter towards the mid-on region. Got the outside part of his bat. The intention was clear. The field is up. I'm going to go over the top.
One thing that the Royal batsman will have to do well is run hard. Run between the wickets will be crucial. We saw that the Tomians did that pretty well. It did lead to 2 run-outs, but nonetheless they took those quick singles very well. They were very efficient in their running between the wickets, mainly supported by Jade Namarwere. His game sense and his understanding of the fielders and their placement was exceptional. Because most of those first 100 runs that he got was with a lot of singles and twos.
Yes, he's a good thinking cricketer, Jade Namarwere. He really plans out his innings really well, when to attack. You see there are periods he just keeps getting those 1s and the 2s. Then Sunday he'll hit a couple of boundaries, put the bowler under pressure. Then the captain has to make the changes in the bowling attack. He takes those calculated risks.
Oh, beautiful delivery that went away from the right-handed batsman. You look at the replay here. That seemed away. Massive gap between bat and ball. It was an appeal out of hope, then conviction.
Yeah, and also I just felt that Mendes saw him trying to step out before he delivered, and he just dragged that length a bit shorter. Dinsara's initial trigger movement gave some hint towards Mendes.
Good shot to end over number 14. Royal 96 for 1.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
That was summer refresh when the train they gotta go.
Like night go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
දෙනක සෙට්ටු නාම මං එයාට දින එක චැට් එක දාන අතර ළඟින් තියන් කන එක ටේස්ට් එක එකින් එකට වෙනස් වෙලා එන එක චිල් වෙන හැම තැනකම බයිට් උනා මේක චුටියක මෙන්න මේක දැන් අලුතෙන් එන එක ඒක තමයි මේක හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
හැම වෙලාවකම හැම තැනකම හැමෝම අතර ටේස්ට් එක මංචි කොමේක
ඒක තමයි මේක try කරන්න අලුත් මංචි කොමේක
Hey, I've a hello ball on the classic gonna go. Black night go. Oh, yeah, I'm a capital pen off the second to go. Black night go. That was summer refresh when the train they gotta go. Black night go. Saratana enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black night go.
Black night go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
Saratana enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black night
go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Hey, I'm a hello ball on the classic gonna go. Black night go. Oh, yeah, I'm a capital pen off the second to go. Black night go. That was summer refresh when the train they gotta go. Black night go. Saratana enjoy get on the body gotta go. Black night go.
Black night go, pocket perfume. You take it a go ekak.
Welcome to the Under Armour Halo project. Halo is not simply another sneaker, but rather a fleet of innovative footwear crafted to maneuver the complex biomechanics of running, training, and, well, everything in between.
That's the scorecard for you. If you're joining us now, it's the 49th Mustangs Trophy. We're in the second essay as Royal chased down 313, another 218 to get off 36 overs. Like I mentioned, an uphill task. They've started off well. Hirun Lianarachi, the opening batsman, has briskly gone into 51 of 43, scoring at faster than a runner ball. Dinsara is also looking good. Hemmings is on 18 not out. But before that, we saw something marvelous. Amaravira breaking record after record. Became the first ever player in this Royal Tomians series to score 100 in the same year at the big match and the Mustangs Trophy, and also has mustered 184, which is the highest individual score in a Mustangs Trophy encounter. We're all set after the first drinks break, which just ended, as we see a bowling change from it's a leg spinner. It's going to be Shanil Pereira from the tennis court end. There is a bowling change, which is good to see. I'm excited whenever I see a leg spin bowler coming into bowl. A lot can be expected, Ricky.
Yeah, always something tends to happen, isn't it? You may come and bowl a few short deliveries, full tosses, take a few runs, or bowl a few good deliveries, pick up a wicket, bowl that unplayable delivery like Ramiru Pereira did in the first innings. You never know what could happen.
Good start by Pereira and equally well played by Dinsara. A rather, I would say, a standard defensive field, a solitary slip. They will go with a deep mid and deep square and a long on, patrolling that boundary region on the leg side with a short fine. So huge gap at mid wicket. But as we speak, a few changes happening. It's going to be an interesting battle between Pereira and Liana Arachi, leg spinner bowling into the left-handed batsman. He'll be enticed to take the leg spinner on. Oh, that's close, and there you go. Pereira has got the wicket just in his second delivery. That looked very close. He did shuffle across, played across the line, and I think that was going to crash into leg stump.
Well, they always say these are short breaks, the drink breaks can also get you breakthroughs. This is exactly what has happened, and I was going to say that probably he'll try to play that sweep shot. He's been very good with it against Pereira, especially with this field you spoke about, the big gaps on the onside. But didn't pick up the length really well. That was too full to play that shot, missed it completely. Umpire Chamara Sohitra says that's out. You have to go. He'll wait for the check of the no ball. But that's a big wicket if it's always well.
Lianarachi is still waiting for the official confirmation as the third umpire is checking for the footing.
He'll be very disappointed with that one. Lianarachi was batting so well. He probably could have played a few deliveries off Shanil Pereira just to get his eye in as well before going for that sweep.
What's going to happen is it's going to further dent the scoring rate of the Royal batsman. Lianarachi was the batsman taking attack. I think yeah, I think the decision has been given. Lianarachi has to walk back into the dressing room after a very good half century. And with his departure comes last year's captain Ramiro Pereira. Half centurion at this year's 3-day encounter, comes with a lot of confidence. Let's take a look at his stats in the limited over encounters so far. He's got 171 runs in the 5 innings at a decent average with a best score of 47. Just a few games of limited overs cricket, unlike the 2-day encounter.
This pair is central to Royals' run chase. These two players have to get them close as possible so that the others then could come in and throw their bats around. They need a big partnership here.
See the last wicket, beautifully tossed up, and that was crashing into middle stump. I think an excellent delivery. I said it's going to be a keen tussle, but a tussle not for so long. The first ball that Lianarachi faced, played right across the line. Thought could have taken a couple of sighters, especially with the new bowler bowling. Yes, complacency set in with the next ball. Full toss. Pereira will be bringing in confidence.
Arun, there were two things there. One was it was straight after the drinks break, the first over, so he could have played a few deliveries, and like you mentioned, a new bowler as well. So there was two things to consider for Lianarachi, but he was batting so confidently. He thought he could just continue the way he left off. Unfortunately, it's a big breakthrough. Something the Tomians wanted, Royalists didn't want. Now they have to restart again.
This is going to hurt the Royal scoring rate. Beautiful ball. Excellent start by Shanil Pereira. He's been right on the money. Like I said, it's not easy for a wrist spinner to come in, find his length immediately, but I think he's done an excellent job. He's bowled 5 balls on the spot. He's not afraid to give that ball a bit of air, and he bowls at a very good pace. I think that's been the most impressive aspect of Pereira's bowling. mentioned this at the 3-day encounter as well. The spin, the purchase that he gets off the wicket has been far effective compared to the Royal leg spinner. This time swept and swept fine. There is protection in the deep. That brings the end of over number 15. We'll have a change in commentary. Royal 99 for 2, chasing 313.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
So 15 overs done, 99 for 2, and it'll be the left arm fast bowler Mendes to bowl his 4th over. Dinsara on strike, and unfortunately for Royal, the half centurion Lianarachi got out the previous over. It was LBW for a well compiled 51. He strode in with purpose. He was aggressive, he took the occasional chance, and unfortunately missed out facing Shanil Pereira. Umpires having a chat with the skipper, probably for the over rate, I suppose. They bowled 20 minutes. They've only managed 15 overs. They were -5 at the 3-day encounter, but it's good that the umpires have stepped in with 35 more overs left. The light, the sun setting. Oh, beautifully played. Beautifully played by Dinsara. Just caressed it. Gave the full face of the bat. Past the bowler for a boundary. Good start for the over. And a good start for Royal in the 16th over.
100 up for Royal College. Dinsara. Beautiful shot. Raises away to the fence. Timed it to perfection. And Gimhan Mendes once again starts off his over, conceding a boundary.
Well, the chase is on. 16th over in progress, and we've also got the Duckworth-Lewis. Royal 2 wickets down. They need to be 100 up in the 15th over to be on par with the chase, but Duckworth-Lewis will come in only after the 20th over is completed. Gimhan runs in, this time straight again, beautifully played, straight bat, but unfortunately for the batsman, it was a little too straight. Hits the stump, misses out on a potential boundary. There was protection out in the deep. Previous shot meant that the skipper dropped the mid-off towards long off. Would have certainly fetched him a couple of runs. The end, no run taken. Royal 103 for 2. Couple of steps on the shorter side. Dinsara was interested in 2, but rightfully Ramiru made the right call and ensured that it was kept for a single.
This pair will really make a big difference for Royal College in this chase. Feroz, Ramiru Pereira and Dinsara, one of the more experienced batters in this Royal College batting lineup.
Well, during the break, there was some, oh, that's Apesh. Fortunately in the gap, gets the single. Coming back to the point I was making, during the break, someone asked me, who will hold the key for Royal to chase? And I told it'll be Vimat Dinsara and Ramiru Pereira. I may have missed out on Lianarachi, the centurion of the 48th Battle of Mustangs Trophy. But for Royal to chase this 209 runs, they need these two batsmen to bat for a long period. And so far, they're doing the right thing, getting the single, building a partnership. Ramiru needs to get himself in. Started off a little tentatively, pushing at it. But what's important is he's still out there. Couple of runs for him. Dinsara on 26.
Indeed, Vimat Dinsara, with the experience he has, I think Royal College will highly depend on Vimat Dinsara. A massive occasion as well. Straight back at the non-strikers wickets. Almost hesitation in the middle.
It's a bit silly cricket by Ramiru. Played it back. There was no run. Rightfully, Vimat Dinsara stood his ground. End of 16 overs, 106 for 2.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Beautiful aerial pictures from the Sinhalese Sports Club. 49th Mustangs Trophy. It's quite loud out there. Pereira to continue using his feet to good effect. Dinsara gets off strike.
Good cricket. Bowler Shanil Pereira not afraid to toss it up. And what's nice to see is they've brought in a slip field as well. They've understood that to get back into the game, to win this encounter, they can't simply restrict the Royal batting lineup. They need to get the wickets. Nicely tossed again, but equally well played by Ramiru. Good battle out there. The Tomians, led by Shanil Pereira with the ball. Started off well. He's bowling his second over. Got into a good rhythm. Leg spinner is always an interesting choice. An attacking bowler. Makes a change, gets the slip fielder towards the point region. 5 infielders, 4 outfielders. This time lot straighter, bit of turn. Equally well played by Dinsara in the end. But there is some purchase for the spinners. The Royal spinners also bowled well. 20 overs between them, gave away 79 runs. Pereira has started off well.
Indeed, for Royal College it was Ramiru Pereira and Himaru De Silva.
Nicely played by Dinsara, but equally well fielded by the extra cover. Is it Solomons? We'll have to see.
I think for Shanil Pereira, he'll need to be backed up well from the other end as well, Feroz. Those bowling partnerships are really important. That's what we didn't see in that Royal College bowling performance.
Nicely bowled again. Got the inside half of Ramiru's bat. He's going with hard hands, Ramiru. Unlike Dinsara, who's waiting for the ball to come, using his feet, playing it along the ground. Ramiru showing a bit of nerves. Hasn't started off comfortably. Again, powerfully driven towards the TP Ch extra cover fielder. No chance of a single. End of 17. 109 for 2.
Wife happy karan. Kitchen neka abans karan.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න. O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
Spin from both ends for the first time in this run chase. Parna Vidana. Brought on from the Vidya Mavath end.
The college stewards leading the cheer. They need some entertainment. These two batsmen comfortably working the singles, building a partnership. And the Royal Boys tent giving the utmost support. The chase is out there. Dinsara to take strike to Parnavidarana, who's been brought into the attack. Very important passage of play. The two key spinners for St. Thomas's, Parnavidana and Shanil Pereira, will bowl in tandem, and from a Royals perspective, they need to be patient, build a partnership, and ensure that they score at 4 to 5 runs per over in the next 8 overs, cross that 25 over run mark. Ideally, they'll be happy if they get 250 runs at the end of 25 overs. Next delivery short, punched on the back foot, gets a single.
Royal College going with that required run rate. The party in the stands continue. That's the equation for Royal College. 2 and 4 runs more in 32.3 overs.
Well, 50 overs, there's bound to be 1 or 2 good overs. They can afford to play the ball on merit. Shanil Pereira has started off quite well. He's going to be key for St. Thomas's. Royal need to tighten their game. Ramirez in particular faced 10 deliveries for his 3 runs. Should do anything fancy. He's got the shots to catch up on the deliveries that he's facing at the moment. But so far, the Tomians are doing what is required. Stringing in a couple of deliveries, tight deliveries, troubling Ramiru, and ensuring that Vimath is at the non-striker's end. That was an interesting change by Paranavidana. Slowed down in his run-up. A good over comes to an end. 18 gone, 110 for 2.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කෝල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කෝල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසි කෝල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න. O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
අබාන්ස් ෆ්‍රිජ් කියන්නේ අබාන්ස් ෆ්‍රිජ් කියන්නේ පවුලට හරිම ෆ්‍රිජ් එකක්. අබාන්ස් ෆැමිලි එකට හරියන අපේ රටේ ෆ්‍රිජ් එක.
Spin of Pereira will continue from the far end.
Well bowled again, but equally well played by Dinsara. Royal would have been tempted to bring in a left-hander, considering that St. Thomas's main bowlers are the ones who get the ball to go across them. That's Shanil Pereira, who bowls leg spin, and Abid Parnavidana. Especially with Vimath Dinsara, one of their key players out there, they would have been tempted to send Veval Vela. He's also an aggressive batsman. Ramiru walks across, is looking for that big hit, but Shanil Pereira ensured that he will only play it along the ground. Didn't give enough room to free his arms, but 19 balls since the last boundary was scored. Hirun Leonarachi was a lot braver, took some chance in his batting, particularly the sweep shot. Again a quick single.
Dealing in with the singles, Royal College. 19 balls, I think 20 balls with that delivery since the last boundary, Feroz.
That's all right, as long as they keep the scoreboard ticking, build a partnership, and ensure that they have ample wickets left when it comes to the last stages of the game. And as we speak, Wild Hoik runs across the stumps, pitched outside off stump, and a sweep shot employed by Ramiro fetches him that boundary, the boundary that you were looking for. Reshwan?
Indeed, much needed one for Royal College and much needed one for Ramiro Pereira to get going. His first boundary in his innings.
Well, similar to what St. Thomas's did, where Jade Namaravira batted from one end and was ably supported by the rest of the batsmen. I think Royal's tactic will revolve around Vimat Dinsara, and the rest of the batsmen will try to take the chances, will be a lot more aggressive. Ramiro is naturally a talented player. As we see last delivery, lovely bit of drift and turn, and immediately the captain obliges with a slip fielder. Again, powerfully swept by Ramiro. Very well played. St. Thomas is attacking. Ramiro attacks 2. End of 19, 121 for 2.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation, or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views, and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown, Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
Navidana will continue after a very probing over in his previous one. On to his second spell. Just conceded the 1 run in that previous over. Dinsara on 31, Pereira on 12. Ramiro Pereira struck a couple of boundaries in that previous over to just release that pressure.
Well, Reshwan, absolutely. I think the 2 overs prior to that fetched only 4 runs, and delicately played by Dinsara. Uses his experience, guides it towards a short third man region. Plenty of class behind that shot. Fetches a boundary. So the last 4 deliveries, Royal have managed to score 3 boundaries, and Ramiro, I think the 2 sweep shots he played were in a very critical juncture. 2 overs fetched 4 runs. And Ramiro took a chance, very calculated risk that was required. And at the moment, the pendulum swinging in favor of Royal. I think a smart bit of cricket by these two, bringing their experience, risk-free, calculated innings. Both Pereira, who's just started, he's on 12. Dinsara, using his experience, leads the under-19 setup and follows it up using his feet, punches it towards long off. So overall, so far, the chase has been on point.
Indeed, Royal College wouldn't have asked for a better start, Feroz. And I think Vimat Dinsara as well will really want to use all his experience in moments like this. A massive occasion for both schools, and after being asked to chase 314, Vimat Dinsara will have to take all the responsibility to try and chase this down for Royal College. Once again, a delicate touch for yet another single. It's good cricket from Royal. After getting that boundary, Feroz, they managed to go on and rotate that single. Already 6 runs from this over, with another 3 balls to follow.
Well, Reshwan, are you being tempted by the Keel's crispy chicken? It's right in front of me. I can smell it. I'm sure you're salivating out there as well.
Indeed, always a tasty munch, especially in games like this. One of the best companions you could have to enjoy a good quality game of cricket.
Well, when push comes to shove, don't bite your nails. Eat the chicken instead.
Indeed, the best one. The Keel's Crest crispy chicken. Just what you want to have.
Nicely played by Dinsara. Lovely bit of cricket by Dinsara. Nicely played towards sweeper cover region. Gets him a couple of runs. Royal moving along nicely. 129 for 2.
Good run in between wickets as well, Feroz. And I think this has been a very productive over for Royal College.
Very productive, risk-free cricket. So smart bit of batting by Dinsara and Ramiro Pereira. Again, nicely played. Wonderfully played. Just a single. End of 20 overs. 130 for 2.
Enjoy kerana party ekata go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth ekata go ekak.
First 10 overs, Royal in reply scored 71 runs, losing 1 wicket. They have added another 59 runs, losing another wicket in the second 10 over spell.
Good wrist work by Dinsara as the next one is beautifully driven through that gap between cover and extra cover as it bisects the sweeper cover field as well for 4. Dinsara has looked, I think, very good today. He's showing a lot of maturity. This is his format. He knows how to play this game. He understands the gaps, and that was a clear example of bisecting it beautifully and richly rewarded. This is risk-free cricket, mind you, by Royal, and they're getting about things relatively easily, scoring at 7 to 8 runs per over just by taking singles and hitting the odd boundary. Harada, your take?
Yeah, two Sri Lanka youth international players, you expect them to play. Tough gets going when the going gets tough, and I believe this is exactly what it is. The cricket centre in Sri Lanka is shown with this drone shot.
Some fantastic pictures, mind you, from Papare. This time short, right, long hop. Oh, poorly done there, deep mid wicket. Another 4 for Dinsara, another 4 for Royal.
Royal is really giving a good example of how to chase a huge total. This is quality cricket. It's risk-free, as Harun mentioned, but this is poor fielding on 2 occasions.
Diving over the ball that time, I believe it was either Varna Surya patrolling that deep mid-wicket region. Just going over the ball, not what the Tomian contingent would have wanted, but Dinsara had ample time to rock back and place that anywhere he wanted. And Richard deserved 4 runs.
The joint chair for Royal, Ramesh Abhivikram, mentioned to me during the break that this is the best attendance in a Mustangs Trophy game for schoolboys and the others.
I think it's pretty evident, Haritha. You look at the Western Hill Carnival, the paddock, the barn, it's a packed house. I'm sure our cameraman will put the attention to those respective tents that I just mentioned. You'll just see the types of crowds that flocked in to watch this 49th encounter. I'm sure going into next year, it's going to be even bigger, Haritha.
Yeah, it has to be a full house, because I see a few empty seats in the Old Tomian Swimming Club enclosure, pavilion upstairs. But having said that, a good crowd. This should be a fantastic finish. I know 314 runs is a lot, but this strong Royal batting and this placid wicket, if you don't bowl well, the score is up.
Agree with you, Haritha. 4 deliveries gone, already 10 runs accumulated in this over. Like I said, risk-free cricket, and the next one takes the outside edge. The fielder chasing that. Valiant attempt by Varna Surya. He certainly stopped or saved 2 runs for his team. And just like that, without any sort of challengers, 12 runs have come off this over. And thanks to some excellent batting between Dinsara. As Dinsara has gone to his half century, we've not been able to highlight that. A very good 50 and a first of its kind in his Royal Tomian series. Missed out
and
on
that's
the last.
The highlight.
That is definitely the highlight. But it doesn't end there for Vimat Dinsara.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the way he's batting like the champion we know he is. And with Ramiro, it can be a different story. End of 21, Royal in a commanding 2 down for 143 in reply.
Why take chances with construction delays, speculation or uncertainty when you can invest in the real thing? Marina Square offers premium finishes, ocean views and above all, a payment plan that extends till 2027. Know exactly what you buy and pay with ease. Call 076 305 0000. Marina Square, Uptown Colombo. A luxury project fast approaching completion. Backed by Access Engineering.
The Tomian innings was built around the opener Jaden Amaravira. Record 184 not out, carrying his bat through the 50 overs. Involved with 3 good partnerships, 95 for the first wicket with Methuka Gunaratna. And then with the captain, 50 runs for the second wicket, Avinash. Then 141 run unbroken 5th wicket partnership in just 92 balls.
That must be a record, Haritha.
Must be a record for the 5th wicket. But you mentioned that there has been a 200-run partnership in this series.
That was let's get back to that. This is Vimat Dinsara's half-century highlight reel. Some deft touches, some beautiful drives. Capitalized on every loose opportunity that was thrown at him.
And he made a few shots on his own, using his feet to the pitch of the ball. 5 fours, that's another story. See, that strike rate of almost 95. That's the good part of it. You wouldn't notice that it has come in that fashion.
Correct. I think he's been ably supported by Ramiro Pereira, who's not got bogged down, who's looked to also take the attack to the Tomian bowlers.
He would be a different composition altogether. The way he plays, he has to bat through.
Yeah, mind you, there is another 29 overs. That's a lot of cricket left in this game. I mentioned in my previous stint, it's a race against time. It's 4:15. 29 overs is a lot more time that will be consumed. So I firmly believe that with light fading in, Duckworth Lewis can come into play, Haritha.
Yeah, the only aspect for St. Thomas is that they have a few spinners to tighten up. If not, they'll have to concede every over short 5 runs. That's a lot.
Yeah, we did see the umpires warn skipper Avinash for the slower rate. I think that's forced them to bowl 2 spinners in tandem. 22 gone, 146 for 2 Royal.
මාස 24ක් දක්වා ගෙවීමේ පහසුකම් සමගින් මාසික වාරකයේ රුපියල් 4999යි. අබාන්ස් ජාතියේ පරිගණක සැපයුම්කරු.
ඔයාල කැපිලා පෙන්න ඔෆිස් එකට ගෝ.
Black Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
ඔව්ව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි ඩෙටෝල් අයිසිකූල්. අවුවත් එක්ක ඇති වෙන දාඩිය නිසා හැදෙන විෂ බීජ වලින් ආරක්ෂා කර ඔබේ ඇඟ 3 ගුණයකින් කූල් කරයි.
The domination of Jaden Amaravira in the Tomian innings, he scored 184 not out. Next best was Rafael Hettige, who scored 44 in that 141-run partnership. There, Jaden scored 95 runs in that 5th wicket liaison. Methuka Gunaratna made 37, so you can see the difference. He simply took over.
I think these are the pictures that we are seeing of some of the stands. few empty seats here. This is at the SSC downstairs, but you take the attention to the barn, to the paddock, the Western Hill Carnival. Mind you, packed crowds as we can see from this vantage point. And as we speak, there's a bowling change from the tennis court end. Seems like, is it Rashawn Solomons?
See how it works. That's the
OTSC stand?
Yeah, I said a few empty seats.
I think they've kind of widespread across the other tents. Naturally, we don't get that same attendance as we do for the 3-day encounter, but nonetheless, this year we have been told that it's the highest recorded attendance at a Mustangs Trophy encounter. Dinsara has a lot more to do, Haritha. He may have got to his half century, but I know at the back of his mind, his target is the 314 runs that Royal have to get. They're almost halfway there. And with another 27 or 28 overs to go after this, 27 to go after this, I'm sure they will. Oh, that was cheeky and very dangerous.
The batter missed, the wicketkeeper missed too. What was he trying to do? Ramiru Pereira. Rashawn Solomons failed with the bat.
He's lucky for that ball not to take turn. Went on with the arm. He's better off playing the conventional sweep, especially with the short fine being there. The cheeky little lap goes to no avail, as you have a better gap between deep mid wicket and deep square leg. If you're taking that ball in front and playing it squarer, then finer.
Yeah, thank you for being there. Enjoy.
This time beautifully cut. There's protection in the deep. I think singles and twos will be the name of the game, as this period is pretty crucial. A period which most batsmen to not capitalize, especially we speak of this 10 to the 40th over. It's a lot of overs, but how you kind of motor along, keeping that scoreboard ticking, getting that out boundary for the loose ball bowl. Oh, I think that's close. They're sending this upstairs. Pereira doesn't look confident.
Was he bowled?
Stumped.
Can I have a front foot first, please? It's a fair delivery. Can I have a side on replay, please? One more time, please. One more time. Rolling forward. Can I have opposite angle, please? Rolling forward, rolling forward, rolling forward, rolling forward. Director, just go for a previous angle, please. Can you zoom up this angle, please? Do you have anything else to show me, Director? Rolling forward. Okay, I can see some part of boots behind the popping trees. When the bells light up, my decision is not out. Repeat, not out. Please focus the light.
It was a tough call on umpire Chandrika Amrasinghe.
I think the right call as well, Haritha.
Yeah.
Some part of that boot was behind the popping crease. And like you said, a tough one, but the right one.
That's what the technology can do. That's what this game is all about. Must give credit to the organizers for... This is a costly affair, this third umpire, referee. It's a good 50 partnership for the third wicket now.
I think what saved Ramiru there was he made that trigger movement deep inside to the crease. Hence, he didn't actually lose a lot of ground playing that stroke, and he was able to come back on time. That probably was his saving grace. And nonetheless, he lives to fight another day.
So much has happened in this first over bowled by Rashawn Solomons, both involving Ramiru Pereira.
With just the 2 runs, so he's kept things very quiet. The last 3 or 4 overs, we've seen a boundary coming off almost in every over. And he's come and put the brakes for the little bit that he's done. An excellent start to Solomons' first over. 23 gone, 149 for 2 Royal.
Layers ekka doubling, doubling, flavors blasting, blasting. Inside ekka bubbling, bubbling, sweetness lasting, lasting. Ritz Berry Deckers, everyone is happying, happying. Ritz Berry Deckers, everything is doubling, doubling.
Introducing Ritz Berry Deckers, Sri Lanka's first ever double layer delight. Everything doubling, doubling.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
That's the headquarters of Dialog is behind this live coverage.
Parent company of ThePapare.com that's done a human service to sports, not only for cricket but all sports across the country.
They are Sri Lanka's #1 connectivity provider.
Absolutely, and I think hats off to everyone behind the scenes, from the production crew to the administrators to the managers to everyone at the hierarchy. I think it's fantastic to say the least in terms of the infrastructure, the resources provided, and the pictures not only being broadcasted within the shores of the country but outside as well.
See, the maintained run rate is higher than the required run rate. That's a plus for Royal.
And they've been consistently doing that since the start of the inning, and that goes to show that you don't need the big boundaries. You have big gaps, so many singles on offer. If you put pressure, you can convert some of those singles into 2s. So you can easily muster around 4 to 6 runs in an over, just playing very simple, risk-free cricket. Oh, it's Matrage?
Yeah.
The man with the golden arm who was able to dismiss Rehan Piris at the 3-day encounter.
See, Royal got off to a good start, 36-run opening partnership. Rehan Piris was out for 18 then. Then there was a 61-run second wicket partnership before Hirun Leonarachi was dismissed for 51, became 97 for 2.
That's a wide. 150 up on the board for Royal in quick time, mind you, 23 overs. So just they have almost crossed the halfway mark in chasing this total of 314 with a good 26 overs remaining. So at the halfway stage, almost half done. But the crucial half of the job is yet pending as the next full toss is hammered in that vacant region between deep mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. Fantastic shot by Ramiru Pereira.
He is not a regular bowler. I think he's a better wicket keeper. I don't know whether they are trying to quicken up the rate of overs that are being bowled, or whether they want to make a difference. I'll tell you, Ramiru Pereira will take very good notice of whichever way it comes.
Interesting field as well. Packed leg side field, everyone riding the boundary. I think it's very important for the Royal batsman not to get complacent. Sometimes when you see a bowler of this nature, tend to kind of relax, take the bowler a bit easy. Now that you've got 5 runs already, or 6 runs mind you, just have to play smart cricket. Just a couple of straddles and he releases the ball. We call this donkey drops.
See, this is what it's all about. There was a big yawn as far as the 3-day game was concerned. See what this game is just hyping into.
Absolutely, Harit. This I mentioned this at the pre-match show as well, on the intensity and the type of cricket that has to be played in a one-day encounter. And I wish much of this would be kind of portrayed at a 3-day encounter as well. For example, if you look at the Battle of the Saints, the ways the Joes and the Petes play, I thought that was a fantastic game of 3-day big match cricket. That's what you want to see coming into playing red ball cricket, where both teams scoring on average at 4 to 4.5 runs per over, attacking cricket, almost 30 odd wickets falling. It's an even Steven affair then. Yes, you can get a winner, you might lose, and I thought it was fantastic rearguard action by the Pete Wright last man to pull off that save as over number 24 is completed. Royal 158 for 2.
tempo happy Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase saasusta yadire lunu mirisata tempo happy Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase wow cheese max rase cheese onion tempo happy Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase kottu lunu miris cheese and onion rasata Melbourne tempo happy kata gassena rase
වාජ්‍ය සේවක ඔබට විශේෂී දීවනාවක් ඕනේ.
You mentioned the barn. The man behind that is Hiran Dimel. He is the franchise holder for Indo cricket in Sri Lanka. Yeah, in utmost good faith, there's a massive demand for the barn, and that's a good omen before the 50th encounter next year.
Absolutely. From up here at our point, you can see a packed house at the barn. Oh, that's got to hurt Ramiro. Shot at the bum. Or was that the head? Highly unnecessary by Retron Solomons. Oh, that's got a smart. Sure, he'll want some attention. At least the magic spray being brought out.
I hope he won't be in a lot of discomfort. Good to him, because they're building up a solid partnership for this third wicket. 63 runs so far, come in very good time. Gives us a little bit of time to talk about the match officials. Saman Etiarachi is the match commissioner, Wendell Lebroy the match referee, Ravindra Vimalsiri and Chamaradi Zoiza on-field umpires. Chandrika Amarasinghe, the television umpire, Shanta Fonseca, the fourth umpire, Tushara Kure for St. Thomas's, together with Hemant Aryavikrama for Royal. The scorers in that scoreboard, Tushara Kure over 100 test matches that he has done. And there's Sanjay Jayasinghe helping us with the scoring. And Duckworth Lewis system is being prepared by Asela Sandarwan, experienced campaigner. He just does that all the time for Sri Lanka cricket. Slight hold up in play. Ramiro should be good. He has to concentrate. If this pair take the total up to 200, never mind how many overs they take. Ah, yes.
Beautiful shot. Excellent shot. Use of the feet by Pereira. He noticed the fielder was in the circle, mid-off fielder, went over the top, and a deserved boundary for Ramiro Pereira, taking the attack to Retron Solomon.
I tell you, Jaden Amaravira hit a 6 to the barn. Ramiro Pereira will do so if he bats long enough. Just to get to 200 for 2, never mind how many overs they take, and they won't take too many overs, I'll tell you that much.
You don't have to, Haritha. Like I said, so many gaps to milk the singles, and if you just go at 5 to 6 runs, you're looking at getting there in 30-second overs. It's like I said, with risk-free cricket, you can quite comfortably turn over, strike, and get those 6 to 7 runs that you want in every over.
And the good part of this, as far as the Royal run chase is concerned, is these two bowlers that we've seen so far, Matrake and Solomons, they are not frontline spinners. So on this sort of a dead track, placid track, if you have two good batters in form and able to play shots, it could be a different story. He was looking for an angle across the batter's body. He succeeded in that. Now he wants to go over the wicket once again. 430, mind you.
Beautiful shot. Deft touch. But this time the fielder, anticipating that, quickly got to the ball. Just a single. 25 gone. We've completed, come to the halfway mark of this second innings. 166 Royal chasing 314.
වාජ්‍ය සේවක ඔබට සුවිශේෂී දීවනාවක් ඕනෑම ස්මාර්ට්ෆෝන් එකක් මාස 12න් ටික ටික ගෙවන්න ගන්න. අවම මූලික ගෙවීම රුපියල් 6550 සිට ඔබ ළඟම බවුන්ස් එකට යන්න.
Dum dum ding belana stick penna ya me apel belana stick penna ya devi late belana stick penna aturu mituru damba divaturu ona kenek antimedi Munchie sticks, racing stick winner.
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate racing, Munchie sticks. Stick winner.
Maggie Papare.
Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
.25 overs remaining in the Royal run chase. This is going to be an exciting run chase here at Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. Sri Lanka under-19 captain showing why he is the current Sri Lanka under-19 captain. Dinsara playing a gem of an innings for his alma mater. Rafael Hettige now coming round the wicket to Dinsara. They just need to rotate the strike, and still the required run rate is less than 6 runs per over, Danushka.
Yes, exactly. I think Royal have done really well, really paced the innings very well, going at 6 runs per over, rotating the strike, not taking risks, and these two very experienced campaigners out there for the Royalists, the Sri Lanka under-19 captain Dinsara, Ramiru Perera, the last year captain for Royal. Ramiru on 27 and Dinsara on 60. I think a wicket here for the Tomians would be key and would change the game a bit. But for now, I think Royal in full control.
Yeah, every dot ball will matter, and Ramiru Perera comes down the track and hits a massive 6. He's a powerful young lad, Ramiru Perera. He too is a Sri Lanka youth player. Boy oh boy, look at that bat swing. Hit the meat of the bat and sails it quite easily above the long on fielder. Ramiru Perera knew exactly when he made contact that it's a 6. We've seen some great batting so far this 49th Mustangs Trophy. Danushka, you would have seen about 20 to 25 of these Mustangs Trophy encounters, and I'm sure you must be loving how this batsmanship shown throughout today from both these teams.
So exactly, Damit. I think in the time we used to play, I think 250 was almost like ungettable score, but as we see another improvisation by Ramiru Perera, I think that's a boundary. We'll have to check upstairs.
Yeah, I think the on-field umpires will check with the TV umpire Demand Mendes.
Forward, rolling forward, rolling forward, rolling forward. One more time, please. Rolling forward, rolling forward. Can you show me any other angle, please, director? Rolling forward. Rolling forward. Just take it back. One frame back. One frame back. One frame forward. Okay, rolling forward. Do you have anything else to show me, director? Rolling forward. No, that frame not clear for me, director. Go back to the previous replay, please. Rolling forward. Can you, one frame back? Can you zoom this replay? This frame, can you zoom up? Okay, I'm satisfied. Focus the on-field umpire. It's boundary 4.
Yeah, the right decision made by the help of the technology. Demand Mendes was touching those triangles from his right hand while he was diving, but nevertheless, important runs for Royal College. Already 11 runs off Rafael's 5th over, and that's 12. Boy oh boy, we are in for a cracker here at Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. Will this be the first time both teams score 300 and the highest successful run chase in a Royal Tomian? 13 runs off Hettige's 5th over. Royal College 179 for 2.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanaka. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
So the summary of the match as at now: St. Thomas's 313 for 4. Amaravira an amazing 184 not out. And Royal College have replied really well and on course to chase down this 314, which will be a record-breaking chase if they make it, David. And 2 experienced campaigners out there for Royal: Dinsara on 60 and Ramiro Pereira on 38. Interesting field, Amit.
Boy, good catch. That's a Hettige holding on to a blinder. Much needed breakthrough for St. Thomas's College. 82 run stand is broken. Ramiro Pereira comes down the track and it was travelling, Danushka. Not an easy catch, but he held on to it, young man. Pereira departs for 38. crucial knock and a timely wicket for St. Thomas's. Royal now 179 for 3.
Night Go Pocket Perfume Youth එකට go එකක්.
Dante Gangewatta is the new batter for Royal College.
Yes, I think a key breakthrough for the Tomians, and as we were talking about earlier, the two batsmen out there were key for Royal to, if those two were there, I think they would have got to the target very easily.
Gangewatta's best score in the limited overs format this season has been 42. Wicket-keeper batter. He was behind the stumps for 50 overs and now he's coming in at a very crucial juncture. Dinsara needs a partner, needs an able partner. This is what wickets can do. Danushka, good piece of fielding. You need your fielders to come in and chip in. Paranavithana, the strike bowler, was taking a risk bowling with the mid-on fielder in the circle. Hettige, good catch. A little bit of mind games, having that shot, the silly point fielder would have paved the way for that stroke.
Exactly, I think the thinking was right from Ramiro because the mid-on fielder was up. However, he got too close to the ball and could not get the elevation he wanted and ended up not getting that height he wanted. But credit to Rafael Hettige, that was an amazing catch. And you say catchers win matches, so maybe this might be a turning point in the match.
While you all enjoy the Royal Tomian, elevate your grooming routine with Black Knight's exquisite range of pocket perfumes and body sprays. Make your mark with Black Knight. This is good captaincy from Avinash, having a close infield for the new batter. They have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Yet to have a slip and a close infielder. Almost. Very good shout in.
I think 2 or 3 overs, if you keep the Royalists down, I think can change the game for the Tomians. As you see, went on with the arm, hit the back leg outside the off stump. I think it's important that the Tomians build up the pressure here, get a few dot deliveries in, create that pressure and get that run rate above 7. That would completely change the game scenario. As Gangewatta gets off the mark, quick single, well played. Still, I believe Royal are ahead in terms of the chase. They need to go at just 5.7 runs per over. Like I said, Damit, times have changed when 250 was almost ungettable, maybe about 10 to 15 years back, but now even 300 is not safe.
Vimat Dinsara holds the key for Royal. If he stays on and bat late into these innings, Royal will get this. If not, It's still, in my opinion, St. Thomas's game to lose. Good bit of running from these two players.
Current run rate at 6.78, required run rate at 5.7. And with Dinsara on the screen, I think this will not be a problem for the Royalists. Dinsara was yet to make a big score in the Royal Tomians series, but now today he's managed to get to 62. Just come in good time, just 69 deliveries. The next delivery swept fine, racing towards the boundary, and that's well fielded, keeping it down to 2. That brings to the end of the 27th overall, 182 for 3.
Blast, blast, make a flavor blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Pattu enna rasa kanna blast. Hoina item, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast. Flavor blast, make it Papare blast. Blast, make it Papare blast.
Rasa pattu enna make it Papare blast.
From Nestle.
That was summer refresh when the train gotta go.
Night Go Pocket Perfume. Youth එකට go එකක්.
Giman Mendy is now coming from the Vidyama at the end. Avinash Fernando rotating his bowlers very often, not letting these batters settle down. And I think this is a very good move. You get your best fast bowler to the new batter. Gangevatta, he's just out there, just faced 2 deliveries.
I think good change by the Tomians, but they have to be aware of this SSC track, as we saw in the first innings as well. Very good delivery by Mendes, moving slightly away from the left-hander. Gangevatta praying across the line, getting a leading edge. They managed to cross over for a single. If he was hit on the pad, that would have been right in front. Yes, I think good change, but Tomians also have to be aware that the pitch is much easier to bat on when the ball is coming on to the bat. And like you said, Dinsara holds the key for the Royalists. If the Tomians could get his wicket, I think they will be back on top. But however, Dinsara batting really well.
Yeah, it's a family affair here at the Royal Tomian. A lot of crowd in. That kept a tad low from Mendes. Straight away, a change in the field. Amaravira coming from extra cover to mid-wicket. He's got plenty of experience. Vimat Dinsara, he'll not be unfazed by the occasion. He knows the task at hand. Just needs an able partner, Danushka.
That's exactly. I think Gangevatta has to rotate the strike, give the strike back to Dinsara. They don't need to take any chances, any risk. Just go at 5 to 6 runs per over, and with the field set, I think that is not a hard task. Good delivery, played defensively. Tomians have to get the dot deliveries in, build that pressure, get that required run rate up. And as soon as it goes above 6, it will be playing on the Royalist mind, and that's what Tomians should target. Next delivery played off his pads. That is racing towards the boundary. Once again, well fielded by Lavinia. Kept it down to 2. And a wayward throw.
That's an effort and a half from Matarage. We timed it really well, Gangebatta. Was travelling fast, but there you go. 10 out of 10 for that from Matarage. Good cricket overall. So far, Danushka end of 28 overs. That's 78 overs for the day, and so far over 500 runs have been scored. It's the 49th Mustangs Trophy Encounter, and the fans have come in numbers. Plenty of flair, colour, and fans of St. Thomas's College and Royal College have come in numbers. And it's good to see a lot of fans come in on a Saturday. Even though it's hot and humid, we've had a great day, and the prefects have kept it entertained.
It's, I think, a perfect game for the spectators as well. You couldn't ask for more, especially considering the fact that the 3-day game was a draw. Next delivery, very well bowled. I think he got an inside edge. With the partner Vidana coming in with the arm, almost went through bat and pad down to the stumps. Dinsara lucky. It's, I think, a perfect game for the spectators. You couldn't ask for more. Already over 500 runs scored, and this is what you come to see, especially at Royal Tomian. As we see the pictures of beautiful SSC ground. Now with the lights, unfortunate that we couldn't have the day-nighter. However, with the current situation, I think the best decision was made, and we're lucky to have a game here, and believe the spectators have got everything for all their money, and as they cross over for another single. Gangevatta, since he has come into bat, has done quite well to keep rotating the strike. That's what is required from him. Still the required run rate below 6, and next delivery swept fine once again. Pushing for 2.
Dinsara showing how effective the sweep shot is. Your favorite shot too, Danushka. Very effective against the spinners.
Exactly, I think having the sweep in your repertoire is extremely important, especially against the spin, because it opens up the field, gives you more options, gives the option of turning 1s into 2s, and Dinsara making maximum use of it. As Gangevatta crosses over for another easy single, and that's the end of the 29th over. Royal 192 for 3.
Yo, Chunky tamai wachane. Chunky and then manga herenne. චංකි වන්ඩියක මම යන්නේ චංකි ලිඳෙන් ඇදගෙන නාලා චංකි ක්ලබ් එකේ වැඩ දාලා චංකි නංගි මගේ ආදරේ
චංකි කියන්නේ මටද ඔයා චංකි ෂාට් එකක් කනවා මෙයා මේ චංකි පාට් මොකටද අයියෝ චංකි චොක්ස් දෙයි දෙන දෙයි So hunky so crunchy Chunky chocks love chunky live chunky chunky chocks.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
Second over for Mendes in this spell. Loud appeal, but umpire Vimalaseri is not faced by that appeal by the Tomians. It's not that loud like at the 3-day encounter. I don't think there was any deflection.
Yes, the wicket keeper was quite confident. However, the bowler went up after seeing the wicket keeper. I don't think there was any there. However, what's important is it was a dot ball, and this delivery down the leg side, giving the extras and releasing the pressure. Every dot ball, every extra run counts in this situation. Still the required run rate below 6, and as long as it's below 6, I think Royal will be quite comfortable.
Danushka, what's concerning is the over rate. Now it's 5 p.m. local time. Usually in a 50 over game you need to complete your 50 overs by at least by 5:45. That's just 45 minutes left. Don't think they'll be able to complete the 50 overs with the rate going on right now.
Next delivery, thick outside edge, but falls safely on the gap. In the gap, they cross over for a single. Yes, I think over it is very slow, and like you said, I doubt they will be able to complete the 50 overs by 5:45. But however, I think the light will not be an issue. But I wonder what the rule is regarding finishing the overs in time.
Yes, you can. I think you can extend play till about 6:10 max. But can they complete another 20 overs in 1 hour? Highly doubt it. Especially if you're operating fast bowlers like this, Danushka. But the umpires cannot restrict the fielding captain about the bowling styles. There you go. Umpire Vimalasiri is not pleased that Hettige is coming from all the way from deep square leg and giving advices to the bowler midway in the over.
I think the message was for him to come around the wicket, which Giman Mendes has just done. Another wide delivery down the leg side. This is not good by Mendes. Releasing the pressure, giving the extra runs, and what's concerning is it's taking more time, Damit. By also giving him a warning for running on the pitch, and this time Hettige comes from the boundary again to give a message, and this time the umpire calls the fielders in.
Yeah, they are not quite happy with what's happening. They are not happy with what's happening, the two umpires. Yeah, 5 penalty runs been awarded to Royal College. Rafael Hettige, the culprit, and they gave the warning, Danushka.
Yeah, this is not good for the Tomians. So 5 penalty runs, the reason being for time wasting. Next delivery, very well bowled, beating Gangewat outside the off stump, and however they saw there's been over 8 extra runs from it, and an unnecessary 5-run penalty as well.
Just imagine Danushka, Royal winning on Duckworth and Lewis at the end of this game by just 3-4 runs. That 5 runs could have been the deciding factor. Couple of runs to Gangewat at the end of 30 overs. Royal 203 for 3.
The future remembered it before it was built. Why go anywhere?
Cricket season එකේ single TV 20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ single TV එකක් අදම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
Overs gone, 203 for 3. The chase is on. Wonderful batting by both teams, but the chase in particular has been exceptional. So the DLS pass score at the end of 30 overs is just 171. And if a wicket falls, the target will move to 188. So Royal well ahead. Delicately played again, a quick single taken. Very good cricket by Royal, and wonderful batsmanship by Vimat Dinsara, bringing his experience. Much was expected from the under-19 skipper, and he's come to the party. A risk-free, chanceless knock, plenty of elegance in his batting, and he's been exceptional. We saw brutal hammering by Amaravira, but this is quite a contrast. This is what the purist would love to see, proper batsmanship. And welcome to the Combox, Harita.
Yeah, after 30 overs, Royal were 50 runs in front, 203 for 3 against St. Thomas's, who were 153 for 3. So in that third 10-over spell, Royal lost the wicket of Ramiru Pereira, but added 73 runs to the total.
Solomons will continue on the back foot, powers it towards sweeper cover. Some urgency in the running between the wickets by Gangewat and Dinsara. On that occasion, just a single. 20 overs left. They've taken 2.5 hours to bowl 30 overs. And rightfully, the umpires intervening and awarding the 5-run penalty for Royal.
So remember, even Royal took 20 minutes extra to complete their 50 overs. So you got to understand, in a huge run chase, the ball was being hit to all parts of the park. So there were issues.
Nicely played again.
But the fact is that the law is law. You got to bowl the number of overs in a specific time.
Well, at the 3-day encounter, there were 5 overs behind, especially with one fast bowler being in the attack. So I think that too would have played a part in the umpires intervening. They can't afford time wasting, especially at a big game. This time nicely played. Unfortunately for Dinsara, couldn't find the gap. But this has been a wonderful chase so far by Royal. They got the start from the skipper, 2 big hits in the second over. And I thought Hirun Matisha played a good innings. He scored 51 runs. He allowed Dinsara to settle down. And Dinsara knew that this was what was expected from him. End of 31, 208 for 3.
Speed, dominance, power, limitless. Jet Tour T2 by Yola Motors. Call 07661999399.
When tea meets sparkle, refreshment gets a whole new twist. Introducing sparkling iced teas, lightly carbonated, crafted from carefully brewed tea, and infused with natural flavors for a clean, crisp taste in every sip.
The bowling change. Kim Han, the left arm fast bowler, being brought into the attack. The bowl is 7th over, 6 overs, none for 44. Sir Thomas has opted to go with one fast bowler, and I'm quite certain that with just maybe 1 hour at max, I think you would probably see another 12 to 13 overs, and surely Duckworth Lewis will come into play. I'm looking at the 40 over mark. 3 wickets down, you've got to be at 227. 5 wickets, 237. So if I was from the Royal camp, I'll be looking at the 40 over mark and ask the batsman,
just be there.
Be there.
Just be there, yeah. You got to be smart when you play this one-day game. Just because you have a huge total on the board, that doesn't mean that everything falls into place.
And I don't see Royal chasing 106 runs in 13 overs. Maximum I would see is 13 more overs bowled for the day. So with that in mind, I'd ask the batsman, don't throw your wickets, get the single, get the boundary off the occasional loose delivery, and the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, should that be the case, Feroz, it will be a very bitter lesson learned in the field of play.
The lesson will be play the game, don't waste time.
Play it in the right spirit.
So 105 more needed of 112 deliveries. Again, nicely punched on the back foot. Flew to the point fielder. Amaravira fielding at the cover point region.
Vimat Dinsara, tower of strength at the non-strikers end.
Well, on paper, Royal has batting. Vevalvala, Udavela, Mapa and Hirun can bat, but nothing like having an established batsman with experience like Vimat Dinsara out there. The rest can chip in, but Dinsara is the key because he will bring his experience. He knows the DLS. He's been here chasing big scores, and with his wealth of experience, Royal needs him out there, and from St. Thomas's perspective, they need to get rid of him as soon as possible.
He's all over the place, Gibman Mendes.
The feature of the Royal chase has been the partnerships. The first wicket went at 36, the second at 97, third at 179, and at the moment 31 runs with Gangewatta scoring 11 out of the 30, 5 bonus extra runs in between as well. This time nicely played, beautifully played by Gangewatta. Valiant effort, good fielding. The feature of St. Thomas's on the field has been the exceptional ground fielding.
Methuka Gunaratna on that occasion. Yeah, they'll have to bring something very special to the party. Otherwise, with the light dipping, the match is slipping away from them.
Valiant effort by Methuka. Desperation out there. They need a wicket. Royal, on the other hand, nothing fancy. There's plenty of gaps. All you need is to just wait for, and beautifully played. That's what is required. Deft touch by Gangewatta. Risk-free cricket. 32 done. 213 for 3.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
Mendes going at 7 runs and over after 7. 10 extras so far in the innings.
Well, who would have thought after that Amaravira onslaught, brutally battered by Amaravira, but Royal came out with power pass. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
hit wicket.
That's the last thing you want.
Now this changes the course of the game. 32nd over there we see Gangewatta rock back. Oh, steps on the wicket. A bonus wicket for St. Thomas's. Gangewatta departs. 213 for 4. 32 overs gone. And now the DLS score has jumped to 194.
Shanil Pereira picks up his second and the first bowler to pick up 2 wickets in the match.
Well, the bowling has been peanuts so far. Both teams enjoying themselves, capitalizing on the freebies. So we'll take a small break. 213 for 4.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරි වලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
So 32nd over, the 33rd over rather in progress. Bonus wicket with Gangewatta stepping onto the stumps. You got Vevalvala, played the Royal Tomian 2 years back, missed out on this occasion. There you see 6 matches, 6 innings, best of 60. 104 runs he's made in the limited one-day encounter season. An average of 70. He can bat But right now, with the light fading, it's all about the wickets and the runs equation. I always like to read the DLS with one extra wicket. So at the end of 5 wickets, let's assume 35 overs, Royal need to be at 218. So they need just 5 more runs. They need to play smart. Nothing fancy. Play for time, work the singles. No unnecessary shots or risk to be taken.
The ground staff has to come out and make sure that the wicket is all there. There's some electronics that has to be maintained and sustained.
And St. Thomas's are on the attack. They brought a Silimidon. We did not see a Silimidon in the 3-day encounter, but on the 1-day encounter,
good observation.
Silimidon
Very good observation. Circumstances are different.
They got the formats mixed up. Very defensive in the 3-day encounter, but Shanil Pereira has impressed. I think he was good in the 3-day encounter as well. But Mustang, there we see Gangewata did everything right, lost his balance on the last instance, tread on the wicket, unfortunate way to get out. Interestingly, we need to see whether it's another first in a Mustangs tournament, a hit wicket. So far, good over by Pereira, adding the pressure. Weber on strike, yet to get off the mark. This time plays on the back foot, quick single. Some relief for a batsman or not. Your non-striker needs to support as well. So good call by Dinsara, realized it. Quick to take the single, and at this stage, St. Thomas's were 162 for 3. Where Amaravira was buying time, patiently waiting, grinding his way out there. And then the last 5 overs was pure carnage.
He may not get the last 5 overs of this Royal innings.
Down the track, beautifully played, but there is protection. A wide-ish long off. Single. And brings Vevalval on strike. Dinsara uses his feet. I think it's a hallmark of a good batsman. Plays it late, and everything has been along the ground. I think he's played the ball on its merit, and it was fantastic so far from a Royals perspective. Shanil Pereira will continue. Nicely bowled. Played watchfully by Vevalvala on the back foot. End of 33, 215 for 4.
Ritzbury bubbles.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Paranavidana will continue bowling his 8th. He's impressed as well. The key wicket taker for St. Thomas's has been Shanil. 2 scalps, but Paranavidana has been equally impressive. Oh, again, foolish. Nicely played by Dinsara. Fraught with risk, but very effective. Fetches him another couple of runs.
He's in another league, Feroz. We've been commentating with the Papare since its inception. This is one of the best one-day games that we have been involved with.
Absolutely. I think we've been involved in very interesting games. Nicely played on the back foot, quick run. I remember Lahiru Madhushankar's onslaught. I think that was an unbelievable game. For me, right now, the best I've watched.
Yeah.
The finish was exceptional. The second was the tied game. I remember back in 2002.
I remember very little about it.
I watched that game, and that was a fabulous encounter in 2002. And this is shaping to be a fantastic encounter as well. Good battle out there.
Royal are leading this series by 2 games as it stands now.
Dinsara having a chat with the non-striker. There's a bit of turn. The line was off. Again, nicely played. I think Vevalvala has lost his form in the last couple of games. Little tentative, but he needs to hang in there. Dinsara needs to have a long chat with the non-striker. And once you spend some time out there in the middle, batting becomes very easy, especially on this wonderful SSC track.
Good occasion to come back into form.
That should be called a wide. Yes, indeed. Wavered. Feeling the pressure, Paranavidana. He's got a packed offside field. You can expect him to bowl outside off stump. Nicely played along the ground, uses his feet. That's been the hallmark of Dinsara's innings.
Very thoughtful Stevan Pires. Yeah, you can see that the Tomians are under pressure. Throwing is a little bit untidy. 21 as far as the extras are concerned on that scoreboard. That includes the 5 penalty runs, I will believe.
So 34 overs. Royal need to be at 218 run mark if they lose an extra wicket. I'd like to read the DLS that way, but this time beautifully played. The running between isn't that great. Nevertheless, fetches a couple of runs. Gets a 223 for 4, end of 34.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ සිංගල් TV 20 නැවතත්. ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න ලොකු සයිස් එකේ සිංගල් TV එකක් අදම ගෙදර ගෙනියන්න. ඔන්න ඔහොමයි ලොකුවට ක්‍රිකට් බලන්න.
So Shanil will continue from the tennis court end. The light fading, the Royal hope increasing. Punched on the back foot. St. Thomas's need a wicket. Royal, couple of runs.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. 3 flavors: salted, chili and honey roasted. No added MSG, no added preservatives, GMO free, halal certified. Resealable pouch ensures the quality and crunchiness. Available in 75 grams, 70 grams, 100 grams and 1 kilo. So 4 weight categories. 25 gram pack is just 100 rupees. Taste of goodness. A quality snack experience for an affordable price. Available in leading supermarkets and groceries island-wide. Kata gassena rata kajja kamu like this.
Why don't you break it, Haritha? You've been eyeing to break that.
I have taken one.
So you've taken the
You be in on the commentary. I'll do the eating.
A quick single. Good cricket by Royal. The bowling has been peanuts, Haritha. I think both teams have struggled to get the wickets. Thank you for offering me some peanuts.
Offering is a few peanuts, huh? Not half of it.
So not only have the batsmen indulged in the bowling, the peanut bowling, but here we are indulging in some, what's the flavor, Haritha?
This is what it is.
Honey roasted. Oh, well bowled. Chanel Pereira has impressed. Look at that delivery. Drift and turn. Wonderfully bowled. The light is fading. Can he rekindle the hope for St. Thomas's with a wicket? But next delivery, beautifully played by Dinsara. Saw the previous ball turn, but on that occasion, not afraid to use his feet. 89 more runs needed for all. 92 deliveries left. 91. Chanel. Nicely driven again. This time finds the gap. So end of 35. Royal 226 for 4.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. DR20 probiotic සහිත ලංකාවේ එකම සෙට් යෝගට් එක. Anchor New Deal.
226 for 4. Royal chasing 314. It's an interesting affair, mind you. It's going to go down to the wire. And why I say that, although on your screen you see Royal ahead just with 88 runs to get in 90 balls, this is the last recognized batting pair that they have. So I think Dinsara being in the crease right throughout is going to be so crucial for Royal if they are going to see this through. They're running for everything and with every shot, which is the right thing to do, so that they keep that scoreboard ticking. So fantastic batsmanship once again by Vimat Dinsara. His motor to 80. It's been a very measured knock by Vimat Dinsara. You can see on your screens the pass score at the end of the 35th over is 205. Royal at this stage is about 23 runs ahead, as I'm joined with Reza Ghani, former Royal water polo captain, also involved with a lot of sports related work, especially on the aquatic field, and is also a commentator. Good evening, Reza.
Good evening, Harun, and what a wonderful setting here with the SSC setting sun and the temperature just making it a little more comfortable for the players.
Yeah, I think with the sun setting, fading light coming in, the shadows of the grandstand and some of the lights that have been installed here now falling onto the surface, especially in that pitch playing surface area. Like I said, the scoreboard may read in favor of Royal at the moment in terms of how proceedings are going through, but a wicket or two can do a whole lot of difference, as we have the last recognized pair of batsmen followed by Dushen Udawala and Himaru De Silva, who are all-rounders. The next one is smash to that vacant region. It's going to be a very interesting affairs for the Tomians as well in terms of who they bring into bowl. They were already penalized for slow over rate, so making sure that they get the overs through is the responsibility of the captain.
Yes, again, and in this day and age of T20 cricket, 84 runs from 86 balls, you'd always back to the batting side to get it. But
beautiful shot once again, Cheekish. They will comfortably come over for another 2 runs. Vimat Dinsara, like I said, excellent batting. He's showing all his experience, or he's putting everything out there today. He's really showing who he is. Huffing and puffing a bit for sure, Reza, in these hot and humid conditions. You've been there for almost
15 overs effective in facing 95 deliveries, and he's done a lot of running, mind you.
Yes, Feroz Ahmad in the break wanted him to bat through the innings as well for Royal if there was one person to take down that target of 313, and as we come to the end of the over with the Solomons finishing off there just with a single.
It's 233 for 4 Royal after 36.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. For life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do and want to keep doing. Right. Real energy.
Presence. Confidence.
Pereira to continue. I think he's looked by far the best of the bowlers in this Tomian lineup. Right arm leg spinner. We saw him get some turn in purchase in that previous over. But how well has Vimat Dinsara played Shanil Pereira? He's used his feet to perfection. Got to the feet of the ball more often than not. And like I said, excellent batsmanship on how to face good spin bowling on this surface.
It's always good to have the leg spinner in your artillery as well as a captain. Gives you a bit of variation there. So you see that variation coming into play. Just checking the shot there, Webeler, knowing that there's a close infielder on the drive for him.
He'll have to play this smart with the Webeler. He has a season campaign on the other side. All he has to do is just get that single, turn the strike over, plenty of gaps, no demons on the wicket. But we may say it from up here, Shanil Pereira is making Webeler's life rather difficult. It's not been in the greatest of touch. Same with the Webeler. Had a good outing last season, missed out on the 3-day encounter this year. That's more like it, but there again, straight to the fielder. This is where pressure builds in, pressure kicks in. Every dot delivery is that much more pressure being created to the batting side, especially when you're chasing in a schoolboy game.
Yes, and I think it's your son who asked you off screen, what does Royal need to do to win? And you gave the advice that any coach or parent would give: bat sensibly, rotate the strike, and that is what they'd want Webeler to do, as he does just that.
Much better stuff from David Webeler. As you can see on the screen, we have the DLS par score always presented at the right at the bottom of your screen. So at the end of at the start of this over, Royal needed to be at 208. Yeah, comfortably ahead, but we know what wickets can do to that score. It just spikes up.
Yes, and Royal were ahead, weren't they, in the first power play, Harun, and then Royal St. Thomas's just pegging that game back and bringing it back into their favour in this very important passage of play, as we have the two batters rotate, strike there, and then take away that pressure that Harun was talking about a few balls before.
Yeah, 37 gone, Royal chasing 314 or 236 for 4.
Presence. Confidence.
Strength. Freedom. Jet Tour T1 by Euro Motors. Call 0766 199 399.
This is how the game reads at the moment. St. Thomas's in their 50 overs got 313 for 4. We saw a swashbuckling innings by Jade Namarveera, got 184 runs. Royal in return or in response is 236 for 4 with Vimat Dinsara playing the key anchor role, taking Royal through with another 78 runs to go. We're in the 49th encounter. In the year 2026-2027 would be the 50th, and that's indeed a milestone for this Royal Tomian series, the 50th Mustangs Trophy. Reza, I think as someone who's been part or who's been involved with a lot of organization in terms of sports events from a national, even international level, how do you see, what changes do you think that you would suggest in, bringing more euphoria into the Mustangs encounter come the 50th match?
Well, as Sri Lankans, we were born and bred with that 96 World Cup win, having Sanath Jayasuriya and Romesh Kaluvitarna really make an impact in our sporting careers as we were growing up through school, and that is why we love this game so much. So it's really about bringing the crowds, isn't it, Harun, here, and the boys' tent plays such a big role in that aspect. We see it a lot in the big match of the 3-day game, but then correlating that back into this one-day game as well. We see the potential for it, and of course, with the right setup here with entertainment and food being provided at the boys' tent, that is where your main number of eyeballs are going to come in. But also then for those players who will look to play this encounter again when they are at under 19 level, it has an added advantage there in bringing in new players into the sport as well.
He's gone. I think he's taken the catch. What a breakthrough, and what a timely breakthrough there for the Tomians. Reshawn Solomon is claiming the catch. Wevalwala is not moving about. I'm sure they'll first check the footing of Reshawn Solomon and then move on to the catch.
It's a fair delivery. Show me the front on spination, please. Okay. One frame back. Take it back. Take it back. Now rolling forward. Now rolling forward. Okay, I am satisfied. I am satisfied. It's a clean catch. Please focus the light. My decision is out. Repeat, out.
The right decision. It is clear footing and a very clean catch by Reshawn Solomons. Wevalwala's sorry innings comes to an end. Consumed 15 deliveries for his 8. And that's going to dent Royals' scoring, especially from a DLS point of view. It's going to just increase 239 for 5 Royal.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
It's De Silva, Himaru De Silva, that's joined the captain. He too is a junior national cap at the under 17 level. He has a huge responsibility to make sure that he supports Vimat Dinsara, who's the captain of the under 19 national team and who showed a lot of promise and showed what he's really worth. Let's look at some of the stats of Himaru De Silva. He's batted the 5 innings. He's got a 15 not out, total of 139 runs at a decent average of almost 35.
He can bat, Harun, and that is what Vimat Dinsara will need. Just a partner in crime, as you said before, just to keep rotating the strike and then give him strike when necessary so that he can bring in those boundaries at will.
Things get tougher for Royal with wickets going down. It's not going to be easy with fading light. This is the wicket. Excellent catch by Reshawn Solomons. Cleanly pouched that one. Safe hands. Wevalwala was in awe, but a good over by Reshawn Solomons. Put the brakes into the Royal, scoring 38 gone, 239 for 5.
Why real energy? For passion. A competitive spirit. life on the move. To work hard and play hard too. Real energy is for the night owls, the hard workers. It's for those who do.
Taken on the full. Misfield there, it's running down to the boundary, might be cut off by the long off fielder. Excellent work. I think the ground fielding has been pretty fantastic, and he's gone. That's another wicket. What a throw from the deep. Rafael Hettige makes a direct hit from the boundary. Fantastic stuff. And another dent, another blow to the Royal batting lineup, which is equally going to eat into that DLS pass score. At 6 down, this is the effort in the deep. Avinash Fernando, the captain, making a valiant attempt, certainly saved the boundary. I think they will check for the batsman is walking. Himaru De Silva goes for a duck. That's a big blow for Royal. 241 for 6.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මනේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Boy, oh boy. They usually say one brings two, Reza, and that's most certainly what's happened here at the SSC. Tomians picked up the wicket of Tevindu Vevalval in the previous over, and immediately after, from the following end, a crucial run out, courtesy of fabulous direct hit from the boundary by Rafael Hettige, sent Himaru De Silva. Look at this. Excellent throw from the deep. There was no need for the head umpire to go and refer that decision. It was pretty straightforward. Pereira with his tails up. Dinsara has a huge task in his hand. Let's take a look at Dushen Udavilla's stats. Rather sedate, just a modest 63 runs in the 5 innings, the best score of 39 at a 10-day average of 21. So not much that can be expected, but he'll have to play a supporting role, looking to play those singles and getting his experience better on strike.
This could have been a better ball to the starting batsman Harun, and would you think that St. Thomas's would bring the slip in as well, just to create that extra pressure on one wicket brings another always in this game?
I think they have to, because every time a wicket falls, it's going to be advantageous for them, just in case the match doesn't go all the way with another 11 overs to be bowled. Wickets is the name of the game for the Tomians, because there's no way they're going to defend and win this. This time beautifully played, excellent shot with the mid-on fielder in front. There was a gap, and that was beautifully pierced by Vimat Dinsara, taking him to 96, just a hit away from a deserved 3 figures.
This nice chip down the track, wasn't that, as we see that replay again, head underneath the ball, hitting straight out of the coach's manual. It'll give the dugout a little more confidence, knowing that they've got a batsman of his caliber to take Royal to that target, but they'll need a little more of that as well.
It was a boundary after a while. Came after some number of deliveries, but as you can see on the scoreboard or in your screen, the scorecard reads just 67 of 67, and usually in the modern day game you'll take that at any day of the week. But then again, wickets is Royal's problem, and that's why Vimat is such an important piece. This time short, pulled away, the ice protection in the deep, The last ball has been comfortably turned over for a single. 249 for 6 Royal. Beg your pardon, 248 for 6 after 39.
ඇස්සරලා බැලුවම තෙරක් නොපෙනෙන නිල් පාට. හුළඟටත් මුසුණු සීතල නිල් පාට. පුංචි පුංචි දේවල් වල නිල් පාට නිල් පාට නිල් පාට. සැහැල්ලුව සතුට ගේන ඉවරයක් නැති නිල් පාට. මේ හැම නිල් පාටකම හැංගුණු රසවත් හැඟීම අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්ද? ජීවිතයේ රසින් පුරවන රසම රස නිල් පාට. Ritz-Berry chocolate, නිල් පාට හැඟීමක රස.
I think, Reza, this is the type of cricket you want to witness when you come into these affairs, Royal Tomian encounters, where you see games going down to the wire to get the crowd also involved. You can see from our vantage point here, the boys' tent of both schools eagerly watching. And just also to talk about the tents, I think, the barn, the paddock, the Western Hill Carnival in full swing. And I'm being told that it's the highest ever attendance recorded at a Mustangs Trophy, which is good news heading into the 50th encounter like we just spoke of. I think probably a few more classified or specified tents coming in can bring in a bigger crowd.
Yes, and all to do with the game, the brand of cricket that we want to play here at the SSC. I'm sure a few nails would have already seen the end of the day today as we get closer and closer to the result. But all eyes now on this game. Everyone at the SSC.
Oh, that takes the under edge. That's running down to the boundary. Crucial 4 runs for Royal. Oh, it's umpire signals buys. So that's missed everything. No matter how they come, as long as they come, as Royal go past 250, 254 for 6. So at the end of this over, Royal should be at 249, which they have surpassed already. I think that's how they'll have to take this game over by over.
Quick single taken there, a wayward throw to the keeper. Just need to make sure that you keep your disciplines now. Both sides will just want to do the basics right here, Harun. Dinsara obviously being the key, and St. Thomas's will want to put pressure on the other side, because as soon as his partners start diminishing, he will feel that pressure as well.
Absolutely. Dinsara on 98. 2 runs for a well-deserved century. He's batted so well in this innings. He's used his feet to perfection. He's played the length and toyed with the field very smartly. Young man carries a very mature head on his shoulders, and he showed that maturity in this knock. Chasing 314, mind you, no easy feat. Udavela playing a bit more smarter than Vevalvala and rotating the strike.
So interestingly, last ball then for Dinsara. Will be looking for that single as well. St. Thomas's may just want to bring the field in a bit, just create that pressure, see whether they can eke out a wicket here in the nerves of the 99s.
That's close, but not given. It's interesting to see where the impact was. The impact, yeah, you can see on your screen that the umpire is saying the impact was outside the off stump. He did shuffle quite a bit. You can see the replay of that, but that brings the end of. I think Solomons was convinced. Here you can see, yeah, he's way outside the off stump. Yeah, impact was clearly outside the off stump. And the right decision was made. 257 for 6 Royal at the end of 40. We'll have a change in commentary.
So the last power play being signalled. 10 more overs left. Royal 257 for 6, and Shanil will continue. Oh, slog sweep towards deep mid wicket. That's a boundary. A risky shot, but Udavela is in good form. Gets a much needed boundary. There we see, tossed up. Could have been the googly, but very well played by Udavela. He's been amongst the runs the last few games. He played a good 30 odd runs in the 3-day encounter as well. That takes the total to 261 for 6 wickets. 41st over in progress. The DLS pass score at the end of 41 overs is 252 for the loss of 6 wickets. Jumps to 267. This time Apesh played on the back foot. Takes a single, brings Vimat Dinsara on strike. He's on 99.
Champion cricket being dished out at the SSC. Brilliant game of cricket this. Royal holding the driver's seat at the moment.
That's it. What a 100 by Vimat Dinsara when the team needed. He's strode out there, and a masterful innings by Vimat Dinsara. Lot of class, lot of composure. Shows his back to the players, acknowledges the crowd. What a mastery innings this has been. We saw one in the first innings by Jaden Amaravira. That was more brutal, but this is delicate and lot of elegance. Wonderful 100 by Vimat Dinsara. His maiden Mustang Trophy century. But for all sake, he needs to bat the remaining overs. And if he does, I'm pretty certain Royal will come out on top.
Congratulations to the Sri Lanka under-19 skipper. Well fielded at third man. Travelled quickly to Abid Parnavidana.
All beautiful shots, manipulating the field. That was a beautiful straight drive. All touch of class, lovely use of feet. The hallmark of his innings was the way he manipulated the field, worked the singles, and he acknowledges the crowd. He knows that he needs to bat and bat the 50 overs. Played well again on the pads, gets a single. Brings Udavela on strike. 265 for 6.
Yeah, umpire Chamara Soisa didn't realize that. I think he dropped the cap. Tomian fielder picks it up. Yeah, it's been a classic knock by the Sri Lanka under-19 skipper. Responsibility, class.
41 done. 265 for 6.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Pain can pause your active life. Get the all-new Woo Pain Relief Spray for fast, long-lasting pain relief.
ක්‍රීමා කොතුමි ෆන් තමයි.
See, I was telling everybody we will squeeze through 45 overs. What happens to the balance 5?
For the viewers and for those who come to the SSC, they've been treated for wonderful game of cricket between two fabulous schools, Royal and St. Thomas's, dishing out an exceptional game. It will be a pity if we only get 45 overs. I'd wish it goes on and the light remains good enough. But I think the Joe Pete went on till around 6:10. Right now, we've got 15 more minutes You'd probably squeeze in another 4 overs. Tosses it up, slows it down, asking the batsman to generate the power. Smart bowling by Paranavidana.
The fourth set of 10 overs, Royal scored 54 runs, lost 3 wickets. Compare that with St. Thomas's. They scored 48, losing 1 between 30 and 40 overs.
The 3 wickets is what is costly from a Royal perspective. But Dinsara, he knew what was required. He's been up to the task. Masterful innings. The little champion, the under-19 skipper. You saw Kavij Gamage win it for Kingswood. You saw Viran Chamudita win it for Conservations. And here he is, Dinsara, the under-19 Sri Lankan captain, playing a good innings. This time beautifully played by Udavela. Picked for his bowling, but it's his batting that is coming to the party. A lot of confidence, good footwork. Most importantly, finds the field, finds the gap, fetches a boundary. Good support from Udavela.
Once again, the Tomian fielders diving over the ball. I know it's difficult, tired bodies. Got to play your game very well. The skipper runs into mid-on from long on, inside the 30-yard circle.
The adjustment, mid-on being brought in. A wild swing, fortunately for him. And inside edge fetches another couple of runs. Welcome runs for all. The score moves to 270 for 6. Royal require 42 runs of 49 deliveries. I think the key is with the light fading. It's the wickets, the DLS score that will come into the play. Nicely driven, but there is protection. Amaravira fields end of 42, 272 for 6.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
හැම මොහොතකම ලයිෆ් එකේ ඉදිරියට යන්න හෙල්දි ගට් එකක් ඕනෙමයි. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ සහිත ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ෆ්ලේවර්ඩ් මිල්ක් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Cricket match fun. Prima කොත්තුමි තියනකම්. Prima කොත්තුමි fun තමයි.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මනේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Should be called a wide, yes. I think the experience of Haritha says that we can squeeze in 3 more overs, and with the light fading, 3 crucial overs to be played. Nicely bowled, quick single brings Udavela. I think the non-striker Vimat Dinsara needs to talk to Udavela. Started off well, 15 of 11 deliveries, but he's looking to chase the total. But right now, if sanity prevails, you need to be 45 overs, 6 wickets down, 269 runs. So right now, Royal well ahead. And if a wicket falls, it should be 276. Get to that 276. Chanel bowling his last over.
He's been expensive himself, despite the 2 wickets.
Oh, full toss. Swept towards square leg. Didn't hit it cleanly, but most importantly, got the single and got Dinsara on strike. Mapa can bat as well, but he didn't have a good game. Bowled a solitary over, gave away 16 runs and dropped a fairly simple chance. He wouldn't want to come and bat. Let these two finish the game. Again, well bowled. Equally well played by Dinsara. Personally felt Udavela should have come to bat instead of Himaru De Silva. Beautifully played again, using his feet.
You mentioned that Vimat Dinsara knows how to play the DLS. That's what he's doing. Just getting to that 276. He's got there, even if Royal lose another wicket. Not that he knows the arithmetic that well, but just score the runs and don't lose a wicket.
The light is indeed fading. Again, nicely played by Udavela. Udavela is batting smart. Gets a single. Royal 277 for the loss of 6 wickets at the end of 43.
දවසම ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වෙන්න O3 Spirit and Freedom perfumed body spray.
අවුව නිසා බොඩි එක කූල් නැත්තම් මයින්ඩ් එකත් කූල් නැහැ. ඒකට තමයි Dettol Icy Cool.
So Abhit Paranavidana will continue. Udavela misses out. Doesn't need to do anything fancy. Royal well ahead. There is not going to be 50 overs. That I can guarantee.
Chance of run out. Got there in time.
Good call by Vimat. Bit of nerves. I think Vimat needs to go and talk to the batsman, and that's what he does, showing his experience. Calm his nerves. Don't need to take any risks. Royal well ahead. 44th over in progress. Nicely played, taken a single. So at the end of 44, Royal need to be at 264 for the loss of 6 wickets. 7 wickets, the total needs to be at 273.
Gee, I admire the arithmetic you start doing. What was the A-level results?
Well, having a paper in front of you makes it very easy, Haritha. And I wish A-levels too. If someone smart was next to me, I could have done the same. Beautifully played by Dinsara, uses his feet. Smart cricket by Dinsara, showing his experience. Signals to the striker. There's 2 more deliveries left. Paranavidarana bowling his 10th. St. Thomas's need a wicket. Royal need calm heads. Nicely played again. Never run on a misfield. Was not collected cleanly, but nevertheless, no harm done.
Is this the match with the highest aggregate of runs in the Mustang series?
Has to be. Again, calmly played. Non-striker Vimat Dinsara acknowledges the over. End of 44, 279 for 6.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
Maggie Papare. Rasa patu and a Maggie Papare blast.
From Nestle.
Nicely played by Dinsara. Uses his feet. 45th over. The last squeeze. Haritha, 45th over in progress.
Yeah, I know. But I have a feeling they will keep on playing because I know umpires decide, but in the spirit of the game, no big issue or danger for the batters unless the fielder, the keeper in particular, says I can't see the ball. I don't see that happening. should not happen.
Well, maybe 30 years back they would have done that, but now I think rules are rules. They'd probably take the reading, and even how the two are batting, I think they are quite clear that they're not going to go for the 50 overs.
No.
Quick single, smart cricket, played with soft hands, brings Dinsara, the experienced Dinsara, on strike. But this has been a wonderful chase. I think perfect chase on paper. Started off well by the skipper, Rehan Pires. Couple of sixers to kickstart the innings. Leonarachi played well for his 50. Ramiru, a cameo, 38. But the man who has held the innings, Dinsara, and just continues to do what he does best, work the singles.
Yeah, it's money's worth for the spectators, the sponsors, and big hurrah for Joint Match Organizing Committee and all the service providers.
This will probably be the last over. I think the light has deteriorated. It's almost 6:10, and I can't see an extra over being bowled. The pass score 269, Royal 282. This is the 45th over in progress. They need to be at 269. That should be called a wide. Yes. We have started switching on the lights. So you can see the LED screens.
See, this sixth wicket, the seventh wicket partnership is now also worth 42 runs. How important that is.
Well, I didn't feel it. 42 runs and 20 being scored by Udavela. So commendable performance by Udavela. Came under tremendous pressure. Quick wickets. So the sixth wicket falling at 284. There we see the pass score needs to be at 269. Solomon's bowls. Batsman not ready. Dinsara taking his time. He knows this game very well. Another quick single. The score moves to 285 for the loss of 6 wickets. End of 45.
Cricket match fun. Prima kottumi tiyanakam. Prima kottumi fun tamai.
ඒ තමයි කොට්මලේ ෆැක්ටරි කිරි බටර් චීස් යෝගට් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එහෙම හදන විදිය.
අපේ රටේ කිරිවලින් හදන පෝෂණය පිරි අපේම කොත්මලේ අපේ රටේ පෝෂණය.
We're seeing some exciting cricket played here at the SSC in fading light, mind you. 45 gone, 285 for 6 Royal. The DLS pass score at the end of 46 should be 275. So Royal well ahead, 10 runs ahead. They just don't have to do anything stupid, anything silly. The lights deteriorating very fast. Rishwan, you think we'll get to 50 overs?
I think this game does deserve a fitting ending, Harun, with how things have spanned out. Hopefully the light will stay in put, because we have had a brilliant game of cricket, a high scoring one, and to highlight 2 magnificent centuries. I think it's been brilliant.
Yeah, I think Feroz rightly mentioned that the one in the first innings was a swashbuckling one. That was a brutal one. This one was more measured, and especially the fact that it was a chase. I think it's been a very mature knock. This time, beautiful. Oh, that's poor fielding there. Point. That's 4 runs. That makes the life of the Royal batters that much more easy. Udavela, mind you, has got to 24 in no time, and I think we've not felt it as well.
Indeed, he's playing a very similar knock to what Hettige did play, Arun. But I think this Dushen Udavela's 24 has really taken St. Thomas out of the equation in this game now, with the light fading, and in front are the Royalists in the DLS.
Talking about fading light, we are seeing some disco lights hitting the surface. It's not going to be easy. I think it's really faded, and we are Oh, and as we speak, Udavela is cramped up. He's on the ground. I don't think that we'll be able to get any more play. It's really dark here. The SSC screens may not show you much, but from up here, things are pretty dark and gloomy.
Indeed, Tomians were up to it as soon as Udavela went down in some discomfort with some cramping up. But as the sun sets here in Colombo, it's been a classic of a game, Harun.
Absolutely. Probably the highest number of runs scored in terms of aggregate in a Mustangs encounter. More than 600 runs. And it's been a wicket of that nature where batting has been very easy. It's come by thick and fast. You see your replay where Udavela is really struggling to make it to the other side. Naturally, you can understand the heat, the humidity was such that right throughout the day we saw Jaden Amarveera too struggle on the field. He was limping a bit, but this is consuming a lot of time. We may not have the lights like I told you for this game, but we can see a few flashes of the disco lights coming onto the pitch. That's not certainly going to help the game, don't you think, Rashwan?
Indeed, that won't help. And the umpires will take a decision soon, but Udavela back on his feet. Looks fine.
Yeah, Royal, I think, should just focus on just milking the singles, getting those singles, twos, the odd boundary, and just look to get to that 314, and always maintain that run rate that they have been doing over the last 10 overs. They've played risk-free cricket. They've got the odd boundary. Singles have come by at least 4 to 5 in an over. And as you can see on your screen, the required run rate is under 6 as well. So that's how well they have paced out this chase from ball one, and that's been the key feature of Royals batting.
Indeed, and I think that start from Lian Arachi really did help as well, Harun. And Rehan Peiris with his cameo really did chip in, because since Vimat Dinsara came to the middle, that rate never went down. It just kept on doing well. And once again, a couple of dot balls to end the 46th over. Yet another over ends here. But the umpires having a chat. And as things stand, it's Royal College in front. And that's it. It's Royal College who retain back the Mustangs Trophy with a magnificent 100 from the Sri Lanka under-19 captain Vimat Dinsara.
What a game and what a chase. A fantastic chase, a well-paced out one. Sea of blue and gold flags rushing into the middle. I mentioned this at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that this game won't see the end, won't be seen to the end. And as mentioned, at the end of 46 overs, Royal are comfortably ahead. The BLS par score was 275. They are 291 runs, 16 runs is what Royal have won this. Nobody, I think, would have given them a chance, especially after that first innings, after the first 50 overs went by. The ending was such a bad one, especially for Linearachi to come and get hammered for 28 runs. But subsequently, the chase has been fantastic. All thanks to that man you see on the screen, Vimat Dinsara, the Sri Lanka under-19 captain, has really led the way and paved the way for Royal to win this encounter. Fabulous stuff.
Indeed, after having a very poor game in that 3-day encounter, Harun, it's Vimat Dinsara who has stood up for Royal College when they really need it. And I'm sure this chase will be one to remember for a very, very long time for Royal College, as they will take back the Mustangs Trophy to Reed Avenue.
I think the difference between the two teams, for St. Thomas's it was just the one individual. Yeah, for the rest, for Royal it was a team effort. I think it was a fantastic team chase, everybody chipping in, and hats off to Vimat Dinsara.
Indeed, a brilliant experience coming into play. Dinsara, the under-19 Sri Lanka captain, has stepped up for his school and won a famous win for Royal College here at the SSC. The 49th Mustangs Trophy has been a brilliant game of cricket, but plenty of heart should go out to the Tomians as well. With a magnificent 100 from Jaden Amaravira, a record-breaking century, will go in a losing cause, but it was an innings that will be remembered for a very long time. As the sun sets here in Colombo, it's Royal College who have chased this innings so well, at a mammoth 314 runs to chase, but they ended on 291 for 6. They were on par to go on and get that 314. They did calculate that run chase so well that they could do nothing wrong. A batting card where Dinsara will come on top with an unbeaten 109 as he leads Royal College to a famous victory here. Udavela, a 25, that is valuable so much for Royal College's run chase here. And it was Lianarachi who chipped in with a brilliant half century, a very attacking one. Pires was out for 18. Ramiru Pereira as well, 38 of 35. Gangevatta 14. And De Silva didn't trouble the scorers, but that 25 of Udavela will be one that might go unnoticed, but was really crucial for Royal College in their reply. Extras of 28 for St. Thomas's College, and not much to speak of from the bowling department of the Tomians. It was Parnavidan who started off with the new ball, 1 for 50 in his 10 overs. And Giman Mendes, the star with the ball in that 3-day encounter for the Tomians, goes wicketless in his 7 overs, conceded 49 runs. Varna Surya was quite decent with the ball. He ended on 1 for 33 and didn't see him coming and bowl in his second spell. Hettige as well, slightly expensive, none for 44. Shanil Pereira, 2 wickets for 60. And Solomons, 1 for 36 in his 7. And Matharage, none for 9 in his solitary over. It was the Tomians who really tried their best. They were the ones who came quite confidently in this run chase. They had to defend 313. Brilliant from the two Sri Lankan caps, Sri Lankan under-19 caps for Royal College, Ramiru Pereira and Dinsara. They really did bring all their experience when it really mattered for Royal College to go on and chase this big score. Ramiru Pereira as well, in his last outing in the Mustangs Trophy, took on the bowling in its merits and played the spin bowling really well. This was quite a brain-fed moment, but a brilliant take by Hettige to dismiss Ramaru Pereira. And then at that moment, the Tomians thought they were in it, but they were penalised with 5 penalty runs as well. And Gagewat was dismissed, as he has only himself to blame, being hit wicket. This was a brilliant take by Solomons. A return catch was much needed at that moment, that breakthrough. But since then, it was Vimat Dinsara who continued in his merry way. This run out of De Silva, a brilliant rocket throw from the long on region. Once again, we all thought that the Tomians creeped into this contest, but it was Udavela who really batted well in his 20 and really took the game away from the Tomians. A magnificent century from Vimat Dinsara. An unbeaten 109 will go down in the history books, as that young man has ensured that the Mustangs Trophy will head back to Reed Avenue, courtesy a brilliant unbeaten century from Sri Lanka's under-19 captain Vimat Dinsara. He was carried off the field with a flag of blue, gold and blue flying high here at the SSC, and this is how the match spanned out. St. Thomas College, after winning the toss, batted first, post 313 for 4, a record highest total for the Tomians, with the top scores coming in from Amaravira, 184 of 148, and that mammoth innings will go in a losing cause. Hettige supported well in the death with 44 unbeaten, Gunratha 37, and a pick of the bowlers for Royal College was Ramaru Pereira 1 for 47 and Young Gamage 1 for 62. A forgetful day for the Royal College bowlers, but their batsmen really showed up when it really needed. In their reply, it was Royal College who ended 291 for 6 at the end of 46 overs from a brilliant century, an unbeaten brilliant century from Vimat Dinsara. 109, supported well by Lianarachi, who scored 51, and Ramaru Pereira 38. Shanil Pereira 2 for 16 is 10 overs, Varna Surya 1 for 33, and Rashawn Solomons 1 for 36. At the end, it was Royal College who won by 16 runs by the DLS method. A run fest here at the SSC in this 49th Mustangs Trophy. It's been yet another brilliant year in this Royal Tomian Cricket Encounter. We have Laxis De Silva down there with the post-match talk show together with Harun Mawjood.
Welcome back here to the studio. Over 600 runs in 96 overs. A Mustangs Trophy encounter that we will remember for a very long time. The 49th encounter, producing 2 centurions and some brilliant batting performances from other batters as well. For the bowlers, it was not a good encounter, not an encounter that certainly they will remember. But for the batters, it was a batting paradise today, the surface here at the SSC Grounds, and the batters made sure to make full use out of it. The Royal College batting card, Lianarachi 51 of 44, behind the pace skipper, started off in a very quick manner, 18 of 12 deliveries, and then Vimat Dinsara showing his class, the Sri Lanka under-19 skipper. He showed everyone why he was trusted with that responsibility of leading the Sri Lanka under-19 team. Showed so much composure, showed so much class in that knock, 109 of 124 deliveries. One could argue about the strike rate, that it was not even a knock, they had run a ball, but that was exactly what was required. That was what they needed, because they started off really well. They started off with a bang with the openers, and Vimat Dinsara made sure that the momentum stayed with Royal College. And Ramaru Pereira, a very good knock from him as well, a supporting role played by the experienced all-rounder, 38 of 35. And then Udavela scoring 25 of 24, a very useful knock, that 50-run stand for the 7th wicket in 47 deliveries. That helped them quite a lot, because they lost 2 wickets in quick succession, and at that moment they were behind the DLS, so they needed that partnership big time, and that's exactly what Vimat Dinsara and Dushen Udavela delivered for Royal College. Make sure that they were 16 runs ahead at the end of the 46th over. So a memorable win for Royal College, an encounter that a lot of us will remember for a very, very long time. And when it comes to the bowling, just like for Royal College, for St. Thomas's, not a day that they will definitely remember. This is a day that they will want to forget very, very quickly. Paranavidana, 10 overs, 1 for 50. Pereira, 10 overs, 2 for 60. And Varna Surya, 1 for 33 in his 5 overs. And Solomon's 1 for 36. Now, when you look at the partnerships, 36 for the first wicket in just 22 deliveries, if I remember right. And then 61 runs for the next wicket, 82 for the next wicket, 24, 26. And then in that fifth wicket and the sixth wicket falling in the space of just 2 runs. But the 50-run stand for the 7th wicket made sure that they had the game in their control. 28 extras were there as well, so that's an area that St. Thomas's might go back and have a chat on whether those 28 extra runs played a part in this result going the way of Royal College. So a lot to talk about. As I mentioned, over 600 runs, 2 centurions. Joining with me is Harun Mawjood. Harun, at the innings break, a lot of people probably thought that, okay, this is St. Thomas's game. Royal College won't have a chance. Even in the studio discussion, we did mention as well, this is a schoolboy encounter. We don't see these sort of totals getting chased down much. But Royal College, they were up for the task. And Vimat Dinsara, he made sure to trump that knock of Jade Namaravida.
Absolutely, I think like you rightly mentioned, the momentum completely swung towards Tomians' favour, especially if you looked at how the inning ended for St. Thomas's. Hirun Lianarache was actually worried. He got hammered for 28 runs in that last over, and he had to come and open the innings. But he showed nerves of steel and really was an example to say, how you manage pressure, especially in an event like this. His knock, I thought, was the key, the foundation to building that platform for Royal to chase this down. And I think it was a masterclass by Vimat Dinsara, an absolute masterclass. The Sri Lanka under-19 captain really showing how you chase a large total at schoolboy cricket level also.
So we did speak about Hirun Lianarache. Let's take a look at this knock now. As Harun mentioned, it's not easy to make that sort of a comeback because after you conceded 28 runs in that final over, you are clearly not in the right mindset. But Hirun Lianarache, as Harun mentioned, showed nerves of steel and made sure to take the momentum back towards Royal College. That's exactly what he did. So let's now take a look at Hirun Lianarache's knock. 51 of 44 deliveries, 9 fours in that inning, Harun.
Yes, I think very strong on the drive and the flick. Anything on his pads, he was quick to bounce on. He has the height and the reach. Some fantastic sweep shots. Like I said, as a result, this was probably the shot of his innings. Standing tall, pulling that in front. Played shots all around the ground. It was unfortunate to be dismissed. And I thought a very deserved half century. And like I said, he made that half century in quick succession, or basically at a quick time. And that is what set the foundation for Vimat to kind of come and take it over from there.
So Hirun Lianarache playing his part, and then when you're chasing such a big total, Harun, we always talk about the partnerships. We talk about those big knocks, and Vimat Dinsara delivered that big knock for them. But the others, they made sure to make those 30s, 40s, 50s, and bat around him. That played a huge part in this win for Royal College.
Absolutely, I think those small crucial partnerships and those able support provided by Ramiru Pereira, even by Rehan Piris, I thought that start was a blistering start. The 18 runs that he got. Then we saw Dushen Uduvela playing that crucial knock to get Vimat Dinsara's 100. How important that 100 was in the greater scheme of things for Royal to chase this score down. And it was a measured innings, like you said, didn't see anything being lofted over the top. Everything was along the ground. Milked the singles as much as possible. The way he used his feet to the spinners, I thought it was impeccable. I've not seen a schoolboy cricketer use the feet as good as how Vimat did in this inning. And it was actually a treat to watch. And like I said, those mentions from Dushen Uduvela to Ramiru Pereira, those contributions really helped Vimat to kind of bat around the batsman.
And you did mention about Vimat Dinsara, how he batted so well against the spinner especially. Now, this sort of now coming in a day and age where we really don't have much batters who are capable of playing spin that well, using the feet that well. Because that was the fascination around Pawan Ratnayaka when he rose to the scene as well. So Vimat Dinsara clearly one for the future when it comes to Sri Lanka cricket. He showed everything that you need to have when you are a composed batsman who knows how to rotate your non-striker around, to rotate your partner around and make sure that the team gets over the line. That's the sort of knock that Royal needed, and he made sure that he delivered it big time. So Harun, when it comes to St. Thomas's, any area that you feel they could have done differently when they bowled?
I thought they didn't bowl too badly, to be very honest. The spinners, I thought Shanil Pereira was very impressive. Abid Paranivdan, I wonder why he was kind of being rotated quite often. He wasn't given kind of a steady spell to kind of keep bowling at the Royal batsman. It was pretty easy pickings to face the fast bowlers, and I thought the Tomian skipper did do those changes well, but it was the batsmanship of Royal on how Vimat Dinsara played some of the good balls. Like usually when you come to school cricket, the good balls are defended. Here, Vimat went down the track, made sure he got to the pitch of the ball and kept rotating the strike. So you always saw every over Royal accumulating 4 runs, sometimes even 6 runs just through singles. No basically demons, risk-free cricket. And I thought they didn't do too much wrong, to be very honest. The Tomians, it's just that the wicket was very much more supportive to the batsman and there was nothing much the bowlers could do. And they didn't have that X-factor ball, I believe, to really create something out of this.
Exactly, yeah, that's what happened to St. Thomas's College. And right now, I believe we can take a look at the wickets to fall for Royal College. All of them got starts, and these are the wickets. Rehan Peer is probably trying to do a bit too much, maybe after scoring 2 sixes than a 4.
Yeah, that's why this was, I believe, the best start that Shanil Pereira had in his second delivery. Spinners is who I thought that could have always brought the Tomians into the picture. But there again, we didn't see consistency in terms of line and length. I really appreciate the fact that they were wanting to attack. They brought in a short leg fielder, silly point, and that's the right attitude in terms of getting it. But with a guy like Vimat Dinsara there, and for the other batsmen as well to kind of follow suit, it was not hard work. It was a pretty much easy picking for the Royalists, especially on a surface like this at SSC.
And we need to speak a bit about that run out as well. What a direct hit right from the boundary line by Rafael Hettige, showing his talent as a fielder. Things that we don't see a lot. So when we really think about it, we have seen it all today. Yes, the bowlers didn't have the best of times, but we did see Ramiru Pereira producing that ripper of a delivery. So now, Harun, when it comes to modern cricket, we talk a lot about the surfaces that we play cricket, especially when it comes to school cricket. So getting a surface like what they got today, do you think it's a step in the right direction?
I think so, because it's probably for the first time that we're seeing a lot of runs being scored at a one-day encounter here, Mustangs encounter, and it's good for the game as well. So the crowd also kind of gets engrossed. You see the games going on till the end, because if it's a low-scoring affair, the match finishes early, and the fun and folly is all done and dusted with. And with wickets like this, it gives the bowlers also a bit of a challenge. So the bowlers have to learn how to bowl in the death overs, how to bowl in the mid overs, the power plays, the yorkers, the bouncers, the slow balls. All of these things will have to be part of their repertoire if they are to make inroads and get wickets in 50-over cricket, which I thought the bowlers lacked naturally, because they don't play this format as much as I think they would like to. So that's something probably the cricket board will have to kind of take note of, whether they expand the tournament for the 50-over format as well, because currently it's a very shortened format. It is a 2-day league cricket that is extended for about 4 or 5 months, and especially when your World Cup is also being played as a 50-over, this is where I believe they can do a bit more in terms of having more games, so that the players can execute the skills. I think that is where you have the problem. They can execute it in practice, but the match practice, the match awareness and executing it in a real game scenario is what they lack, and that's what we saw today as well.
Exactly. So these sort of pitches, it will certainly help these upcoming cricketers to match the international level. That's something that we have been talking a lot. So Harun mentioned about the fact that they don't play the 50-over format a lot. And also, they don't get these sort of surfaces a lot as well for the bowlers to make sure that they do have the skills to bowl on such surfaces. So now let's go back to Jade Namaravira Harun. After scoring 184 and after carrying his bat, you end up on the losing side, but still, what a knock.
Yeah, I think fantastic knock. You have to give it to Jade Namarivir for, right, like you said, carrying his bat right through the 50 overs. In my pre-game show, I did tell that if one of the Tomian batsmen does bat on, they would go past 300, and that's what actually they did. Unfortunate to say the least that it was pretty much a one-man effort for the Tomians. Had they had better contributions at a faster pace, had St. Thomas's got to about 320, 330, we would have seen a much more keener tussle between bat and ball. Royal, I suppose, had a more formidable batting unit and a wealth of experience playing white ball cricket in this format. So that's where I thought Jaden's exceptional 100 kind of when it didn't go unnoticed, but it was overpowered or it overshadowed with Royal's batting performance, which was more of a team performance, as opposed to St. Thomas's, which was predominantly Jade Namaravira and a small contribution from Hettige.
Exactly, because Dinsara's knock was not a flashy one. He made sure that he played classic cricket. He made sure there were not a lot of dot balls. He rotated the strike, scored the boundary whenever there was a loose delivery, and they showed that you really don't need to score boundaries every time to chase down a total when it's the required run rate is over 6. That's what Royal College did. Made sure they got the singles, got the twos. They managed to put the fielders under pressure as well, especially the fielders in the deep. So that's exactly what Royal did. The brilliant performance from them. Now, Harun, a lot of faces that really couldn't do much in this encounter as well. But someone who really didn't take a lot of wickets but showed a lot of pace and showed some movement as well. Dinsara showed a lot of pace, and he's still very young, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I was very excited to watch him bowl. Probably the first time I too am seeing him bowl, and he was pretty much on the money. Couple of extras, but then again, the pace at which he bowled, he had a good bouncer. He occasionally bowled the Yorker, and I thought his game sense and game awareness towards the end of the inning was fabulous. He mixed the pace well, and he knew exactly where the fielders were. You saw him communicating with the fielders constantly, and telling them to hold on to the ball, not throw. Those are some of the salient points which I thought he really looked mature in terms of a bowler. And like you said, he's just a young boy who is another 3-4 years ahead of him, and he'll be an interesting prospect to watch in the future to come.
And out of all the names that we did speak about, from the names that we didn't speak about, what are the names that you think might play a huge part? Let's remove Rashawn Solomons, because we did talk about him a lot last year, this year as well. So what are some of the other names that you are looking for?
So I think from a Royals perspective, I'm very keen to see how Himaru De Silva goes. He has a couple of years in his hand, because I think he has the mold to become a very good all-round cricketer. Excellent left armsman who can just come and keep it up, but you just want to see him improve his bowling aspect a bit. Also on the batting front, I think he has to be a bit more responsible. Dinsara is one I really am looking forward to seeing at Gagan Gamage. We didn't speak much of him on this match, but I thought he started off very well. He had a very tough last couple of overs which he had to bowl to Jade, where he went for a lot of runs, but he by far has been an excellent bowler, an excellent find for Royal. A couple of other batsmen who are in the setup that have not played this encounter in Royal. There's a boy called Papare, so like a boy called Veragoda. A couple of batsmen to look forward to in a Royal setup. But most of the other cricketers will be parting their way from school, and it's going to look pretty fresh as we head into the 26-27 season.
So a lot to look forward for both these teams. Two schools that have produced a lot of big names to Sri Lanka cricket, and these schoolboys, they will certainly be right up there when they come out of school, and it's time to represent Sri Lanka at the international level as well. So Harun, a tricky question. If it was up to you, who would be a player of the match? Will you give it to Dinsara, or will you just give it to Jaden, although the team lost, because it was a masterclass performance?
Yeah, tough one actually. I think a player of the match is given to someone who has had an impact in contributing towards the victory of a game. In that sense, my vote would go to Vimat Dinsara naturally. There have been instances where player of the match has been given to a member in the losing team, but those have been more of low scoring encounters. That's where we have seen such instances happening. And just the fact that, you know, St. Thomas's got 313, the highest ever total, 300 has never been chased, and the fact that it was chased down in spite of it being at, according to Duckworth Lewis, my bet would go to give Vimat Dinsara, because Jade Namarvira definitely would win the Best Batsman's award from the St. Thomas's camp. But having said that, I'm not the adjudicator. I'm sure the ones that are there would make the right decision, but even giving it to Jade Namarvira is not a wrong thing, considering the fact that it's a record, 184 runs never being scored, and a record, especially if you look at the Tomians series, 100 scored in both encounters. So yeah, it's going to be a 50-50 call, only time would tell.
And we did talk about how the bowlers didn't have a good day, Harun. What's your best bowler of the day?
That's a good question. I'd say, looking at the stats, if you go by numbers, for Royal it would be Ramiru and Himaru. I thought their economy rates, Ramiru actually got the wickets as well. Those two bowled the best. For St. Thomas's, it was Shanil Pereira and Abhith Parnavidanas. It was the two spinners from both schools that I saw as their best bowlers for today. The fast bowlers went for a lot of runs, and it was rather very easy for run making as well, because there was nothing much happening on the pitch. And those four players, two from either side, were my best bowlers for this match or this encounter.
So those are the thoughts from Harun Mawjood after this exciting, thrilling encounter, the 49th Mustangs Trophy encounter between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. So right now we will head to a commercial break, and on the other side we will be back with the presentation ceremony of the 49th Mustangs Trophy encounter.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් DTV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action.
Well, it's been a 49th Mustangs Trophy to remember for a very, very long time. As Royal College and St. Thomas College played out a classic here at the Sinhalese Sports Club. We have ThePapare down there with the post-match presentation ceremony.
Hello and welcome. Thank you very much for your wonderful patience. It has been a very late finish to a nearly historic one-day game in the 49th Battle of the Blues for the Mustangs Trophy. So we have our distinguished invitees present here and the two teams. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Give a round of applause for the two teams, Royal and St. Thomas's, for an excellent game completed today at the SSC. Permit me to cordially welcome our distinguished invitees on stage. Warden St. Thomas's, Mr. Asanka Pereira. Principal Royal, Mr. Atula Vijayawardena. Dr. Chatura Jayawardena, Chief Marketing Officer, Abans PLC, sponsor. Dr. Danushka Kulatilaka, Director Education and Administration, Oxford College of Business. The chief guest, Mr. Zakir Kanaka, the captain of St. Thomas's College in 2001. Match adjudicators from Royal, Mr. Rohan Iriagolla, from St. Thomas's, Mr. Naresh Adhikaram. Co-chair of the game from St. Thomas's, Sajit Kularatna, from Royal, Mr. Ramesh Abevikrama. Co-secretaries from St. Thomas's, Ashan Piris, from Royal, Mr. Imitiaz Mizan. Thank you. It has been a great opportunity for us to witness this game and be of such a wonderful audience to a game that has been played to finish. Okay, we get into the awards. As you know, the awards were totally and exclusively adjudicated by Mr. Rohan Iriagolla and Mr. Naresh Adhikaram. Cordial inviting Mr. Sajit Kularatna, co-chair St. Thomas's, for the first presentation. The gift voucher for this would be the barn tent also to be presented by Mr. Naresh Adhikaram on behalf of STC. This is for the best bowler from Royal, Ramiro Pereira. Congratulations to Ramiro. We thank you, gentlemen. Cordially inviting Mr. Ramesh Abevikrama, co-chair for Royal, who will be presenting the trophy for our next recipient and the gift voucher courtesy the barn. Cordially inviting Warden of St. Thomas's, Mr. Asanka Pereira, to present the trophy, and a special award from Royal Tomian Mustangs tent. It's a bat that will be presented by Mr. Sanjay Vijayamana, Chief Operating Officer of HNB PLC. This for the best batter from Royal, Vimat Dinsara, for his unbeaten match-winning century. Career-defining innings, Vimat. Congratulations to you. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, maybe cordially invite Principal of Royal College, Mr. Asanka Vijayawardena, who will make the presentation of the trophy. A special award from the Royal Tomian Mustangs tent. I beg your pardon. Principal of Royal College, Mr. Atula Vijayawardena, he will present the trophy. A special award from Royal Tomian Mustangs tent. It's a bat, and that will be presented by Dr. Danushka Kularatna, Director Education and Administration, Oxford College of Business. This for the best batter from St. Thomas's, Jaden Amaravira, for a historic top score in this game. It's a career-enhancing performance for him. Congratulations to you, Jaden. Thank you, gentlemen. Cordially inviting Dr. Chatura Jayawardena, Chief Marketing Officer, Abans, on stage for the next presentation. This for the best fresher. He will receive a trophy and a gift from Abans, which is going to be a very valuable mobile phone. Best fresher for the game from St. Thomas's, Metuka Gunaratna. Congratulations to you, Metuka. Thank you, sir. Next, for the last of the individual awards, we take this opportunity to cordially invite Mr. Zakir Kanaka, our chief guest, who was the captain of St. Thomas's College in 2001. There will also be a special presentation being made, and that would be made by Mr. Kane Wang, the Sia Ovi Country Director, Sri Lanka. First, it would be the trophy and a complete material bag from HNB PLC. Man of the match, Jaden Amaravira, St. Thomas's. And next would be the Aban's gift, which would be a tablet to be presented by Mr. Kane Wang. Congratulations to you, Jaden. Thank you, gentlemen. The next would be the Mustangs Trophy to be presented. Let me tell you, it was a game of great interest and high scoring. It went on very late, and the match was decided on the DLS system. The match was suspended due to bad light with 4 overs to be bowled on the ground condition available at the venue by the umpires. So it was a 16-run win for the team in this game. Cordial inviting the Warden of St. Thomas's College, Mr. Asanka Pereira, to make the presentation of the Mustangs Trophy. To the winning team captain of Royal College Colombo, Rehan Perez. Congratulations, Royal. Now they take a 3-match lead in the one-day series going into the historic 50th encounter next year. We would like to thank our distinguished invitees. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being present with us. It has been a tremendous game. We thank the media, the service providers, the match organizing committee, the joint match organizing committee, and everybody else who gathered here to witness this. I'm told it was the best attendance by the schoolboys as well as the spectators in the history of the one-day game, according to the joint organizing co-chair.
A memorable 25th win for Royal College in this Mustangs Trophy. A game to remember for a very, very long time for the boys from Reed Avenue. Going into that run chase, they had a mammoth total to chase down of 314. At the end, it's Royal College who come on top under the leadership of Rehan Perez. They win for the 25th time in this Mustangs Trophy. As a trophy, we'll head back to Reed Avenue. And a brilliant game of cricket here at the SSC, as the party will continue till late night here in Colombo. As you take a look at the match summary once again, it was St. Thomas College who won the toss and post 313 on the board, with top scores coming in from Amaravira, an unbeaten 184 runs. A record-breaking innings that has gone in vain. And the Royal College reply was led by Sri Lanka Under-19 youth captain Vimat Dinsara with an unbeaten 109. And as they ended on 291 for 6 at the end of 46 overs, as the Royal College win for the 25th time in this Mustangs Trophy by 16 runs in the DLS method. A massive win here, and the party will begin from the SSC to Reed Avenue as Royal College will head in to that milestone 50th Mustangs Trophy next year with the hands on the trophy as a memorable game coming to an end here at the SSC. A fitting end and a high scoring one here as Royal College take back the silverware to Reed Avenue. It's a goodbye from all of us here. Until we see you again, it's good night and God bless.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on ThePapare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.